Simon & Schuster presents Powerless by Lauren Roberts. Read by Cecily Bednar-Schmidt and Chase Brown. For every girl who has ever felt powerless. Chapter 1. Payton. Thick, hot liquid runs down my arm. Blood. Funny, I don't remember the guard nicking me with his sword before my fist connected with his face. Despite being a flash, he apparently couldn't manage to move faster than my right hook to his jaw. The smell of soot stings my nose, forcing me to clamp a grimy hand over it to stop a sneeze from slipping out. That would be a very pathetic way to get caught. When I'm sure that my nose won't alert the Imperials lurking beneath where I'm hiding, I return my hand to the filthy wall my back is currently pressed against, with my feet planted opposite me. After taking a deep breath that nearly has me choking on soot, I slowly begin my climb upwards once again. With thighs burning almost as much as my nose, I force my body to continue shimmying while stifling the sneeze. Climbing up a chimney isn't exactly how I thought I would be spending my evening. The small space has me sweating, swallowing my fear before scrambling to the top of the cramped corridor, eager to replace grime-caked walls with a starry night. When my head finally peeks over the top, I greedily gulp down the sticky air, then climb up and over, immediately bombarded with a new concoction of smells far more unpleasant than the stench of soot clinging to my body, my clothes, my hair. Sweat, fish, spices, and I'm quite certain some sort of bodily fluid, blends to create the aroma that surrounds Loot Alley. Balancing atop the chimney, I strain my eyes on the shadowed roof to inspect my sticky arm. I'd nearly forgotten to examine it, without the usual biting pain that accompanies a sword slash to remind me. I rip off a strip of cloth from the sweaty tank that clings to my body, dabbing at the gash with it. Adina's going to kill me for ruining her stitching. Again. I'm surprised when I don't feel the familiar twinge of pain as I rub at my arm with the rough fabric, impatiently sopping up the stickiness. And that's when I smell it. Honey. The same honey that belongs to the sticky buns oozing out of the many pockets in my ragged vest and dripping down my arm, mistaken for blood. I sigh, rolling my eyes at myself. It's a welcome surprise, nonetheless. Even honey soaking my clothes beats trying to wash blood out. I take in a deep breath and look out over the crumbling, run-down buildings, cast in shadows by the flickering lampposts dotting the street. There's not much electricity here in the slums, but the king generously spared us a few lampposts. Thanks to the Volts and Scholars using their abilities to create a sustained power grid, I have to work exceptionally hard to stay in the shadows. Farther from the slums, the more the rows of shops and homes slowly improve in condition and size. Shacks turn into homes, homes turn into mansions, leading up to the most daunting building of all. Squinting through the darkness, I can just barely make out the looming towers of the royal castle and the sloping dome of the bowl arena that resides beside it. My eyes flick back to the wide street stretched out before me, scanning the surrounding sketchy buildings. Loot Alley is the very heart of the slums, pumping crime and trade throughout the city. I trace the dozens of other alleys and streets jutting off from it, getting lost in the maze that is the city, before offering a sigh and small smile to the familiar street beneath me. Home. Sort of. Technically, a home implies that one has a roof over their head. But stars are far more fun to stare at than the ceiling. I would know, seeing that I used to have a ceiling to stare at every night, back when I had no need for the stars to keep me company. My traitorous gaze sweeps across the city to where I know my former home lies, wedged between Merchant and Elm Streets, where a happy little family is likely sitting around the dinner table, laughing and discussing their day with one another. I hear a thump, followed by the murmuring of voices that drag me from my bitter thoughts. Straining to hear, I can just make out the muffled, deep voice that belongs to the guard I so kindly relieved of his duties a short while ago. Came up right behind me, quiet as a mouse, and then the next thing I know, I get a tap on the shoulder and a fist to the face. A very irritated and very shrill female voice echoes up the chimney. "You're a flash, for plague's sake. Aren't you supposed to be fast or something?" She takes a deep breath. "Did you at least get a good look at his face before you let him rob me? Again?" "All I saw were his eyes," the guard mumbles. "Blue. Very blue." The woman huffs in irritation. "How helpful. Let me just stop every person on loot to see if their eyes match your vivid description of very blue." I stifle my snort as something creaks from the other end of the room, followed by a chorus of muffled footsteps. From the groan of rotting wood shifting beneath several new pairs of boots, I immediately deduce that 3 more guards have joined the hunt. And that's my cue. I hop off the chimney and grab onto the raised ledge of the roof, swinging my legs over the side to dangle above the street. Blowing out a breath, I let go and bite my tongue against a yelp as gravity yanks me towards the ground. With a soft thud, I drop ungracefully into a merchant's wagon brimming with hay. The stiff straw pokes through my clothes like one of Adina's pincushions, and a cloud of soot and hay rises on the night breeze when I jump out onto the street. Passing the time by plucking straw from my tangled hair, I begin my journey back to the fort, weaving through beat-up merchant carts, all abandoned for the night, feet dancing over trash and broken trinkets. Looters slumped against alleys or tucked in between buildings whisper among themselves as I pass. I feel the weight of the dagger tucked into my boot and relax at the comfort of the cool steel as I pass groups of fellow homeless huddling together for the night. I can see the faint shimmer of purple force fields shielding some, while others don't even have an ability strong enough to allow them to sleep peacefully, which is the exact reason they call the slums their home. I keep my steps swift and sure as my eyes sweep back and forth across the alleys, never letting my guard down. The poor don't discriminate. A shilling is a shilling, and they don't care if they jump someone worse off than them to get it. Several guards cross my path as I zigzag down streets, forcing me to slow down to steer clear of them. Every shop, corner, and street has been bestowed the gift of leering, white-uniformed law enforcers. These brutal Imperials have been stationed everywhere along Loot Alley by decree of the king due to an increase in crime. Clearly has nothing to do with me. I slip down a smaller alley, making my way towards the dead end. There, tucked in the corner, is a mangled barricade of broken merchant carts, cardboard, old sheets, and plague knows what else. Before I'm even halfway to the pile of garbage we call home, a face obscured by wild, shoulder-length curls pops up over the fort. "Did you get it?" Untangling her long legs from where she sits, she effortlessly stands and phases right through the 3-foot wall of our trash barricade without a second thought. And then she's bounding towards me with so much hope in her eyes that you'd think I've offered her a real roof over her head and a warm meal. And though I can give her neither of those things, I do have something far better in her opinion. I sigh. "I'm offended you doubted me, Adina. I thought you'd have a little more faith in my abilities after all these years." I sling my pack from my back and pull out the crumpled red silk from within, unable to suppress my smile as a look of awe settles on her face. She greedily claws the silk from my hands, running her fingers through the soft folds of the fabric. Peeking up through the curly bangs hanging in her hazel eyes, she looks at me as though I've just single-handedly eradicated the plague, rather than steal fabric from a woman not much better off than we are. Like I'm the hero and not the villain. Adina's smile could rival the sun over the scorches desert. "Hey, you and your sticky fingers work magic, you know that?" She throws her arms around my neck, pulling me into a crushing embrace that causes more honey to ooze down my vest and pool in my pockets. Speaking of sticky fingers, I peel myself from her hug to fish around in my pockets. I retrieve 6 smashed sticky buns, only slightly unappetizing with the hay now decorating them. Adina's eyes go wide at the sight before snatching one from my hand just as greedily as she did the fabric. She turns mid-bite and strides right back through our fort without a second thought, plopping herself down on the colorless, rough rugs that lie on the inside of the barricade. She pats the spot beside her expectantly, and, unlike her, I ungracefully leap over the wall before I can take a seat. I bet Maria wasn't too happy about her shop being looted. Again. Poor thing should really up her security, Adina says between bites, a crooked smile joining the crumbs on her face. Despite my robbing the woman at least once a month for the past several years, she's only managed to conclude that I am a he. At least she's trying. Actually, I say with a shrug, she had 2 more Imperials stationed around her shop than normal. She must be getting tired of all the stolen sticky buns over the years. Adina narrows her hazel eyes at the sight of my smile. Thank the plague you didn't get caught, Pay. As soon as the familiar phrase slips past her lips, my jaw sets instinctively, while hers falls open mid-bite. She visibly cringes, her brow crinkling and throat clearing. Sorry. Bad habit. My fingers drift to the thick ring on my thumb, spinning it mindlessly while I muster a weak smile. This topic is one we typically try to avoid, though it's my fault the subject became suddenly awkward to speak of in the first place. All due to a moment of weakness that I wish I wasn't so relieved about. You know, it's not the words that bother me, it's the meaning behind them, she cuts in with a smile and a shockingly accurate imitation of my voice. I nearly choke on my laugh and a piece of sweet dough. Are you quoting me, eh? By way of answering, she takes a bite of sticky bun before declaring between mouthfuls, and it's not the plague that makes you sick. It's what came after. I nod slowly, while absent-mindedly tracing the rug's worn pattern beneath us, the feeling familiar beneath my finger. The idea of thanking the plague that killed thousands of Ilians makes me lose my appetite for even sticky buns. Thanking the thing that caused so much pain and death and discrimination. But all anyone cares about now is who the plague didn't kill. The kingdom was isolated for years to keep the sickness from spreading to the surrounding cities, and only the strongest in Ilia survived the disease that altered the very structure of humans. The fast became exceptionally faster, the strong became unbeatable, and those who lurked in the shadows could become the shadows. Dozens of supernatural abilities were bestowed upon Ilians alone, all varying in strength, purpose, and power. Gifts given as a reward for surviving. They are elite. They are extraordinary. They are exceptional. Adina trails off, poking at her sticky bun while struggling to form words for once. Just be careful, Pay. If you get caught and aren't able to talk yourself out of it, I'll be fine, I state far too casually, ignoring the worry that washes over me. This is what I do, what I've always done. She sighs through her smile, waving a dismissive hand. I know. You can handle yourself with the elites. I feel that rush of relief once again, making me feel both guilty and grateful that she truly knows me. Because not all those who survived the plague were fortunate enough to be gifted with abilities. No, the ordinaries were just that. Ordinary. And over the next several decades following the plague, the ordinaries and elites lived in peace. Until King Edric decreed that ordinaries were no longer fit to live in his kingdom. It was over 3 decades ago when sickness swept through the land. Due to the outbreak of what was likely a common illness, the king's healers used the opportunity to claim that ordinaries were carrying an undetectable disease, saying it was likely the reason they hadn't developed abilities. Extended exposure to them became harmful to both elites and their powers, and over time, the ordinaries were dwindling the abilities elites are so protective of. I fight the urge to roll my eyes at the thought. My father believed that was bullshit, and I think no differently. But even if I had proof of the king lying through his teeth, it's not as though a girl from the slums is in any position to be believed. But the king couldn't allow his elite society to be weakened, or worse, by mere ordinaries. Extinction was not an option for the extraordinary. And so began the purging. Even now, decades later, tales of the bodies that scattered the sand under the scolding sun are casually passed around campfires, scary stories whispered among children. Sticky fingers close over mine, the honey coating Adina's hands as sweet as the spreading smile she shares with me. My secret is stowed in the glint of her eyes, in the loyalty lining her expression. I've spent so much of my life resigned to the fact that nothing would ever be real. Every friendship false. Every kindness calculated. Hide your feelings. Hide your fear. And most importantly, hide behind your facade. No one can know, Patty. Trust no one and nothing but your instincts. My father's gentle voice is oddly jarring as it echoes in my head, reminding me that every part of my life should be a lie, and the girl sitting before me should be as deceived as the rest of the kingdom. Selfishness only stole my sanity for a single night, but that was all it took for me to endanger the both of us. All right, enough talk of the plague, Adina says cheerily, scanning the alley before adding, and your situation. I don't bother stifling my snort. It seems that 2 years haven't been enough time for you to practice subtlety, eh? I doubt she even heard me. Doubt she can focus on anything other than the fabric now gliding between her fingers. With hazel eyes scanning over sewing supplies, Adina abandons our previous conversation to ramble about what pieces she'll be making with the new silk. Her warm brown hands dig through scraps of fabric in the flickering lamplight, beginning to fold edges, pin corners, prick fingers, curse relentlessly. We fall into the type of easy conversation that only comes after spending years surviving on the streets together, making it easy to interpret Adina's garbled words around the pins pressed between her lips. I roll over, finally falling quiet, as I watch her steady fingers and furrowed brow, too engrossed with her work to sleep. A stabbing pain in my side has my drooping eyes flying open, drowsiness forgotten. The jagged stone jutting up from the alley floor has me groggily grumbling. Mark my words, I'm going to steal a cot one day. Adina rolls her eyes at me, just as she does every night I make the same empty promise. I'll believe it when I feel it, Pay, she sing-songs. I've rolled over about a dozen times before a scratchy, balled-up blanket collides with my head. If you don't quit your squirming, I swear I'll sew you to the bloody ground, Adina says with all the sweetness of a sticky bun. I'll believe it when I feel it, eh?
Chapter 2. Kai. A ball of fire skims past my face, nearly singeing my hair off. I barely have the time to duck when I feel a second wave of heat rippling towards me. Plagues. Kit's in a lovely mood today. Dancing on the balls of my feet, I watch as another sphere of fire comes hurtling in my direction as the familiar feel of adrenaline floods through me. I throw up a shield of water, hearing the fire hiss before it melts into nothing more than a thick cloud of steam. Kit squints, attempting to see me through the smoke before his eyes widen when I suddenly collide with him. We tumble to the ground as I pin him down, raising a flaming fist aimed at his face. Yield? I can't keep the smile from twitching my lips. He coughs out a laugh, his gaze flicking between my face and the blazing fist raised beside it. If I say no, are you really going to punch me, little brother? Despite the fire burning mere inches from him, Kit's green eyes glint with amusement. I think you would know the answer to that by now. I smile slightly as I cock my fist back farther, posing to strike. All right, I yield, Kit sputters, but only because I wouldn't want poor Eli to have to set another one of our broken noses. I chuckled darkly at the thought of seeing the look on the royal physician's face if we were to stumble in with yet another broken bone. After standing to my feet, I offer a hand to Kit, who's still sprawled on the ground. The smile he gives me doesn't quite reach his eyes when he finally says, Plagues, Kai. You're better with my powers than I am. And that is why you will be ruling the country, I say simply, while I'll be fighting on the battlefield, distracting the enemy with my dashing good looks. Are you saying I couldn't distract the enemy with my own dashing good looks? Kit asks through his deep laughter, feigning offense. I'm saying that we are only half-brothers, so I'm afraid that means you only have half of my charms. Kit barks out another laugh. By that logic, I suppose you only have half my brains then. Thank the plague for that. The words are barely out of my mouth before he's shoving me with a grin. We walk the worn path between the dirt training circles that reside on the castle grounds. Imperials in training and other elites of higher status continue their sparring as we pass, most using abilities while few use weapons. Heads turn towards us, their eyes burning my skin, mirroring the sun beating down on us from above. Ignoring the stares, I breathe in the training ground's familiar scent of literal blood, sweat, and tears before grabbing a sword from a weapons rack and tossing one to Kit, whose expression can only be described as exasperated. You know, I've always enjoyed fighting with weapons more than abilities, I say in answer to his pointed look as I mindlessly test the balance of my blade. Kit saunters farther into the muddy ring, all but rolling his eyes. Yes, I'm well aware of how much you love to beat down on me with a sword. I rotate my wrist, swinging my blade as we begin circling each other. It does happen to be one of my favorite hobbies, yes. I advance suddenly, swinging my sword down hard against his and sending a jolt up my arm. See? Isn't this fun? Kit grits his teeth against my strike. Riveting. I fall into a familiar trance, letting my feet dance around the ring as we spar, getting lost in the rhythm. My mind clears. My body hums with energy. I've always felt most alive when I fight. It's what I was made to do, what has kept me sane over the years of training and tutoring. A dim-witted king is a dead king. Father's words ring through my mind, having been drilled through my skull after every complaint about my tedious lessons as a boy. Though, I won't have to worry about being a dead or dim-witted king, seeing that I won't be a king at all. And after arguing just that to Father, he kindly created a new saying for me to live by. A dim-witted enforcer is a defeated empire. Encouraging. A sharp pain sears at my forearm, dragging me from my thoughts with a jolt. Better get your head in the game, Kai, or I might actually beat you. Kit has a look of triumph on his face that I intend to wipe off. I wouldn't want my future enforcer slacking on the job. Before he can even finish his remark, I'm pushing his sword to the ground and pinning it under my own before swiveling behind him. In one swift motion, I kick my boot up, sliding a dagger from it to settle the sharp tip against his back. I'm sorry. What was that, Your Majesty? I release my hold on him, and he turns as I sweep into a mocking bow while tucking the dagger back into my boot. That earns me a solid shove that nearly has me staggering, one I return in kind while Kit chuckles. His dirty blonde hair is far more dirty than blonde at the moment, splattered with chunks of mud from rolling around in the ring. Our shirts have long been abandoned in the summer heat, and, like me, sweat slicks his tan chest. It's almost comical how obvious it is that we're only half-brothers. Other than our physical differences, I lack Kit's caring like he lacks my callousness. He's patient, personable, and fit for the throne like I'm fit for the battlefield. A king, where I am a killer. Kai, are you even listening to me? Kit looks equally concerned and amused as he snaps his fingers in front of my face. Plagues. How much blood did you lose? I follow his gaze to see rivulets of red trailing from the wound on my arm, blood weaving between my knuckles and dripping from my fingertips. Well, looks like Eli won't be getting the day off after all, thanks to you. I glance up at Kit, expecting a remark, only to find his gaze fixed on something across the grounds. Now look who's not paying attention. My eyes stray to the figure strutting towards us, training leathers clinging to her every curve and lilac hair whipping in the wind. Oh look, Bitchy Blair, I breathe under my breath before she reaches us, causing Kit to choke on a laugh. Hello, boys. Her voice is like ice, cold and smooth. How's the training coming? Her gaze sweeps lazily over the both of us before returning to our faces with a slight smirk twisting her lips. Getting ready for the trials, Kai? Not that I need to prepare. A slow smile creeps onto her face at that. I would think the future enforcer would want to make a good impression on the kingdom by winning. She's suddenly very interested in her nails, feigning nonchalance. I run a hand through my hair with a bored sigh. And I plan on doing just that. She gives me a smile that's anything but sweet. I would hope so, seeing that you're the best elite in decades. Or so they say. Plagues, here we go. Kit takes a step forward and puts a hand to his chest like he's been wounded. Ouch, Blair. I'll remember that comment when I'm king. Oh, did I wound your pride, Kit? She offers him a fake pout before turning her attention back on me. Besides, I personally think I'll be winning the trials. I huff out a humorless laugh before peering down at her small form. And what makes you so sure you'll even be competing? I say this knowing full well that she will, in fact, be in the trials. With a flick of her wrist, a dagger flies from the weapons rack in response to my comment. Before I can blink, it's suddenly suspended in the air and digging into my jugular. As the daughter of the general? She steps towards me until there are mere inches between us and whispers, I think I have a pretty good shot of getting into the games. Don't you? She giggles even while pressing the floating knife to my throat, further proving her point. The buzz of dozens of powers pounds through my blood, all belonging to the other individuals training in the courtyard. I force the other abilities to fall silent, focusing on Blair's power and the feel of it humming beneath my skin, urging me to grab hold of it. She's a powerful telly, and her demonstration with this dagger is the least of what she can do with her mind. I reach out to that tingling feeling that is her ability and let it wash over me, claw to the surface. And then I become it. Just as I did with Kit's jewel power of fire and water, and just as I can do with any one of the abilities surrounding me. My smile is cold as I flip the floating dagger in midair, pushing it against the tough leather covering her heart with nothing but my mind. Well, then you better get training, I say quietly before loosening my hold on her ability, letting the dagger fall to the ground with a thud. I don't bother saying anything more before I turn and stride towards the castle. Kit falls silently into step beside me, seemingly just as lost in thought as I am as we make our way back through the castle gates. With the trials only 2 weeks away, it seems I'm no longer able to blissfully ignore their existence and my role within them. The smell of roasting chicken and potatoes wafting from the kitchens is enough to steal my attention. I shoot a glance at the abnormally quiet Kit before turning to stride through the kitchen doors. Afternoon, ladies? I flash a quick smile at the cooks and servants milling around the kitchen as they prepare dinner. Miss me? I croon, lifting myself up onto a hard counter and leaning back on my palms. I catch the eyes of a few servant girls before they redden and turn back to their work, exchanging giggled whispers with one another. The heat of the kitchen hits me like a wave, washing over me and coating my already slick skin. My skin. I run a hand through my hair before running it down my face, unbothered by the realization that I've been walking around without a shirt after abandoning it in the filthy ring, a habit even Father hasn't been able to break. Kit's head pops around the corner, a grin splitting his face. I thought I smelled my favorite dish. You're such a sweetheart, Gail. He strides over to the cook stirring a pot full of creamy potatoes over the sweltering stove, her dark skin glistening with sweat. She can't help but smile at the look lighting Kit's face.
Oh, don't think I did this for you, Kitty. Mashed potatoes happen to be my favorite as well.
She smiles, patting him on the cheek before turning to continue her stirring. Her eyes meet mine from where I sit atop the counter before darting to my arm and the wound I'd forgotten was still bleeding there. With a shake of her head, she says sternly,
Well, you better not get blood on my counter, Kai.
I crack a smile at that. This wouldn't be the first time. She shakes her head at me again, fighting a smile all the while. Gail's been slipping us extra food and treats since we were boys, running around the castle with half our clothes on, which we clearly still do. She's witnessed far more than one fight unfold in this very kitchen over who gets the last of her sticky buns.
You two haven't visited me in a while,
She says, adding seasoning to her potatoes.
Getting sick of me? Hmm?
You, yes, but never your food. The words have barely left my mouth before a glob of potatoes comes flying at my face. I don't have the time or energy to duck before the mash joins the matted mud and dirt. Never a dull moment with us, is there? Kit muses from where he's leaning against a ledge, watching as I pull at the potatoes clinging to my hair. I hop off the counter and stride over to the cook, giving her a peck on the cheek. Always a pleasure, Gail. I reach around her to grab an apple from its basket as I say, I look forward to our next food fight. After tossing one to Kit, I rub my own apple on my pants before taking a bite.
Prince Kai?
I stiffen, sigh, and turn towards the voice behind me. A young boy looks up nervously, his hands fidgeting with the hem of his shirt. I raise my eyebrows, my impatience evident.
The king requests your presence in the throne room.
Chapter 3. Payden. The wheel of a merchant's cart rolls over my toes. I bite back a yelp, but don't bother biting back my rather rude retort directed at the oblivious man who's mindlessly crippling people with his cart. Well, today's off to a great start. I slept fitfully last night, tossing and turning as I faded in and out of my recurring nightmares. Flashes of my father dying, while I can do nothing but hold his hand. Climbing up a chimney only to find the top boarded up, and Adina, the only person I have left in this world, being dragged away from me screaming. Sometime between my numerous nightmares, Adina made a feeble attempt to shake me awake. I rolled over, groaning, trying to cling to the little bit of blissful sleep I managed to steal. I may be the thief, but I'm regularly robbed of rest. Persistent per usual, Adina then switched her strategy, deciding to pelt me with rough scraps of fabric until I finally raised a white cloth in surrender. The sun, lazy as ever, is slowly struggling to peek over the rundown buildings, casting Loot Alley in morning shadows while I make my way down the cobblestone path. As the street comes alive with the hustle and bustle of merchants haggling while beggars plead with anyone who spares them a glance, I easily blend into the chaos that surrounds the slums. My hands itch to snatch some food to quiet my grumbling stomach and to bring back for Adina. My eyes flick across the street in search of my next unfortunate victim to rob when... something's not right. 14. There are only 14 Imperials lining the street. But there should be at least 16 today. I would know, seeing that I've memorized their rotations. I spot Egghead and Hooknose in their usual spots outside of Maria's shop, along with several other Imperials with equally accurate names. With the white leather masks obscuring half their faces from view, it's rather difficult to come up with creative nicknames for the bastards, so I pride myself on the few I've invented. Normally, the prospect of fewer guards would be a relief, and perhaps it's my psychic abilities kicking in, but the sight worries me. My stomach growls angrily, impatient as ever. Food first, funny feeling second. I zigzag through the crowd with ease, swiping apples from the cart that ran over my toes, the revenge as sweet as the crisp fruit I bite into. Leaning against the crumbling wall of a shop, I spot what looks to be a young apprentice haggling with a tradesman. I watch as he fixes the merchant with a glare before throwing down several coins and snatching up a bundle of what can only be black leather. My eyes skim over the shillings as they roll on top of the cart, counting them quickly to find far too many coins there for leather. He's in a hurry. That's why he's willing to pay double what he should, rather than take the time to negotiate a cheaper price. And he has the money to spare. The perfect target. I step onto the street and head for the boy, now quickly shoving through the crowd, while I pull at the leather strap holding my hair out of my face and off my neck. It falls down my back in a cascade of messy silver waves, while I curse the sweltering heat that already has my neck sticky with sweat. Letting a curtain of hair fall over my shoulder and into my face, I morph myself into the perfect picture of innocence. Make them underestimate you. Make them overlook you until you want to be seen. It's been so long since I've heard my father's voice that the soft sound of it threatens to slip from my memory and drift into death with him. The thought shatters when we collide. I stumble, scrambling to grab hold of the unsuspecting apprentice as I let myself fall. Gathering a fistful of his shirt in one hand, I slip the other into his vest pocket where I saw him grab his coins. I can feel 6 shillings there and resist the urge to grab all of them before only palming 3. Greed is not an easily tamed emotion, but I force myself to leave the other coins, knowing that he's likely smart enough to feel the lack of weight in his pocket if I take them all. And I don't need to add any more scars to my back for getting caught. But right as I'm about to pull out my hand and ramble an apology for nearly running the boy over, my fingers catch on the inside lining of his vest. No, not just the lining. A secret pocket. I feel a folded piece of parchment within, and on an impulse I can't explain or justify, decide to palm that too, before sliding my hand out and shyly looking up into the apprentice's face. His brown eyes are wide as I stare up at him through the strands of hair blowing across my face. I arrange my expression into that of utter embarrassment and quickly uncurl my fist from his shirt. Blowing a strand of hair from my eyes, I take a step back to put some space between us. I am so sorry, sir. I force myself to sound breathless, embarrassed, harmless. I'm quite certain I am the only person in all of Ilia who is capable of tripping on air. Go on. Underestimate me. Overlook me. He runs a hand through his curly hair and chuckles. No worries. Guess you have quite the talent then. He wears a smile, but his gaze lingers a little too long for my liking. So I offer him a grin and a nod of my head before turning on my heel and vanishing into the crowded street. The sugary scent of sticky buns wafts down the busy alley as I stroll past Maria's shop and sidestep into one of the many small alleys branching off Loot. The note I nicked grows damp with sweat as I grip it in my palm. What could possibly be written on this little piece of paper that warrants it to be so hidden? I intend to find out. Flattening my back against the grimy brick wall, I unfold the edges of the paper to reveal a scribbled note. Meeting begins midnight. White House between Merchant and Elm. Bring the supplies. I stare at the note, blinking in confusion while my heart races in anticipation. That's my house. Well, that was my house. I can tell by the slant of the letters and the smudging of the ink that whoever wrote this was likely in a hurry to hide the note from prying eyes. Prying eyes like mine. Dozens of questions flood my mind, each one more confusing than the last. Why on this plague-forsaken earth are meetings being held at my house? Former house. You left it, remember? And to meet there in the middle of the night with supplies? The leather. I trip over the uneven cobblestone, ripping me back to reality and the realization that I've been pacing this whole time. I shove the crumpled note back into my vest, mind still reeling as I step out onto the busy street now bathed in sunlight. I shake my head, trying to clear it, as I push through the throng of people bartering, gossiping, and cursing. Beginning to wind through the merchant carts once again, I fall into the familiar rhythm that is my honest occupation. Thieving. My mind wanders as I work, leaving me to wonder whether Adina is having any luck selling her clothes on the other end of the long street. I steal, she sews. And that's been our lives for the past 5 years. I was barely 13 and utterly alone in the world when Adina quite literally ran into me. Well, she phased right through me. I'll never forget the look on the Imperial's face as he sprinted after her, screaming about stolen pastries. And without a second thought, I didn't hesitate before sticking my foot out into his path. As soon as I got a glimpse of the guard's face meeting the pavement, I was chasing after the gangly, curly-haired girl who ran right through me. An uneasy alliance was born that day. one that was supposed to stay that way. My hand freezes mid-air, hovering over a plump grapefruit, when a chilling scream cuts through the mayhem of loot. I twist around, fruit forgotten, searching through the throng of bodies to find the source of the noise. My eyes scan the crowd before snagging on a small, slumped figure crumpled against a wooden pole stained red at the center of the street. An Imperial hovers over the small boy, whip in hand, looking disgustingly pleased with himself as he stares down at the child. I know that look all too well. I've been that bleeding child far too many times. He got caught. I wonder what it was he stole, what it was that could possibly justify such a beating. Some fruit? Maybe a few shillings from a merchant? I remember slumping up against the wooden pole, shaking with the pain caused by each crack of the whip, while I bit my tongue to keep from crying out. The pain fades, but the scars remain as a reminder to do better. The young ones always get caught. They're needy. They haven't learned to control their greed or live with their hunger yet, making them easy targets for the Imperials to use as an example. There's nothing you can do for him. I have to beat those words into my head to ensure my feet don't find their way to the boy. Because I tried once. Tried to step in and help a little girl who reminded me of myself. So scared and yet so determined to never show it. When she looked up at me, the fire in her gaze reflected my own. In the end, my attempt to help only ended with extra lashings for the both of us. I grimace and quickly turn away from the gruesome scene, only to get a mouthful of starchy, crumpled uniform when I slam into the lowlife wearing it. The Imperial stares down at me, amusement flickering in his eyes surrounded by that white mask. Though he looks to be at least 10 years my senior, blonde hair sticking up at odd angles, he takes his time lazily trailing his gaze over my body. I bite my tongue before I can say something he'll likely make me regret. Imperials aren't known to be gentlemen when it comes to young girls, or to anyone for that matter, and I don't intend to find out if he is the exception. So sorry, sir. I seem to be madly clumsy today, I say, planning my escape into the crowd. A clammy hand wraps around my wrist and spins me back around. I summon every bit of strength I have to suppress the fighting instinct that screams at me to knee him in the groin and bash his head into the stones beneath our feet. Why in such a hurry? His toothy grin and black eyes send a shiver down my spine, and the foul stench of alcohol on his breath only adds to my unease. I smile and force myself to be polite as I shake out of his grasp. Just trying to run some errands before the market gets too crowded, that's all. He grunts, eyeing me skeptically. Say, what's your power, girl? I fight the urge to stiffen as he continues with a grin. By decree of the king, I'm to question anyone I feel should be questioned. He loves being in control, having power. I'm a mundane, I say simply, stating my tier on the elite's food chain to prove that I am of little threat and importance to him. A psychic. I look him right in his black eyes as I say it, willing his black heart to believe me. Is that right? I've never met a psychic before. He chuckles darkly and takes a step towards me, bending his head close to mine so I get another whiff of the alcohol clinging to him. Prove it, then. I'm growing quite tired of that demand. I meet the Imperial's eyes, refusing to give him the satisfaction of thinking I'm concerned, though my pounding pulse proves otherwise. I'm sensing anger and regret from you. You've just split up with your wife. Well, actually, she left you. The look of utter shock on his face brings a small smile to my lips. And if you really want me to be specific, because, well, you told me to prove it, it's because you... I stop mid-sentence, squeezing my eyes shut while pressing fingers to my temple, putting on a convincing show. You cheated on her? Wait, I'm getting something else. I peek up at his face, now red with rage, as I continue rubbing my temple. You want her back. But she doesn't want you. I'm prepared for the backhand before I feel the sting of it across my face. Blood flies from my mouth, and I keep my head turned away from him as he growls close to my face. Bloody witch is what you are. Get out of my sight, mundane. I spin on my heel and smile, blood pooling in my mouth and dribbling down my chin. I force myself to stumble back into a cart, snatching some fabric hanging off the edge from behind my back. I turn around quickly, clutching the bundle to my chest as I tear off a corner with my teeth to wipe up my bloody mouth and chin. I'll use part of the fabric as a napkin, and the rest can go to Adina. 2 birds with 1 stone. Shoving the remaining cloth in my pack, now stuffed full of food, coins, and other stolen goods, I head back towards the fort, all while replaying the last 5 minutes over in my head. It wasn't hard to get under the Imperial skin, and I knew once I had, he'd slap me silly and let me scurry away. This wouldn't have been the first time I've let that happen, and proving my psychic abilities was hardly difficult considering that the evidence was written all over him. The thin tan line on his now empty ring finger was my first clue that he was formerly married. Then, there's the fact that he moved his wedding band to his other hand, rather than pawning it off for money, telling me that he still cares for his ex-wife, and is probably still pining over her. The disheveled hair, crumpled uniform, and smell of whiskey on his breath further prove that he is obviously a single man who no longer has a wife to make him look presentable. Men would likely go extinct without women to coddle them. As for the part where he cheated on his wife, well, that was more so an educated guess, based on the way he looked at me along with the stellar reputation the Imperials have made for themselves. Clearly, the assumption hit a nerve before he hit me. The midday sun beats down on me as I make my way back to the fort to meet Adina for lunch, just like always. I take my time meandering down loot, gnawing on an apple while hunger gnaws at me. The salty smell of fish basking in the sun atop merchant carts hangs in the air. Children scuttle in front of my path, laughing as they chase each other down the street. The sound of voices haggling and cursing is like a chorus to me, a tune I'm all too familiar with. A large colored banner catches my eye as it begins to rise above the crowded alley, strung between 2 shops by a crawler. He scurries up the wall as though there's glue on his palms and feet, allowing him to climb up the smooth shop with ease. As he secures the rope connecting the banner to the wall, I turn my attention to the words scrawled on the green tapestry in large black lettering. The 6th Purging Trials is about to begin. Remember the purging. Thank the plague. Honor your kingdom, your family, and yourself. You could be the next victorious elite. I snort loudly, nearly choking on a chunk of my apple. Although the purging trials are nothing to laugh about, I can't help but find it comical that they are meant to be a celebration. In honor of the Great Purging over 3 decades ago, the trials were created to showcase the people's supernatural abilities and bring honor to the only elite kingdom. I wouldn't say murdering innocent people brings honor to me, my kingdom, or my family. Not that I have any left to bring honor to. And yet, every 5 years, young elites are chosen to compete in these games for both the glory and enough shillings to build your own comfy castle while you try to escape the trauma the trials caused you. But the part that has me shaking with both laughter and rage is that the lesser elites, those with defensive and mundane abilities, are made to believe that they have a chance of winning these twisted trials. I feel suddenly numb as I look at the excited faces surrounding me, all crowding under the sign, grinning and pointing. We are the first to die. The elites who compete aren't chosen, but rather born into their fate. It's always those of royal blood or of higher status on the elite's tier of power. I scan the crowd, eyes skipping over the smiling faces of mundanes who are only thrown into the trials for entertainment after the king allows us to pick who we wish to represent us. Despite the king insisting that the killing of fellow elites in the arena is frowned upon, it's no secret that death itself is a contestant in the trials. Dying teenagers apparently make things exceptionally more entertaining, and if the elites won't do the killing, the king will pull the strings in the arena. I pushed through the throng of people gathered under the sign, all talking over one another about who will represent loot and what they would do with the prize money. There have been very few times in my life when I haven't envied the elites, but at the thought of competing in the purging trials, I've never been more thankful to be nothing and no one of importance. Completely ordinary. Chapter 4. Payton. Are you gonna eat that? Adina is eyeing the half-eaten orange on my lap, while I sit leaning against the alley wall behind the fort. Have at it. The words have barely slipped past my lips before she leans over, her curly hair blowing in the soft breeze, as she snatches the fruit and pops a slice into her mouth. The Imperial with the impressive backhand left me the lovely gift of a split-bottom lip, making it difficult to choke down food. How'd you do today? I ask while mindlessly spinning the thick silver wedding band on my thumb. The cold steel of my father's ring bites into my skin, comforting me like it always has. I suppose I'd have my mother's too if it weren't buried with her when I was a baby. Illness, Father had said. She wasn't ordinary, after all, and the lot of us are apparently weaker, diseased humans. But he married her anyway. Loved her despite it, protected her, kept her secret just as he did mine. Adina sighs, and I'm brought back to the present when she says, between bites of orange, Can't complain. Oh, I sold that top I had been working on for ages, for 3 whole shillings, too. You know, the green one with the deep neckline and scalloped hem? I give her the same confused look I always do when she starts speaking in her sewing language. Ugh, you're hopeless when it comes to clothes pay. I glance down at my battered tank beneath the olive green vest atop it. Everything changed the day Adina made me the pocketed vest, knowing that it would serve me well as a thief. That was the day an uneasy alliance began to blossom into an easy friendship. Adina taps a finger against her lips, considering something. I bet if you had on the right outfit, everyone would be too busy staring at you to even notice you're robbing them. I snort. I'd rather not have people staring while I'm committing crimes. That seems a bit counterproductive. I snatch up my dagger and tuck it into my boot, brushing my fingers along the swirling silver handle. It's the only other keepsake I have from Father besides his ring, both of which I never go without. I'm admiring the intricate handle for the 100th time before jolting when I suddenly remember something. Be careful today, A. There are fewer guards out than usual for some reason, and I don't like it. I struggle to find the right words. Just keep an eye out for anything that looks out of the ordinary, okay? She looks slightly unsettled by this news, but the narrowing of her hazel eyes is playful. Is this your psychic juju warning you of potential danger? Yeah, we definitely need to work on your subtlety. I sigh, shaking my head at her with a smile. I stand to leave, groaning as I stretch out my sore body. Adina gathers her clothes, all varying in different sizes and colors, and reluctantly waves goodbye before heading back out onto loot in the hopes of selling more items before sundown. I step out into the crowded street now bathed in late afternoon sunlight and head towards the buzz of the marketplace. I start off easy. First, nicking some fruit and fabric before growing bored and moving on to bigger and better items. Wallets, watches, and shillings are what I'm really after this evening. I spy a man with dark blue hair and a glittering watch adorning his thick wrist before quickly deciding to make him my next target. Peering down the packed street, I spot a few others with abnormally colored hair dotting the crowd, evidence that a genetic-altering plague comes with more perks than just supernatural abilities. Though, even with the mop of silver hair atop my head, I still wasn't gifted a power to accompany it. It takes me far too long to escape the blue-haired man after stealing his watch. Not because he caught me, no, but because he wouldn't stop talking to me. After stumbling into him and slyly slipping the accessory from his wrist, it was clear the poor man was dying to spew gossip with anyone willing to smile and nod at him. I'm about ready to head in early and call it a decently successful night when a tall figure, completely clad in black, strolls onto Loot. He walks with an air of confidence, so at odds with the hunch that the homeless have adapted in the hopes of drawing as little attention to themselves as possible. But this man is making it difficult to look away. He wears a loose black button-down, tucked into slim black pants and separated by a simple belt. His collared shirt is halfway unbuttoned, billowing open in the breeze to expose part of his tanned chest. His facial features are fuzzy from a distance, but his tar-black hair falls over the top of his forehead in messy waves. With his hand buried in his pockets, his long strides carry him deeper into the market, looking cool and collected. He's not from here. I can see it in the way he looks around as if he's taking it all in. It's likely he is an offensive, an elite of higher status or noble blood who rarely sets foot into the slums. I can see in the way he walks, in the shine of his shoes, that this man will be carrying far more than a few measly shillings. I squint, trying to get an idea of where he might have slipped his silvers. There. Swinging against his leg, attached from his belt with a strap, hangs a pouch that many aliens use to carry change. Specifically, the confident ones, seeing that their unguarded pouch is easy pickings for a thief. Easy pickings for me. My last unlucky target for the night. It's a good thing he's so bleeding tall, or I would have lost him in the swarm of people. I watch women of all ages crane their necks as he passes, trying to get a better view of the handsome stranger before he melts into the mass of people. I shove through the crowd and tail him until he steps out of the main path, between merchant carts, and onto a less crowded street. I shake out my hair, letting the long waves fall limply over my shoulders as I cut down a street, heading to cut him off. The back alley I zigzag through spits me out onto the same one the stranger strolled down, and now I am heading straight for him. I keep my eyes glued to the ground when we collide. Following my usual routine, I let myself stumble backward from the impact, fighting against every instinct screaming at me to plant my feet and stand my ground. Strong arms wrap around my waist to keep me from falling, leaving his money pouch open and exposed to lowlifes like me. I grab hold of the front of his shirt, acting as if I did so as a reflex to keep my balance. Really, I just needed a reason to have my hands so close to his body without looking suspicious. The starving boys from Loot don't feel like this. The thought dissolves when I reach my hand into the pouch at his hip, my fingers deducing that there are at least 20 shillings casually hanging from this man's belt. He must be very confident in his abilities to walk around Loot with so much, well, loot. I'm tempted to rip off the pouch and run, knowing full well he'd catch me in about 3 long strides. But, not knowing when I'll quite literally run into an opportunity like this again, I refuse to leave without at least half of what's in his bag. But he'll feel the weight difference if I take half. My mind is reeling. Then distract him. With all this plotting happening within a matter of moments, I quickly and quietly clutch half the coins in my fist before carefully pulling my hand out of the pouch as I steady myself against him. Then, I slowly tear my gaze from his partially exposed chest, where the edge of a dark tattoo peeks out behind the folds of his shirt. My eyes finally meet his. It's like looking into a storm. His eyes are the color of thunderclouds settling over Ilya, of smoke puffing from the chimneys overhead, of the stolen silver coins clenched in my fist. His black, long lashes are in total contrast with his steely gray eyes, now sweeping across my face. Shock raises his dark eyebrows, tightens his sharp jaw, emphasizes his strong cheekbones. We stand there, staring at each other. I'm suddenly acutely aware of every place he's touching me. His strong arms are still wrapped around my waist and half holding me up, though his gaze feels like a caress in and of itself. I clear my throat as I remove my fisted hand from his shirt, revealing crumpled, fine fabric beneath, before moving to step out of his hold. His lips twitch, allowing me to glimpse a dimple on his right cheek. He slowly slides his arms from my waist, releasing me as his hands catch on the rough bottom of my vest. Calluses. He's a fighter. Not that I need to be a psychic to figure that out, seeing as his physique makes that fact obvious. With the thought of him being a trained fighter and double my size in mind, I nonchalantly pull my hands behind me to hide the evidence of my crime. The coins slide silently into my back pocket as I take a deep breath, trying to pull myself together. Do you always fall into the arms of handsome strangers, or is this a new thing for you? His question displays that dimple again when a grin settles on his face, revealing white, straight teeth. No, only the cocky ones. I smile coolly while he looks at me like I'm a puzzle he's trying to decipher, amusement playing all over his face. Distract him. He chuckles and raises a hand through his ebony hair, only managing to make the waves messier. Gray eyes search mine as he says, Well, looks like I've made quite the first impression then. Yes, I say slowly, though I still haven't decided if it was a good or bad one yet. Keep his mind off the money and his focus on you. He shrugs, shoving his hands into his pockets, the perfect picture of cool indifference. I caught you, didn't I? Now it's my turn to laugh. He cocks his head slightly to the side as he peers down at me, the corner of his mouth tilted up. Leaning in, he adds, Maybe you should consider that detail before you decide, darling. Plagues. A pretty boy with pretty words. Dangerous. His smoky eyes sweep across my face, once again looking at me as though I'm an intriguing riddle. I refuse to fidget under his gaze as I take a step backwards towards the busy street. I'll keep it under consideration, darling. I draw out the last word, mimicking him with a grin. His smile widens, displaying dimples on both of his cheeks. I force myself to ignore them as I add, And thank you for saving me from eating cobblestone. I seem to be cursed with clumsiness. Well, your clumsiness found me, so I'd hardly call it a curse, he says simply, now leaning against the wall, hands in pockets. I smile, unable to suppress the eye roll that accompanies it. I glimpse his grin one last time, before spinning on my heel and walking back onto Loot Alley, disappearing into the crowd. My mind is reeling, replaying the observations I made of him as I make my way down Loot. The scars splattering his arms and the raw knuckles from a recent fight intrigued me the most, and it's almost a shame I won't discover the story that accompanies them. The thought of an offensive elite wearing scars almost brings a smile to my lips. Proof of weakness. I grab the coins in my back pocket, letting them clink in my palm with a triumphant smile. I doubt he'll be missing these.
Chapter 5. Kai. The collared shirt I throw on is scratchy and uncomfortable, making me suddenly miss the days when I was young and it was socially acceptable to run around half naked, though that's never stopped me from doing it now. After slipping on one of my only pairs of shoes not currently caked in mud, I stride over to the door. I pass messy shelves that threaten to tip from the weight of far too many books, my desk that is currently covered in documents I'm avoiding, and the four-poster bed jutting out from the wall, the cause of several stubbed toes and incessant swearing. Sighing, I close the door on the comfort of my room, wishing desperately that I could dive onto my bed and sleep through dawn. Alas, duty calls, and it's best to not keep him waiting. I shove my hands into my pockets as I stroll down the white halls leading to the throne room. Late afternoon sunlight streams through the windows lining the corridor, causing the ornate paintings on the walls to glitter in the golden light. Far too soon for my liking, I round the corner and nod to the guards standing outside the throne room before pushing open the heavy doors. "Ah, Kai, it's about time." Father's deep voice echoes down the vast length of the throne room. Its walls are decorated with large, wide windows draped in dark green silk, Ilya's kingdom color, accompanied by the sculptured molding crawling up the walls and onto the ceiling. Currently, a long wooden table resides in the middle of the polished marble floor, where the king occupies the chair at the head. "Good, you put on a shirt." He sighs, but I see a slight smile in his eyes. "I considered telling the servant to add that detail to the message he gave you." "Oh, don't worry, Father. I won't make the mistake of showing up to the throne room without a shirt. Again." I memorize the hint of a smile on his face, not knowing the next time I'll see it, the next time I'll earn it. He's a brutal man, a brawny who is strong physically as well as mentally. He's stern, stubborn, and set in his ways, so seeing him offer even the faintest of smiles has me involuntarily returning a faint one of my own. Our dynamic together has always been difficult, to say the least, but in moments like these, it's easier to ignore our unpleasant past. He clears his throat, along with any emotion on his face. And there's the father I'm so used to. "I have a mission for you as the future enforcer." "I live to serve," I answer flatly. "I live to kill." My life means the end of someone else's. The types of missions enforcers get sent on are anything but heroic. I've had dozens over the years, all part of my training to become the future executioner, commander of armies, and right-hand man to the king. Everything from battle strategies and executions to interrogations and torture fall into my line of work as the expected enforcer. All glimpses into my bright future. "My informants know of a family harboring an ordinary near Loot Alley," Father continues, sounding slightly bored. "I need you to investigate and eradicate the problem." Eradicate equals execute. After the purging, when the ordinaries were banished to the scorches to protect Ilya from their disease, the king decreed that any remaining ordinaries found in the kingdom would be executed. 3 decades ago, he offered them a chance to survive if they could cross the scorches and reach the cities of Dor and Tando on the other side, where there would be no harm. But the king's mercy only lasted that day of the purging, and I now deliver death on his behalf. "Of course," I say, running a hand through my hair and over my set jaw. The action doesn't go unnoticed. "Kai?" He looks at me, almost gently. I haven't seen that look since I was a boy, and even then, it was a rarity reserved for the few times I pleased him during my training. "No one envies the job of the enforcer. It's brutal. It's bloody. But the plague has given you a rare gift. Your ability as a wielder is very powerful, and you'll serve this kingdom well one day." He pauses before adding, "I've made sure of that." He has indeed. Training has been my whole life, my whole purpose. Rather than having a single ability to manifest and master, I've spent years learning how to control dozens. But I honed my body as much as my abilities, becoming a weapon myself. How to use and kill with every weapon at my disposal has been ingrained into my brain, a reflex I have refined. But I can't take all the credit. No, it's the king who made me what I am today. The king who took it upon himself to aid in both my physical and mental training. After learning my weaknesses, he ensured they were eradicated. And while I've learned to block out most memories of the training I endured as a boy, I can do nothing to ignore the image of my father's cool face paired with the same chilling words I've heard all my life. If you cannot endure suffering, you are unfit to dole it out. enforcer. I fought in battles, initiated interrogations, and conducted torture, all while Kit sat in on countless meetings, devised treaties, and spent his days beside a kinder king than the one I know. His days consisted of education, tutoring, and far more pleasant times spent with the father he loved so much. As the heir, Kit's always been guarded, protected, and even getting him out in the training yard with me when we were boys was no small feat. When I look back at the king, his green eyes are already pinned on me. Kit's eyes. After father's first wife died while giving birth to his son, he married the daughter of a trusted advisor. Unsurprisingly, he quickly fell in love with my mother's caring and kindness, her bravery and beauty. I look like her, with my dark hair and light eyes, just as Kit takes after father, both green-eyed and blonde. I clear my head, tucking my thoughts of the past away until the next time I'll allow myself to dwell on them again. My voice is dull when I finally ask, "When do I leave?" Those exact words poke at a memory, reminding me how naive I was when I asked them before my first mission. Not knowing that I would become a murderer that day, not knowing I would watch a man crumple to the floor in a pool of his own blood. At dawn. Dawn comes far too early for my liking, and before I know it, I'm making my way to the stables. The large, white barn casts an even larger shadow in the early morning sunlight. Each wall is lined with stalls where the horses nibble on hay, looking up at me curiously. My gaze slides over the two Imperials standing to my left, accompanied by 3 horses saddled for the journey ahead of us. I grit my teeth. The king pulled 2 guards from the rotation on Loot Alley as a safety precaution, though I'm more than capable of handling this on my own. But it seems that in a single night, father has suddenly grown to care for my well-being. It's only taken 19 years and the fact that I am now valuable to him. I shake my head and mount the horse closest to me, swallowing my pride enough to admit that it's wise for Imperials to be with me in the case of banishing. The trip to Loot is a long one, and we pass the time in utter silence. Streets slowly turn to slums as we head farther into the city, and I could smell the large market alley before reaching it. The familiar scent of fish, smoke, and other mysteries welcome me as we head onto Loot. The echo of our horses' hooves clopping down the uneven cobblestones bounces off the walls of run-down shops lining the street. A few early risers dart out of the way, making room for us as they point and whisper. We turn left down a smaller street jutting off the main alley and head for a small wooden shack. I hop off my horse without hesitation and stuff the reins into the gloved hand of an Imperial, letting him deal with securing the animal. If they must be here, they might as well be useful to me. I stride to the door, slipping a hand out of my pocket to knock. I hear a thud from inside, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps before the door swings open, creaking on its rusty hinges. A huge, burly man with a thick beard and even thicker hair stares at the scene before him. I'm surprised he can fit the door frame. His blue eyes widen under his bushy brows as he looks between myself and the 2 Imperials now flanking me. Prince Kai? The man looks astonished and flustered all at once. Hi, what an honor. His falsely cheery voice carries down the street, likely waking his neighbors as he reaches out to offer a handshake. His grasp is firm and calloused, much like my own. Nathan, correct? He nods and I continue. I had a few questions to ask you about an ordinary found here in Loot. I'm sure that's not a problem. I watch him closely, searching for any indication that he knows what I'm talking about. Nothing. His face remains utterly expressionless. Mind if we come in? It's not a question, and he knows it. I already have my foot over the threshold before he steps away from the door. The house is no bigger than my bedroom back at the palace. On one side of the room, small beds are pushed together and lined crookedly against the wall. The kitchen resides in the other half of the room, equipped with a rundown sink, a chipped wooden counter, and a large table surrounded by two wide-eyed boys and a woman. A large faded rug joins the two sides of the room, the only decoration and splotch of color in the house. Nathan clears his throat. "This is my wife, Layla." She smiles warmly, her white teeth contrasting against her dark skin as she eyes the Imperials shifting on their feet behind me. "And these are our boys, Marcus and Cal." Nathan points at each of his children, naming them off. Marcus keeps his eyes pinned to the table, not daring to look at me, while his younger brother Cal is far too curious to keep his eyes from darting to mine. I reach out with my power, making sure none of them are the ordinary hiding in plain sight. My wielder ability is especially helpful as the enforcer, making my job far easier and far more efficient. Nathan is a brawny, and I'm not the least bit surprised, seeing he's a mountain of a man. I can feel Layla's power as a healer bubbling in my blood like champagne, while Marcus and Cal both possess mundane powers. Marcus with the lie-detecting ability of a bluff, and Cal as an enhancer with his heightened senses. "You know why I'm here," I say coolly. "Have you seen or heard anything about an ordinary hiding around here?"
"No, sir, we haven't."
It's Layla who says this, her soft voice steady. My eyes sweep over the house again, stopping on the sink. Bowls still sticky with porridge are piled within it, waiting to be cleaned. 5 bowls where there are only 4 mouths to feed. Interesting. Well, then you won't mind if I take a look around. Once again, not a question. I casually stroll through the small house, stopping every once in a while to examine something more closely. I feel the eyes of both my Imperials and the family burning into my back as I take my time perusing the home, hands casually in my pockets. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. I'm about ready to call this a dead end and waste of my time when I step in the middle of the patterned rug, now faded from years of trampling feet. A creak beneath my shoes. I stop and shift my weight, listening for the sound again. Sure enough, wood groans once again beneath the rug. Interesting. Though Nathan's face remains expressionless, the blood has drained from it, leaving him ghostly pale. "Lift the rug," I say dryly to the guards, never taking my eyes off the family. And that's when I spot an emotion I'm all too familiar with, the one that tends to accompany my presence. Fear. As the rug rolls back, I spot the outline of a trapdoor, blending in almost seamlessly with the rest of the dirty wooden floorboards. The thud. This is what I heard closing when I was outside. A sob escapes Layla when I kneel and swing the trapdoor open, revealing a cramped, dark space beneath. There, tucked in the corner and hugging her knees, sits a little girl. When she looks up at me, the fire in her eyes matches the bright red of her long hair. Plagues. She's so young. She can't be more than 8 years old. But the girl doesn't fight me as I reach down and lift her out of the damp box. I set her onto the floor where she stares defiantly up at me. Not a trace of fear on her small face, splattered with freckles. I feel for any sort of power coming from her, just to be sure. Nothing. There is nothing extraordinary about this girl, because she's ordinary. Strangled sobs begin filling the room. "No, no, no!" Layla's shaky screams echo off the walls. "You can't take her. You can't. She's my daughter, please." The Imperials stepped between me and the raging family, but I pushed past them, annoyed. The boys are both sobbing now, hugging their mother's legs, while Nathan looks stunned, silent tears slipping down his cheeks and into his matted beard. Calm down and tell me where the hell she came from and how long you've been harboring her. My voice is low and stern, cutting through the chaos. The little girl standing before me looks nothing like this family with her freckles and flaming red hair. Not to mention that both Nathan and Layla are elites, meaning the two of them could never produce an ordinary. She's been here for 3 years. Layla's voice trembles, sobs racking her small frame. We found her in the streets, so we took her in. We wanted a daughter. I couldn't have more kids. She trails off, wiping at her face. I'm one of the few healers in the slums, and she seemed healthy, strong, so we found Abigail. We finally got to have a little girl. Abigail. I wish I didn't know. Wish I didn't have to add another name to the endless list of those unfortunate enough to cross my path. Unfortunate enough to cross the king. I heave a sigh. Here it comes. You know the law. More choking sobs fill the room, forcing me to raise my voice. By decree of the king, all ordinaries are to be executed. As for anyone harboring said ordinaries, they are to be banished to the scorches. I'm in the middle of reciting the same rehearsed lines I've said dozens of times when a large, solid body charges at me. The blank stare he wore just moments ago is long gone, replaced by a hatred that contorts his face in fury. Nathan hits me around the middle and runs me into the wall, knocking the air from my lungs while bashing the back of my head against the hard wood. That's gonna kill like the plague tomorrow. I distantly hear a scream tear from Layla's throat, along with the Imperials' heavy footsteps as they run over to intervene. No! I shout at them, ducking under a punch aimed at my nose, while the guards halt, confused. I'll handle him myself. He throws another punch, this one intended to break my jaw. I dodge just in time to see his fist connect with the wooden wall where my face was, sending splinters flying when his hand breaks straight through. My fighting instincts take over, and I don't even bother reaching out to use Nathan's power. With his fist still buried in the wall, I duck under his outstretched arm and pull out his wrist, twisting his arm behind his back to press it beneath his left shoulder blade. He grunts in pain before kicking back at my kneecap, hard. Pain sears at my leg as he spins out of my hold, raising his supernaturally strong fist. Ignoring the pain in my knee, I drop and sweep my leg in a wide arc, connecting with his ankles and sending him sprawling onto his back. Then I'm on top of him, pinning his arms down with my knees as I finally let his brawny strength claw to the surface, knowing I won't be able to keep him down without using his own power against him. Shut up and listen to me, I pant. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. And personally, I'd prefer the easy way. She's my daughter, he bellows, a look of anguish in his eyes as he tries to tear me off him. Well, clearly you have no regards for my feelings because you want to do this the hard way. I sigh, cock my fist back, and connect it with his jaw. His head snaps to the side, stunning him long enough to let me speak. If you don't cooperate, even your wife won't have the ability to heal your broken body once I'm finished with you. So, I suggest you thank me for not killing you right here in front of your family and do exactly as I say. Nathan stills beneath me, the fight seeming to drain from his eyes. I shift, crouching beside him to stare down at his defeated form. Now, get the hell up before I change my mind, I murmur before standing to my feet. When he doesn't budge, I add, patience is about as foreign to me as mercy, so I wouldn't press your luck. At that, he scrambles to his feet and steps in front of his huddled family, blocking them from me, shielding them from a monster. I keep my eyes locked on the sight of them, taking in the tears spilling down their cheeks and sobs slipping past their lips as I bark orders to the Imperials. They hurry to heed my commands, tying up the prisoners as I casually add, "Keep to the side streets. Clearly, I'm in a good mood today, feeling merciful, if you will." I huff out the words. "So I'd rather not have an audience." The Imperials grunt their agreement, smiling slightly at my idea of mercy. Within a matter of minutes, Nathan, Layla, and their 2 boys are tied and shuffling behind the horses. They twist their heads around, hatred burning in their gazes as they eye Abigail tied and firmly held in my grasp. They know what happens now. My reputation is rather renowned. Stories of the murderous monster murmured throughout the streets. This is the part where I kill the ordinary, while the Imperials escort the criminals to the Scorches, where they will likely follow her into death. With its blistering heat by day and freezing temperatures by night, it's no simple feat to make it to the other side of the desert, where the cities of Dor and Tando lie. Not to mention that I've just sentenced this family to try and do just that with no supplies, no food, no water, and no hope. It's a far more painful death than their ordinary daughter will suffer.
Please, I'm begging you, please spare her.
Layla is shouting at me between sobs as she shuffles over the cobblestones behind the horses.
She's just a child.
An Imperial reaches behind from where he sits atop his horse and strikes her across the face, cutting off her plea. "Shut up, slummer!" I rip my eyes from the scene, pulling the girl away and down the street. Her feeble attempts to wiggle out of my grasp would be comical if it weren't for the humorless situation we find ourselves in. She's eerily quiet for a child being dragged to her death. Most ordinaries are screaming by now, pleading and bargaining for their lives. But her struggle is silent, her stare piercing. I keep my eyes locked in the empty alleys we head through, wondering how familiar one must be with hiding everything they are in order to hide their emotions even while facing death. I steer us down a shadowed alley, not yet touched by the faint sunlight beginning to paint the kingdom golden. The ordinary, Abigail, squirms, attempting to twist out of my grip for the dozenth time. I look down at her, amusement coating my voice as I say, "You are a persistent little thing, aren't you?" She huffs, causing her flaming hair to flick around her face before she sends a solid kick to my shin. I would have been impressed with her form if it weren't for my growing frustration. I drop to a crouch in front of her so her angry green eyes can meet mine. Only when she lifts her leg to swing at me once more do I say softly, "I wouldn't do that if I were you." She blinks, and right when I think she's heeded my warning, she stomps on my foot before trying to pull her arm out of my grip with no luck. And she's squealing, flailing in an attempt to get away from me. "All right, well, we can't have that." I slip a knife from my boot as I murmur, "You are not going to make this easy for me." At the sight of the dagger, she swallows, suddenly still.
"Just put it in my heart,"
she blurts with her eyes pinned on the knife, voice delicate in the way that only a child's can be.
"I heard Mama say it's quicker that way."
"Did she know?" I ask quietly. "There are other quick ways as well, you know. And I know every single one of them." I watch her flinch as I bring the blade closer to her. Watch her eyes widen as she finally allows herself to feel the terror she's been desperately trying to hide. Then she takes a deep breath that sounds like something akin to acceptance before squeezing her eyes shut against the face of a monster in front of her. The dagger slices, cutting easily. The girl, Abigail, sucks in a shaky breath. After a long moment, a teary green eye peeks open. She blinks as the bindings slip from her raw wrists and land at her feet. Her gaze skips from her unharmed heart to my face before landing on the dagger in my hand.
Aren't you going to put that in my heart?
My lips twitch. Listen closely, Abigail. I cut your bindings, so now you have to do me a favor in return. I need you to stay quiet and stop struggling. I search her face before adding, Understood? I don't wait for an answer before I once again begin leading us down streets and alleys. She must have understood me well enough because she now walks stiffly in silence, making no move to break out of my hold. When the scorches come into view, so do the two Imperials standing at the edge of it. They pay no attention to the family they are supposed to be watching head into the desert, now blurry figures dotting the sand. I peek my head out behind an alley wall, watching as the Imperials talk idly. Before long, they're shrugging and spinning on their heels to head back down the street. Typical. I was counting on the guards' predictable laziness and failure to finish tasks, and I hadn't wanted the banished family paraded through the streets like they typically are, because then I would have a crowd to witness my treason. Once they've passed us, we slip onto the street and head for the sand. The family is far ahead, and since I'm feeling rather lazy myself, I reach out to grab hold of one of the Imperial's flash ability. He'll be out of my range soon, so I hurry to pick up the girl and dash into the desert. We've nearly made it to the family when distance has the flash's ability slipping away from me. Nathan startles at the sound of us behind him and spins, eyes wide when they land on Abigail in my arms. Layla is running towards us and has the girl wrapped in her arms in a matter of moments, with the whole family encircling the two of them. They sob as I step aside, feet shifting in the scalding sand that has begun spilling into my shoes. And then they turn towards me, eyes burning hotter than the sun beating down on us. Nathan only offers me one word, low and laced with hatred. Why? I slip out my dagger and cut the bindings around his wrists in one swift moment, meeting his gaze as I say, I don't kill children. Hypocrite. As if that is not exactly what I'm doing. In fact, I'm only prolonging the inevitable. But at least they will all get to be together in the end. A mockery of mercy that I only bestow upon children. I move down the line of stunned prisoners, cutting their bound hands free. I look them each in the eyes, most still glossy with tears, before turning to the little girl. The ordinary. Abigail. I walk towards her slowly and lower myself to one knee, sinking deep into the hot sand so we're eye to eye. Though she doesn't say a thing, her eyes speak volumes. She's only a child, and yet I see a devastating amount of determination behind her gaze. Perhaps you may not need powers to be powerful. I reach into my pocket, pulling out a small pocket knife from within. Its white handle is engraved with golden swirls, but its small blade is sharp. I hold it out to her. Every girl deserves something equally as pretty and deadly as they are, I say, urging her to take the knife. She eyes me warily before stretching out a small hand to pluck it from my palm. Use it wisely. I run a hand through my hair as I stand to my feet with a sigh. In accordance with our laws and by decree of King Edric, I hereby banish you from the kingdom of Ilia for your acts of treason. With that, I watch as Nathan puts an arm around his wife, who in turn reaches out an arm for her children to huddle into. They turn as one, and I watch as they walk to their doom. Chapter 6. Kai. Despite my swollen knee screaming in protest, I force myself to walk evenly. By the time I make it back onto Loot Alley, late afternoon has cast the street in a warm glow. I always enjoyed it down here. There's nothing regal about the slums Villa, and yet it's refreshing in a way the stuffy palace never could be. My eyes sweep back and forth as I weave through the throng of people bartering, cursing, and shopping. I allow myself a moment to take in the sights and smells of Loot, neither of which are very pleasant. Everything down here is dull, leached of color. The banners, the food, the people. By midday, the street always smells of sweaty bodies and questionable food. But despite it all, Loot is buzzing with life. The crowd pushes and pulls me in different directions like a human current, and I fight to escape the wave of people. I finally break free to head down a smaller, less crowded alley where homeless crouch against walls, some begging for money, while others use their powers to entertain themselves. Though the slums are mostly home to the mundanes, I spot the occasional defensive elite sprinkled among them. The purple glow of force fields engulfing a few catch my eye, as well as a shimmer, manipulating the light around him into a darting beam, occupying both himself and a stray cat. I keep walking as I look around, paying no attention to the path before me. And apparently, neither was the person who slams into my chest with a grunt. Instinctively, I reach out to steady the individual before they fall over from the impact, my arms wrapping around their waist. Her waist. The body I'm holding undoubtedly belongs to a female, though the mass of long silver hair brushing against my arms is proof enough. She's small, but strong, leaner than most of the scrawny girls from the slums. I can feel it in the curve of her waist where my hands fit comfortably, though it's evident that malnourishment stripped her of most of the muscle she evidently once had. Her palm is pressed to my chest where a thick ring hugs her thumb, and after a few seconds of my studying her while she attempts to steady herself, she heaves a shaky breath before meeting my gaze. It's like drowning in the ocean. Her eyes are the color of the shallow sea's deepest corner, a clear sky as it begins to drift into night, the subtle shade of a forget-me-not. And like the hottest flame, her eyes are blue and full of fire. Her high cheekbones lead up to equally strong, dark eyebrows, now slightly raised as she takes me in. Her ocean eyes widen, and I watch a faint flush rise to her cheeks when she realizes how closely I'm still holding her against me. She drops her hand from my chest, and, like the gentleman I am, I slide my hands from her waist with a smile tugging at my lips. Do you always fall into the arms of handsome strangers? Or is this a new thing for you? I say, watching as a smirk that could rival my own lifts her lips despite the bottom one being split open. Interesting. No, she answers, sarcasm dripping from her every word. Only the cocky ones. She holds herself with a certain confidence that tells me there was once a time when she did not. And just like that, I'm suddenly, annoyingly, intrigued. She clearly has no idea who I am. Perfect. I laugh at her remark and run a hand through my hair, doing little to tame it. She watches me closely, intensely, seeming to be just as interested with me as I am with her. I drown in her blue eyes. Every time our gazes meet, it's like ice meeting the hottest fire, like gray mist rising on the deep blue ocean. I look away briefly before saying, "Well, looks like I've made quite the first impression then." Yes, though I still haven't decided if it was a good one or a bad one yet. Her lips switch into a slight smile, the type that makes a man's head turn just to get another glimpse of it in the hopes it was meant for him. And that small, precise gesture alone tells me I'm not the first she's practiced it on. My hands stray to my pockets, and I shrug indifferently as I lean against the grimy alley wall. I caught you, didn't I? She laughs, the sound warm yet sharp, playful yet pained, as though happiness isn't habitual for her. Her head tips back slightly, silver waves falling nearly to her waist as she looks up at me, eyes crinkled with laughter. I lean in slightly, daring to close some of the distance between us. Maybe you should consider that detail before you decide, darling. And with that, I'm suddenly curious, suddenly wondering what power she possesses. So I reach out to her ability with my own. Nothing. I feel nothing. I study her face as I try again and again to sense her power. Normally, this would be the part where I either throw the girl over my shoulder and carry her to the dungeons to be further examined, or I simply kill her on the spot due to the mere suspicion of her being unordinary. And yet, I don't move. You're tired, injured. It could be a mistake. Before I have time to decide her fate, she takes a step back towards the crowded alley. I'll keep it under consideration, darling. She gives me a small smile, holding my gaze while continuing to back away. And thank you for saving me from eating cobblestone. I seem to be cursed with clumsiness. Well, your clumsiness found me, so I'd hardly call it a curse. My grin only grows when she rolls her eyes at me before spinning on her heel and heading back towards loot. I finally allow myself to skim my eyes over her, taking in the fitted black pants and olive vest currently covered by silver hair. Nothing about the way she walks gives me the impression that she sleeps in the streets, though her ragged clothes and busted bottom lip tell me otherwise. I run a hand over my face, realizing I've been staring after her for far too long. So I turn and begin heading down another small alley, now quiet in the setting sunlight. My thoughts occupied with the fact that I may have just let an ordinary walk free. But I'm not distracted enough to miss the 4 large shadows rising up on the alley wall beside me.
Listen,
says a gravelly voice belonging to one of the men behind me.
All we want is that pretty pouch of coins on your belt. Hand it over, and no one gets hurt.
I huff out a sigh, pressing the heels of my palms into my eyes. This day just keeps getting better and better. And that's when I feel it. With my attention finally on the coin pouch at my side, I suddenly notice how much lighter it feels than before. Before her. Why that little? A shadow shifts on the wall, lurching towards me. I spin around, ducking under the man's punch before landing one of my own to his stomach. With a grunt, he doubles over coughing while I take in the others. 2 brawnies, a blazer, and a crawler. Only the most desperate defensive and offensive elites find their way to the slums to beat down beggars for the few coins they have. With that in mind, I let the blazer's power seep into me. Let the flames flick over my fists. Another brawny comes charging at me with a smile. They're always so cocky, and that's coming from me. I crouch low right before he collides with me, his momentum sending him rolling over my back to land hard on the cobblestone. My flaming fist connects with his jaw, and the sickening stench of burned flesh stings my nose. I look up to see the crawler scaling the wall, intending to drop on top of me and pin my body to the ground. As he leaps from where he clings to bricks, I drop the blazer's power and take on the brawnies. My now supernaturally strong fist meets the crawler's stomach in midair, and he's thrown backward against the wall before falling to the ground with a thud. The blazer stalks towards me, his mouth curled into a snarl. He chucks a ball of fire in my direction, and I leap to the side to avoid it. Not quickly enough. I curse colorfully as fire scorches the outside of my bicep, burning my flesh and slowing me with the pain. My mind is racing nearly as fast as my heart. I can't get close to him when he's forcing me to play defense and dodge his fire. But I know if I start throwing it back, we'll most definitely burn a street down. I am not in the mood for this. I let the crawler's power quite literally crawl to the surface before grabbing hold of it, dodging balls of fire as I go. I run up the side of the alley wall and along the building until I'm parallel with him. In one swift movement, I leap from the wall, tackling him to the ground, before quickly switching powers to raise a flaming fist at his face.
You're Prince Kai,
He stammers.
the future enforcer.
Being so close, he's finally recognized me and my ability, now clearly regretting his decision to jump the prince. Unfortunately for you, I am. I cock back my blazing fist. A piercing pain cuts through my skull like a dull knife. The blazer's power flickers out, and I'm unable to do anything but clutch my pounding head, panting from the pain. I've grown very familiar with torture over the years, but this is like nothing I've ever endured. Through the haze of agony clouding my vision, I see a tall figure step into the alley. His hand is raised towards me, face grim, thin lips pulled downward in a scowl. Silencer. Impossible. My thoughts scatter, leaving nothing but pain to ponder. The silencer smothers my power, smothers me. They can do more than just strip you of your ability, making you no more than an ordinary. He's incapacitating me. My mind, my ability, my body. My vision goes blurry, spots swimming before my eyes. Fight it. I can't. I'm gonna pass out. Die. Both. And there's nothing I can do to stop it. Fight it. I slump to the ground, my head slamming against the stones. If Father could see me now. I'm fading fast. Even with all my training, I've never felt so weak, so powerless, so out of control. I take one last look at the man leeching me of my strength. I hadn't realized we'd drawn a small crowd until I see faces swimming in my vision. They have no idea who I am. An unsuspecting audience to watch me drift into darkness. Or worse, maybe they do know who I am. Maybe they're celebrating at the sight of the monster finally being put down, put out of his misery. And then something catches my eye. I blink away the blurriness long enough to see something glint in the light behind the silencer. The sun reflecting off a mass of silver hair.
Chapter 7. Payton. Adina is going to collapse from shock. Then she'll squeal, and I'll cover my ears. I've never stolen so many coins from one person. Not that I've had the opportunity, seeing that most of us in Loot don't even have more than a dozen silvers to our name, let alone casually carry them around. My mind is reeling as I slowly make my way down Loot, now cast in shadows as the sun sinks behind the crumbling buildings. I shake my head in astonishment and take my time strolling through the market, allowing myself to admire my accomplishment. Several merchants are already packing up their stands, closing up shop for the night. Kids scuttle around the street chasing one another, earning dirty looks and shouts from the shoppers still milling about. I cut down an alley, close to where I robbed the unsuspecting young man, and start heading back to the fort. I can't wait to see the look on A's face. I stop suddenly, eyeing a small crowd gathered farther down the street. Must be a veil. It's no surprise that the power of invisibility can inevitably aid someone at sleight of hand, using their ability to make cards disappear at will by simply holding them. I admire their deceitful little shows to earn some shillings. I'm about to head the other way when I hear gasps coming from the crowd, echoing off the crumbling buildings. Not the typical oohs and ahs that are present during magic tricks, but scared gasps of shock and surprise. When my curiosity gets the better of me, I find myself behind the throng of people, wedging between sweaty bodies and pushing my way to the front of the crowd. When I raise my eyes to the scene before me, I gasp, cupping a hand to my mouth. It's him. I saw him less than 10 minutes ago, and yet his shirt now clings to him with sweat as he prepares to strike the man pinned beneath him with a flaming fist. 3 other bodies litter the cobblestone behind him, slowly staggering to their feet before stumbling away. It's clear what happened here. Obvious that these men had the same idea I did upon seeing the pouch hanging from the stranger's hip. But they chose a much more violent way to get the coins. Well, whatever is left of them. I see the stranger say something to the man before he raises his fiery fist, ready to strike. And then, something is suddenly, terribly wrong. He's clutching his head, and I watch his cocky expression crumple into utter agony when a figure steps out from the shadows. I can only see his back, but he's tall and lean, raising a thin hand at the stranger gasping in pain on the alley floor. That's impossible. The crowd around me seems just as confused and awed as I am. With his hand still outstretched, the silencer takes small steps towards the black-haired figure, now slumped on the ground. He's crippling his power. He's crippling him. I can see the stranger still trying to fight, trying to hang on to consciousness. The sight is suddenly so startlingly familiar, so sickening that I nearly stumble into the man beside me. This stranger and the man who raised me look nothing alike, and yet the image of one crippled on the ground seems to bleed into the other. I suddenly feel like that little girl again, standing idly as my father died beneath me. I look around, eyeing the gawking crowd. No one budges. Even with their fancy powers, no one makes a move to help, either too afraid to do so or too heartless to help. I know how this ends. I've lived it. When I look back at the stranger, it's my father I see. Taking a deep breath, I take a step forward. I won't stand by idly again. I couldn't save my father, but I'll honor him now by saving someone from the same suffering he endured. I'm probably going to regret this. I creep to the edge of the crowd and begin slinking up behind the silencer. I can practically feel the audience's attention shift to me, the throng of people silently watching. Crouching low behind the man, I spot a large, loose rock lying on the cobblestone and snatch it up. Here goes nothing. I draw up to my full height right behind him and silently raise the rock, intending to connect it with his skull. No such luck. He pivots, his black eyes boring into mine. With his attention on me, his crushing hold on the stranger drops, and I hear him gasping for air on the ground. The silencer lifts his slender hand towards me, his shoulder-length hair whipping in the breeze. He's trying to silence me. I almost smile. No such luck. Nothing happens, of course, considering I have no power for him to smother. He looks at his hand, then back at me, confused. The sight is almost comical, and that split second of hesitation is all I need. I grab his wrist, twisting his arm at an odd angle before driving my knee into his stomach. I hear the air whoosh out of his lungs as he clutches his arm to his body, and with that, my adrenaline kicks in, itching for a fight. It reminds me of all those late nights and early mornings with my father, hours of training in the makeshift dirt ring behind our home. Both your mind as well as your body need to be trained. Conditioned, he'd say as I dodged his punches, all while answering his dozens of questions that tested my observation. I wielded any weapon we could get our hands on, while my father trained every part of my being. My mind, my body, my psychic ability. Until one day, he wasn't there to train me anymore. Wasn't there to protect me anymore. Wasn't there to continue teaching me how to protect myself anymore. The silencer recovers quickly, throwing a punch with his good arm and jolting me from my thoughts. I duck under it and aim a right hook at his jaw. His forearm flashes up to block my blow, forcing my arm down before grabbing it and spinning me so my back is pressed against his chest. And then, the crook of his other arm is trapping me in a chokehold. I gasp for air, trying to remain calm. I fight the urge to claw uselessly at the arm crushing my windpipe, and instead whip my head back, connecting my skull with his nose and earning a sickening crack followed by the sound of gurgling blood. Blood. There was so much of it coating the floor of our small home, resting between Merchant and Elm Street. Coating me, my father. I haven't been back since that night I ran. That night the king plunged a sword through my father's chest. The silencer's hold around my neck loosens as he stumbles back, clutching his nose. But I'm not done yet. Not even close. I slipped the ring from my thumb and slide it onto my middle finger before sinking my fist into the silencer's cheek, ignoring the sting in my hand. Dropping his hands from his gushing nose, he swings at me again, but I already knew it was coming. He always takes a step with his left foot before he punches. I block the blow and grab his shoulders as I bring my knee to his stomach once again. Before he's even caught his breath, I have his head in my hands, driving his already broken nose down into my awaiting knee. I channel all my rage into each blow. My rage at the king, who slipped into my father's study where he sat in his cushioned armchair, reading late into the night. Another right hook to the silencer's jaw. My rage as I vividly remember the sound of my father's cry when the sword tore through his chest, tearing me from my sleep. I send a kick to the silencer's groin. My rage as I saw my father sliding out of his beloved armchair and onto the ground, slipping in his blood. I drop and sweep my leg in a wide arc, knocking the silencer to the ground. My rage as I held my father's hand, screaming and begging him to wake up. I sat there all night, pants soaked with blood, trying to puzzle out what could possibly justify killing him. But the king doesn't need a reason to kill. He needs a reason to let people live. I beat down on the silencer, barely aware of what I'm doing as my mind reels. I was numb. My hand clamped around my father's cold one, holding it while I rocked back and forth, sobs shaking my body. I brushed his brown hair from his eyes, straightened his bloody clothes, whispered about all the memories we shared while begging him to come back to me so we could make more. I was completely and utterly alone in the world. And when sunlight poured through the windows, shedding the light on the gruesome scene, I couldn't stand to be in my own home. Not that I could afford to keep the house at 13 years of age. I tried to bury him. Tried so hard to drag him outside and give him a proper goodbye, give him the honor he deserved. But I was so small, and he was so large, so heavy, so dead. I slipped and slid in the pool of my father's blood, unable to budge his body. So I pulled the wedding ring from his finger, pushed it onto my thumb, and ran. The same ring I'm now using to sink into the silencer's cheek. If father could see me now. I hover over him, my rage finally beginning to fade, as his black eyes widen. Blood streaks his face, gushing from his mouth, nose, and other scattered cuts I've given him. I slide my dagger from my boot as something flickers in his eyes. Fear. He fears what he cannot control. And in this very moment, that something he cannot control is me. I bring the hilt of my dagger down hard against his temple, knocking him out cold. Still crouching over him, my gaze finds the gray one pinned on me. Emotions flash across the stranger's face as he takes me in, takes in what I've done. Shock, awe, confusion, and amusement of all things flicker across his face. I tear my eyes from him, returning my knife to my boot as astonished murmurs rise from the crowd. I turn, stunned to find a mass of people staring. Merchants, women, and children gawk at the scene, all whispering and pointing. 3 Imperials suddenly push through the crowd, hastily throwing people out of their way. I stiffen, preparing for some sort of punishment. Maybe a few more lashes to decorate my back with. But they charge right past me, right past the unconscious silencer, and drop to their knees before the stranger. That's interesting. And apparently, I'm not the only one who thinks so. The hum of whispers from the crowd grows louder, allowing me to catch bits and pieces of their hushed conversations. Silencer here in Ilya. It's Prince Kai who fought off 4 men, fought the silencer without using a power. I freeze, heart pounding, barely breathing. Prince Kai. I'd never seen the man. Never thought I would. Never thought I would steal from him either. But I've heard enough about his reputation. How he's supposedly the strongest elite in decades. How he's the future enforcer, said to be calloused and calculating, yet charismatic and charming when he wishes to be, when he chooses to play the part. I've heard how he's a rare and powerful wielder, able to sense another's power and use it himself, so long as they are close enough to him. The deliverer of death, they call him. The prince usually stays in the comfort of his cushy palace, so it's likely that no one recognized the stranger as anyone of importance. And when he does leave the castle, well, the people he visits don't typically live to tell the tale. I slowly turn towards the Imperials huddling around the prince and watch as he shoves past them, irritated by their smothering. He barks an order, telling them to take the silencer to the dungeons as well as clear the crowd from the street. The prince exudes authority and power with every step, every word. Imperials scurry to obey him as they round up the mob of people and push them back out onto loot. His eyes find mine. Even with his countless injuries, he strides towards me, pushing the limp from his walk. A predator stalking its prey. And that's my cue. I try to slip into the crowd unnoticed, hoping to be washed away in the current of bodies, hoping he will forget that I saved him and let me leave quietly. No such luck. A calloused hand grips my arm before spinning me around to pin me against the alley wall. He presses both my wrists against the brick with strong hands before leaning in towards me. I writhe in his grip, but he doesn't budge. I'm not sure what I was expecting him to do, but it was certainly not this. Maybe offer a polite thank you, not an interrogation against a grimy wall. I would have never saved him if I knew who he was, what he is, what he does. I huff in irritation, sending silver hair blowing into my eyes and obscuring my view from his piercing gaze. Is this how you treat all the people who save your life, or is this a new thing for you? I grind out the words through clenched teeth, mocking his first ones to me. I wouldn't know, seeing that no one has ever saved me before. There's a ghost of a smirk on his face, offering me a glimpse of that annoying dimple. Well, let me enlighten you. When someone saves your life, a polite thank you will suffice. Maybe, he sighs and leans in closer, but not for those who steal from me. I think my heart stops beating. The prince knows I stole from him. The prince, the future enforcer, the deliverer of death. I'm dead as the plague. But my fear is quickly replaced by a much more welcome emotion. Anger. I'm angry with myself for helping the prince who kills like it's nothing and grants his father's wishes like he is everything. I'm angry for finding him not repulsive, since the very kingdom he's so loyal to makes me sick with its twisted values and beliefs. He is the future enforcer, the executioner of innocence, of ordinaries, of people like me. Feeling reckless and rather emboldened with death a mere breath away, I say, So, he's pretty and he has a brain. The ladies must love you. The smile I give him is anything but sweet. You know, you might make a good thief if it weren't for the fact that you were easily fooled by one. He's smiling, amused, arrogant as ever. You do realize who you're talking to, right? A cocky bastard? I say innocently before biting my tongue. I clearly have a death wish. But to my surprise, he tips his head back and barks out an authentic laugh, the sound rich like the chocolate I occasionally steal, and deep like the shallow sea. I've been called worse, he murmurs after composing himself, his hand still clamped around my wrists. Then the amusement fades from his eyes, quickly replaced by cool consideration. Despite you robbing me, I suppose I should thank you for your help. I almost laugh at that. Apparently, saving his life is comparable to simply helping. Although I am curious as to why the silencer couldn't smother your power, along with why I can't seem to sense one from you. He's eyeing me like he did in the alley when I stole from him, like I'm a puzzle he's trying to piece together. I blink up at him as realization rams into me. He has the rare ability to sense another's power and use it himself. He tried to sense my power in the alley, only to find that there was none. I'm dead as the plague. I look up at him, filtering the fear from my expression despite my frantic thoughts. I shrug my stiff shoulders, hoping the action looked far more casual than it felt. I'm a mundane, a psychic. A psychic, he echoes, disbelief dripping from every word. Tell me, what is it that you can do? He pauses, shrugs. I've never met a psychic before. Call me curious. I swallow the hysterical laugh threatening to bubble out of me. The future enforcer isn't curious. He's calculating. But he must be rather amused by me, otherwise I'd likely be dead by now. My power is a sort of sense, I say easily, reciting the rehearsed line. I can only sense strong emotions from others, getting flashes of information because of it. I look into his eyes, willing him to believe me, hoping he'll accept the answer and move on with his life, hoping that he will let me move on with my life. He looks to be fighting a smile. Is that right? And why would it be wrong? His eyes flick between mine for a long moment. Why is it I can't sense or use your power then? I swallow, trying to seem as though I'm not struggling to come up with a believable lie. My ability is unpredictable. Even I can't control what I see or when I see it. That, combined with the fact that my power has little strength as it is, must be why you and the silencer can't pick up on it. It's a mental ability. I shrug. I must be able to guard my head from those trying to get into it. I hold my breath, waiting for his answer. Except that he doesn't give me one. He simply stands there, staring at me. I huff before blurting, Go on. Ask anyone in the slums about me and my power. Better yet, I lean forward slightly. You can ask your Imperials. I had a lovely conversation with one of them just this morning. His eyes narrow slightly before he slowly releases my wrists and takes a step back. Maybe I will. Then the bastard smiles. But I'd still like to witness these psychic abilities of yours for myself. Prove it. If I had a shilling for every time someone said those words to me, I wouldn't even bother stealing anymore. He crosses his arms over his broad chest, eyebrows raised expectantly as he elaborates. Read me, or whatever it is you say you do. Then he leans in, gaze glittering with amusement. Impress me, darling. My power isn't some party trick for your entertainment, but I'll play along, Prince. I give him a sarcastic smile before my eyes dart over his body. I'm not even sure I'll be able to pick up on anything with how unpredictable my ability is. Is that so? I ignore his mocking tone of voice and think of the calluses on his palms and the dozens of scars marring his arms. Well, obviously he's a fighter. You don't have to be a psychic to figure that out. I know I need to tell him something worthwhile if there's any hope of being believed, any hope of surviving this conversation. He'll kill me without a second thought for simply the suspicion of being an ordinary. May I see your hand? The words are a demand, disguised as a question. I hold my palm out expectantly, eyes flicking from his face to the hand at his side. Only the best performance will do for this prince. His expression is annoyingly neutral, never taking his eyes off mine, as he places his hand in my own. You know, I've never met a thief with manners, and it seems you're most definitely not the exception. I huff at that, ducking my head to turn my attention to the large, calloused hand in my own. Is there a reason you insist on holding my hand? My gaze snaps up to his cool one. Don't worry, I'll try to resist kissing your knuckles, Prince. At the mention of his knuckles, my eyes sweep over them while his laughter washes over me. They're red and raw, not only from this fight, but also from one prior. Blood trickles down his fingers from the reopened scabs, though he barely seems bothered. You were in a fight, I say, and his scoff cuts me off. I told you to impress me, not state the obvious. I'm not talking about this fight, I sigh, dropping his hand to gesture around us while simultaneously fighting the urge to punch that stupid grin off his face. I'm talking about the fight before this one. I watch him closely, noting that nothing about his expression indicates whether I'm right or wrong. Plagues, he's not going to make this easy for me. My gaze drops briefly to his shoes. From this close, they don't look as shiny as I once thought they were when I spotted him across loot. In fact, they don't look shiny at all. Sand. His once polished black shoes are now covered in a thin dusting of sand, barely visible, as though he's been walking through the scorches. And there's only one reason why a prince, specifically the future enforcer, would set foot in the scorches at all. He banished someone, and that same someone put up a fight. I'm reminded of the two Imperials missing from rotation today, and it all begins to fall into place. The prince needs guards to drag prisoners to the scorches. Triumph begins to bloom in my chest, but I stamp it down. Something's not right. Normally, the town would be gossiping for days about who was banished and why. The criminals would have been paraded through the city, drawing a crowd to watch them walk to their death. But I haven't heard a single word uttered about this. Odd, considering they usually flaunt the banishes, use them as examples, show them off to warn the kingdom of what happens when you cross the king. He didn't want anyone to know about it. In a matter of seconds, I have all the information I need. You were somewhere hot, sandy. I squeeze my eyes shut before adding, the scorches. I peek up at him to find his eyes searching my face. You banished someone, or a group of someone's. At this, he stiffens, ever so slightly. His cool facade cracks, and in that small action alone, he's just confirmed that I'm correct, and that I shouldn't know any of it. But, I pause, you don't want anyone to know that, do you? I can't suppress my small smile as he peers down at me, looking both impressed and confused. And what emotion are you sensing all of this from? He asks quietly. I blow out a breath before taking a wild guess at what the future enforcer could be feeling, if the man has emotions at all. Is it guilt I'm feeling? Worry? He seems to still at that, giving me silent confirmation that I must be at least partially correct. Was that proof enough for you, Your Highness? I am well aware of the dangerous game I'm playing, and yet I can't seem to forfeit my feelings of hatred for him and everything he stands for. But the smirk that lifts his lips tells me that he likes the game too. Plenty. Well, he exhales, shoving his hands in his pockets. Like you so kindly pointed out earlier, I should thank you again for helping me, darling. Payden. His dark brows raise slightly in question. My name is Payden, not darling. Payden, he echoes with a small smile, testing out the word. His deep voice makes my name sound so rich, so regal, as if I'm the one with royal blood pumping through my veins. We stare at each other for a moment, his icy eyes sweeping over my flushed face and doing nothing to cool it. You know, I can enlighten you on another way to thank someone for saving your life. I pause, suppressing a smile. Repaying your debt. He tips his head back and laughs darkly. Did you not get enough silvers when you robbed me the first time? I shrug as he continues coolly. Need I remind you that you said a simple thank you would suffice? Yes, a thank you would suffice, not satisfy. And, well, that was also before I knew who you were. He begins backing away, all while reaching into his pouch to pull out a coin. With a flick, it's flying towards me. I barely have enough time to throw out my hand to catch it as he says, "Something to remember me by." He's several steps from me now, though his eyes are still locked on mine. "Oh, and darling," "Peyton, you were right." He takes another step backward. I huff out a sigh. "I'm not sure I should even listen to what you're about to say since you didn't address me by my name, which is Peyton." The sound of my name from his lips cuts me off. "The ladies do love me." And with a wink, he turns and strides out of the alley. Chapter 8. Peyton. What the plagues happened? Adina's vigorously shaking me by the shoulders, making my teeth rattle. As soon as I got back to the fort, confused by the events of the day and very content to go straight to sleep, Adina pounced on me and demanded every detail. "What? How do you—" I'm stumbling over my words, wondering how she could possibly know that today was any different than the hundreds prior. She cuts me off, eyes wide with excitement and unanswered questions. "Everyone's talking about it. The whole market is buzzing about the silver-haired girl who fought off a silencer." I stare at her, dumbfounded. She barrels on, her words fast and breathless. "And the prince?" She all but squeals. "You saved the prince?" Well, he doesn't seem to want to admit it, but yes, I saved the prince's ass. This time, she does squeal. But only after I stole from him. Her mouth flies open. It's so dramatic that I can't help but laugh. "You what?" "In my defense," I say, hands raised in innocence, "I didn't know it was him." "Pay, the prince—" Concern clouds her gaze, and she blinks about a dozen times before saying, "He's a wielder. Could he sense you didn't have a power?" I cut in before any more color can drain from her face, quickly explaining the events of the last half hour. Adina's eyes are wide, her curly bangs clinging to her lashes as I fill her in on everything from robbing the prince to fighting the silencer. After she learned of the lie I'd spun for the future enforcer, we talked quietly until the shadowy alley was swallowed in darkness. "Okay, but is he really as handsome as everyone says he is?" I give her a flat look that I doubt she can see but know she can sense. "That is the question you're dying to ask after everything we just talked about?" "That wasn't an answer," she sing-songs. I lie down on the rough carpets, stifling my groan with a scratchy blanket. Choosing to keep my mouth shut gives Adina all the answer she needs. She squeals, and this time I stifle her with the blanket. Dawn creeps over the rooftops, and I mimic it from below and tiptoe along the streets. Blending into the utter chaos that ensues every morning on loot, it normally isn't hard for me to slip around unnoticed, while slipping watches from shoppers' wrists or coins from unguarded pockets. But not today. Today, I'm not invisible. A thief's worst nightmare. Eyes, dozens of them, all pinned on me as I pass. I hear them whisper to one another, pointing and gawking. A few begin clapping as I walk down the aisle of merchant carts, staring at me in awe. There are dozens of familiar faces in the crowd, having grown up surrounded and surviving by the same people. Friend is too strong a word for anyone who isn't Adina, but I've been building my reputation as a psychic for years, earning respect and witnesses to my abilities. The crowd seems to part for me, leaving a wall of people watching on either side. "The Silver Savior," I hear a man whisper before others echo his words. I stop, almost stumbling when my feet seem to stall. There, once blocked from my sight by crumbling shops, hangs another banner, now in clear view. "The people of Ilya have chosen. Introducing your contestants for the 6th ever purging trials. Kai Azer, Andrea Voss, Jax Shields, Blair Archer, Ace Elway, Braxton Hale, Hera Colt, Sadie Knox. My eyes scroll down the list of names quickly, and then my heart skips a beat. Maybe a dozen. Because the final name, scrolled in large letters for all to see, is far too familiar. Peyton Gray.
Chapter 9. Kai. Blood seeps through my shirt. Some of it mine, though most of it belongs to the silencer, which is what I still have to call him since the bastard refuses to even give up something as insignificant as his name, even despite how persuasive my actions can be. In short, I've been torturing the man for hours. I've made zero progress, and my small amount of patience is now non-existent. I'm annoyingly amazed at how much torture this man can tolerate, although I suppose that pain becomes a familiar thing when you are continually inflicting it upon others. You become numb to it. The silencer and I are starting to sound very, very similar. The dungeons below the castle are dark, dirty, and riddled with death, so at odds with the light, lush castle above. Cells line the walls, some filled with prisoners, others filled with the remains of previous ones. The mute lining each of these cells is the only reason I'm still standing before the prisoner, inflicting my own kind of unimaginable pain upon him. Since the material was created with the help of silencers before the purging, it's become extremely rare, forcing the king to hoard it. The scholars used transfers with their ability to place power into objects, putting the silencer's smothering strength within materials. Over the decades, this limited supply of mute has been used to craft cells, cuffs, and shields around the stands within the bowl arena. Other than the mute cell, I'm also accompanied by my father's loyal silencer. Because, ironic as it is, silencers can silence each other, assuming one of them is stronger. So, I work while the solemn silencer stands by, and the one at my feet screams. Without the protection that the mute and silencer offer, I'd likely be rolling on the floor in agony. Again, I can't stop replaying the scene in my mind, remembering the pain splitting my skull, the utter helplessness as I lay there, completely at the mercy of a mere man. But then she showed up. Peyton. A mundane, a psychic, a fighter, a thief, and yet the only one willing to help for whatever reason, the only one able to help. Or so she says. Although I'm skeptical, her demonstration was impressive. She shouldn't have known about the scorches, the banishment, the fight, any of it. And seeing that I don't know a single thing about psychics, nor have I ever encountered one, I can't exactly prove her wrong. There are dozens of powers I have yet to witness, considering that my training consisted of mostly offensive abilities. Father made sure I never wasted my time, stooped so low as to learn the powers of lesser elites. But even in my haze of pain, the glimpses I caught of her fighting were captivating. She was captivating. Yes, she was skilled, but what intrigued me most was how much emotion she channeled into each blow. The passion packed into each punch, the rage rolling off her. I take one last look at the bloodied, slumped man in the corner of his cell before turning to my father's silencer. I'm done here, Damien. You're free to go. Wiping my bloody hands on my already bloody shirt, I step out of the cell to stride down the long hallway of the dungeon, passing glaring prisoners as I go. I make my way up the stone stairs leading to the main floor of the palace and nod to the Imperial stationed beside the heavy metal door at the top. The king will be expecting an update of what I've learned from the interrogation, which happens to be absolutely nothing. I steel myself with the unpleasant conversation we're about to have. Far too soon, my feet find the worn rug that covers the floor of his study, a victim of being paced and trampled on for years. My eyes roam over the large desk and cushioned chairs before settling on the two individuals sitting near the stone fire.
Thank you for joining us in this story. Let's enjoy a quiet intermission together. This audiobook is freely given to you.
Place. Relief washes over me at the sight of my brother. His blonde hair is messy, like he's been running his hand through it for hours, mirroring father's ragged look.
Well, someone's been playing with the prisoner for quite some time now.
Kit's tone is dark, but his eyes brighten when they land on me. I sigh before settling into my usual cushioned seat beside father. Crossing an ankle over my knee, I casually confess. And after all this time, you'd think that I would have learned something useful. The thud of father's papers hitting the table is a sound I've come to associate with disappointment.
What seems to be the problem?
He's being... I pause, searching for the right word. Difficult. It's the best I can come up with, earning a snort from Kit. Father looks less amused. In fact, he doesn't look amused at all, and he never really has when it comes to me.
Then make him less difficult, Kai.
He pinches his fingers to the bridge of his nose and closes his eyes, the action making him look older, wearier.
Either make him talk or kill him. I have no desire to keep the silencer alive if he has nothing to offer us.
I glance at Kit, his face grave, void of its usual amusement as he watches father. When the king is distraught, Kit is devastated.
It's that damn resistance,
father growls, his hand dropping from his face to reveal a grimace. Do you really believe the silencer is in line with the resistance? Kit asks, concern written in the creases around his eyes.
Why else would he try to take a prince? My son.
The king shakes his head, staring blankly at the flickering flames in the fireplace.
They're trying to attack me in any way they can. I thought I took care of them, purged the Fatals so they couldn't harm us, overpower us.
He takes a deep breath before continuing.
Apparently, I thought wrong. Some remain, and they've joined them. We need to put an end to this little resistance.
Father spits before downing the rest of the alcohol in his glass.
They may want ordinaries to live, but in doing so, the elite race and power will eventually die. Ridding my kingdom of ordinaries is the sacrifice that must be made for the good of the people. But they are too damn selfish to see that, Kai.
His gaze is piercing when it lands on mine.
Make the silencer wish he were dead before bestowing that mercy upon him.
Oh, I was already planning on it, Father. I'm drenched in sweat. Not an uncommon occurrence when training. My bloody shirt is long gone, and the sun beats down on my back as Kit and I circle each other in one of the dirt training rings. We go through our normal routine of sizing one another up and spewing nonsense before actually making a move to fight. The familiar pattern calms me, eases my restless mind for the time being. We dance around the ring, swords flashing, laughing as I nick him on the cheek with the sharp tip of my blade, an action he returns in kind. The swords are soon discarded, replaced by our powers. Kit easily hits targets with fireballs before dousing the burning wood with water. I, on the other hand, find myself indecisive and antsy. A terrible combination. I filter through the abilities of those surrounding me, attempting to choose one to train with. The rings are full of dozens of elites, all filthy from fights and slumped from sparring. I jump from a flash's power to a veil's before switching to a shell, though I've never especially liked the feeling of my skin turning to stone. I can't seem to focus, and that only frustrates me more. I hear the whoosh from behind before feeling the familiar wave of heat that radiates towards my back. I drop to the ground, barely avoiding a stream of fire that would have singed off my hair. "What has you so distracted?" I turn to see Kit grinning crookedly at me. "Hey, I almost got you there. Wouldn't be so pretty with that mop of hair singed off your head, now would you?" I can't decide if I want to laugh with him or wring his neck, a common predicament I find myself in. "I guess beating you in the ring today was too easy. Now I'm bored." I shrug and grab some throwing knives from a weapons rack before beginning to pelt them at a tree a few yards away. Kit hums. Even with my back to him, I can hear the smile in his voice when he says, "Can't stop thinking about the girl who saved your life, huh?" By way of politely answering, I spin and throw a knife at my brother. It just barely skims past the side of his head, sinking into a target far behind him with a thud. He blinks at me. "Touchy subject, I take it." I push past him and rip the blade from the wood. "Now, what would give you that impression?" I shrug casually. "She clearly wants nothing to do with me." I like a challenge. "And besides," I add, clearing the thought from my head, "it's not like I'm ever going to see her again." Kit's response is quickly drowned out by the sound of our names being yelled across the yard. We turn in unison, watching as a lanky boy bounces towards us. I see the flash of a white smile against dark skin before he disappears, simply winking out of existence. Before I even have time to blink, he's standing right before us with a goofy grin splitting his face. I curse under my breath. "If you pop up like that again, I'll make good on that threat to stake you to the ground." "What our brother means to say," Kit cuts me with an amused look, "is, 'Hi, Jax. How are you?'" The boy before me is only 15 and growing like a weed. He's gangly, clearly still trying to figure out how to work his long limbs. I don't know when he suddenly started growing up, and quite frankly, I don't like it. The small boy who lost his parents in a shipwreck is now the tall young man we've adopted as the little brother we never asked for. But after all these years, Jax hasn't just grown in height. He's grown on us.
I'm good, Kit. How nice of you to ask.
That crooked grin only grows when he looks at me, brown eyes blinking innocently. I hook an arm around his neck and pull him against my chest to scrub a fist over his short hair. He sputters, trying to shove away from me while I ask, "Aren't you going to ask how I'm doing, Jay?" When I finally release him, he turns to face me, rubbing his head with a grin.
My bad. How are you doing today, Kai?
He says this all with mock sincerity, and I can't help but smile. Kit cuts me off before I can tease him further. "He's in a mood." He sighs before dropping his voice to murmur, "Careful, Jax. He's been playing with the knives again." I brush past them to pick up said throwing knives, needing to do something with my hands. I am not, I spin and throw a blade into a target. In a mood. Jax leans into Kit's shoulder, whispering,
"That's what he always says when he's in a mood."
"Excellent point, Jay." "Plagues," I mutter, The two of you together is unbearable. They continue talking while I continue to pelt the target with knives. Better than throwing them at a person, so clearly, I'm not in a terrible mood. I'm about to let another blade fly when a flash of color catches my eye. I hadn't even noticed Blair was training on the other end of the courtyard, but there she is, lilac hair, blowing in the wind while she spars the Sadie. Well, a dozen Sadies, seeing that she's a cloner. They circle each other before Blair is suddenly surrounded by a barricade of bodies, all tall and chestnut-haired. It's chaos. Blair tosses a copy of Sadie through the air with her mind, only for another one to jump on her back, trying to bring her to the ground. It's almost comical to watch, except that I know firsthand how deadly their powers can be, know what it's like to possess them. I look over to Jax and Kit, their eyes pinned on the fight as I move to stand in line with them. Before long, Blair is strutting between the rings with Sadie following behind. Blair's pale skin is in complete contrast to Sadie's dark complexion, opposites of each other in every way. Despite the two of them having grown up together, they couldn't be more different. Since Sadie's father is an advisor to the king, her family lives with the other nobility that are deemed important enough to reside in that designated wing of the castle. They stop in front of us, Blair tipping her head as she says, "Boys." Kit slings an arm around Jax's shoulders before nodding at each of the girls. Sadie offers us a small smile, genuine but reserved in the way she's always been.
I wanted to congratulate you two on making it to the trials.
Right. They announced the contestants today. It's no surprise that I'm in the trials. The kingdom and I have been aware of my fate since I was a young boy. The future enforcer must prove himself, and the trials forced me to do just that. My next mission is to win the competition, and if I don't, I freeze. Sadie's words finally sinking in. I wanted to congratulate you too. I throw a confused glance at Kit, certain this must be some sort of mistake. The trials have always been my fate, not his. The future king rarely stepped outside the castle walls, let alone into a bloody arena where death could claim him. Father would never risk the life of his heir like that, but he certainly has no problem risking me and my reputation. Yes, at least two of the brothers will get to be together, Blair says with a smirk, her eyes flicking from me to... No, not him.
What?
His voice is filled with awe, his brown eyes wide with wonder. Jax. He looks between Kit and I, a smile spreading across his face.
I did it? I'm in the trials?
He's practically jumping off the ground in excitement, resisting the urge to blink around the rings out of excitement. I meet Kit's gaze, and his knowing frown matches my own. This is going to make the trials far more difficult. Now, I'll not only be protecting myself, but also a little brother who nearly faints at the sight of blood. But we say nothing to discourage Jax, pasting on smiles to replace the frowns pooling at our faces. Competing in the trials is a high honor that only a few are granted, and Jax deserves to celebrate despite our sudden stress over the situation. Well, it looks like we're all rivals now, Blair says with a smirk, letting her words sink in. Not a very sly way to inform us that both herself and Sadie will also be competing. We all stare at each other, Sadie silent and Blair smirking. Kit clears his throat, cutting into the conversation. Do you know who else is competing? Sadie nods, pulling a crinkled flyer from one of her pockets. Kit skims the names quickly before sighing.
Yep, there are only 3 names I don't recognize. Must be defensive or mundanes from the city.
He hands me the flyer, and I quickly scan the list. My eyes snag on a particular arrangement of letters before my breath snags in my throat. There, at the bottom of the list, lies a name I've thought of far more than I care to admit. It's her.
Chapter 10. Payton. I might have stood there for hours, gawking up at the banner displaying my name in giant letters, if not for the mass of people gawking at me. They chose me. Or, in other words, they chose me to die. And all because I saved that prick of a prince. A tap on my shoulder shakes me from my stupor. I stiffen at the sudden smell of starch and heave a sigh before turning slowly to face the Imperial. He's young. My eyes flick between his messy red hair and brown eyes boring into mine, completely unbothered by my obvious disdain for his kind. He offers me a small, shy smile. Unsettling. In all my years, I have never met a kind Imperial, and I doubt he is the exception. "You're Payton Gray, correct?" He gestures to the sign above us with a wave of his hand. "Who wants to know?" I blurt. He rubs the back of his neck. "The king? I'm here to escort you to the palace where you'll be staying until the trials are over." The unspoken words hang in the air between us. Or until you die. Now? Right now? I hate how high and breathless my voice sounds, but I can't stop the panic rising up my throat. But the trials don't begin for another 2 weeks. He almost looks apologetic, and I hate it. The contestants always head to the palace 2 weeks in advance for training, interviews, and, of course, the first ball. How could I forget how showy the trials are? His head whips around, red hair rippling like flames as he searches to see if anyone is watching. Then he leans in slightly, his next words a murmur. "I can give you about 5 minutes or so before we have to leave." I don't hesitate before bounding down the street as fast as my legs can carry me. Adina. I skid to a stop in front of our little alley and swallow the lump in my throat at the sight of her tucked behind the fort, humming while she sews. I take it all in as I stride towards her. Every piece of garbage we scavenged together to keep us warm at night. Every scrap of clothing piled beside her as she works. Every curly piece of hair escaping the messy bun at the nape of her neck. Her dark brows furrowed over hazel eyes in concentration. Will I ever see her again? I try to push the thought from my head as I sink to the ground and pull her into a crushing hug. She gasps in surprise before quickly discarding her work and squeezing me tight. "Happy to see you, too." She laughs into my hair and pulls away, concerned by my sudden show of affection. "Are you okay?" I meet her eyes, memorizing the specks of gold flecking them. "I'm leaving, A." What? The look on her face is equally scared and skeptical. "They're sending me into the trials. The people want me there, apparently." I'm rambling. "For entertainment purposes, of course." I offer her a weak smile, but nothing can stop the look of horror from spreading across her face. She brings a soft brown hand to her mouth as she breathes, "Oh, Pay." She trails off, not knowing what to say, what to do. "But you don't have an ability. It's gonna be all right," I say, trying to convince her as well as myself. "Don't you dare say you'll be fine." She huffs as anger temporarily swallows her fear. "Pay, the trials are deadly enough, but if they find out about what you aren't, they will kill me." I finish for her. I know. The fear floods back into Adina's eyes, crashing into her so hard I worry she may crumble. A sad, small smile lifts my lips as I take her in. I'm leaving the only person who knows me, the only person I can truly trust. She's been a constant in my life, an anchor that I'll be drifting without. But this is for the best. It's safer for her without me here. "I can do this," I say softly. "I was made to do this." Adina nods numbly, knowing this already. Knowing how my father began training me when it became apparent to him that his little girl was an ordinary doomed for death. She knows how, at the age of 5, my life changed before it had even begun. Father sat me on his lap, whispered that I was different, that I had to pretend to be something I wasn't if I wanted to grow up with him by my side. It was our little game, he said. A game of pretend. A game in which he'd already chosen the perfect role for me to play for the rest of my life.
What's a Seichich, Daddy?
That question is still so vivid in my mind, though it was over 13 years ago when I'd asked it. Father had just chuckled softly, a seemingly simple sound that I wish I could have memorized. A psychic, Patey, is a fancy word for someone who's observant. A power that can be faked with years of practice. Something you don't have to be gifted with, but a skill you can learn. At that, he bopped the tip of my nose with his finger. And I'm going to teach you. That way, we can always be together. If only death had any regard for promises. I'm suddenly pulled into another suffocating hug. Come home to me, Pei. Please? Adina's voice is muffled against my hair. You're all I have left, you know? I wish more than anything that those words weren't so terrifyingly true. When Adina's mother fell ill, it was likely my father who tried to treat her. Healers are uncommon around the slums, and the people needed him as much as they loved him. But even elites have their limits, while it seems death knows no bounds. And since Adina never knew her father, he could have been the hazel-eyed merchant I robbed this morning for all we know. A pained laugh slips past my lips. And you are all I have left, eh? Good, she sniffs, and pulls back to look at me. Then you better find a way to make it back to me. If anyone around here can make it out of those bloody trials, it's you. The look she gives me is defiantly determined. At worst, you lose and come home. At best, you win the damn thing. I huff out a laugh at the absurd thought. I'll try my best for you, eh? After swallowing the lump in my throat, I add, I'll visit you. I promise. I'll find a way. Walk if I have to. She smiles, giving me one final hug before waving as I head down the alley. Standing to her feet behind the fort, she shouts, This is not a goodbye. Only a good way to say bye until I see you next. It's the same cheesy line she's said for years, and yet this is the first time it sounded like a goodbye. You're my favorite, eh? I call back to her, voice breaking without my permission. And you are mine, Pei. Smiling, I finally tear my eyes from her and begin hurrying down Loot, considering running away from the Imperial, the trials, everything. But the reckless thought is gone as quickly as my feet are pounding against the cobblestone. I'll be hunted down and killed if I run. At least with going to the trials, I have a fighting chance at survival. Sort of. Panting, I make it back to the Imperial, who is now joined by a small girl, assessing me timidly. Ready to go? He says, looking between the two of us. I humor him by nodding, despite having no choice in the matter. We head down Loot in silence, passing crowds of people as we walk, all clapping and shouting their congratulations at us. As we near the end of the long street, I see a dark coach awaiting, paired with an Imperial sitting atop the driver's bench, with his white uniform nearly blinding in the sun. Our red-headed Imperial opens the door for us, before he too joins the guard on the bench. The girl scrambles in and I follow, peeking my head out the door for one last look at Loot Alley, before the coach seals me inside, separating me from my former life. Cushioned black seats await us, and I'm almost too busy admiring the fanciest thing I've ever seen to notice the boy sitting across from us. His brown hair is neatly styled on his head, just above his dark green eyes that are currently pinned on me. By the condition of his clothing, I can tell he comes from a nicer area of the slums, and likely falls into the defensive tier of elites. The coach lurches forward, and I cling to the wall. I already don't like small spaces, let alone small spaces that move. I steady my breathing, forcing myself to calm down, before I look back at the bored boy. "Hi," I say, trying to ease the tension. "I'm Pei. I know who you are." He cuts me off, immediately deciding that staring out the window is far more interesting than our conversation.
"You're the girl who saved Prince Kai."
His tone suggests that this is not, in fact, precisely what happened, as if dozens of people didn't see it happen. I open my mouth, allowing words to spew out before I can think better of them. "Correct. And clearly, you don't have a reputation, or I would have heard of you by now." His eyes snap to mine, nostrils flaring.
"I'm Ace. Ace Elway."
He says this proudly, straightening the collar of his shirt as he continues. "I'm an illusionist. Rare. That's why I'm here." His smile is as cold as his eyes. "And I'm going to need those 20,000 shillings to finally get me out of these slums. So I'm sure I'll be making quite the reputation for myself soon enough." I've never encountered an illusionist, but I've heard enough about them to know he's dangerous, even as a defensive.
"And who are you?"
he asks the girl beside me.
"What can you do?"
She glances between the two of us, looking as if she wants to disappear. And I almost laugh when she does. She's there 1 second and gone the next. I stare at the empty seat beside me before her form reappears, materializing in a matter of moments. Vale.
"I'm Hera,"
she says shyly. Her deep brown eyes meet mine as she brushes a strand of silky black hair behind her ear. Something about the action seems vaguely familiar, making me wonder if she's one of the popular Vales that perform street magic. "I'm Peyton," I say over the rumbling of the coach, rolling over uneven cobblestones.
"What's your power?"
she asks curiously.
"Psychic."
I shrug casually. I mostly sense strong emotions that give me flashes of information. It's not much, but it's all I've got. Liar. You haven't got anything.
"Really?"
Her eyes go wide, probably shocked that someone with such a weak, mundane ability could make it into the trials, let alone defeat a silencer. It's an uncontrollable mental ability, and the only reason the silencer wasn't able to get into my head when I saved Prince Kai. I toss a pointed look at Ace. I guess that's why people want me in these trials at all. Ace the ass snorts. "They only want you in the purging trials to watch you die, mundane." I stare at him, and after a long moment, a small smile tugs at my lips. Oh, most definitely. But at least they'll be watching me at all. Chapter 11. Peyton. Silence is the only sound for the remainder of the ride, leaving the window beside me to be my only source of entertainment. We pass dozens of streets crowded with smiling strangers, all waving and gawking. Some cheer and run next to the coach as we pass, trying to get a glimpse of us before we roll away to our dooms. As we get closer to the palace, the houses grow larger, finer, and the streets are no longer riddled with homeless shuffling about. I spot the tips of the daunting towers before the whole daunting palace comes into view below them. It's huge. Even with its gray stone and cold exterior, it's breathtaking. Grassy hills and vibrant gardens filled with brightly colored flowers I didn't even know existed surround the castle walls, softening the intimidating structure. I hear the clopping of hooves hammering against smooth stone as we head into a courtyard, passing a large fountain residing in the center, with white statues scattered around its perimeter. When the coach finally slows to a stop, I peek through the window to see a large stone staircase leading into the palace, surrounded by beds of flowers. The Imperials hop from their cushioned perch and open the doors to the coach, allowing warm sunlight to pour into our small compartment. I practically tumble out in my hurry to escape the cramped coach and the company inside. Once my feet are on solid ground again and swallowed by open air, I take a deep breath, inhaling the sweet scent of flowers and sunshine. The other two stumble out to stand beside me, both wide-eyed and staring. A voice startles us from our gawking when the red-haired Imperial clears his throat and says, "Follow me." We follow up the stone steps behind him, passing dozens of Imperials lining the staircase. When we reach the top, 2 more guards step out and join the redhead leading us, before walking through the giant doors. If the outside was beautiful, it pales in comparison to this. Every wall is ornately decorated with glittering paintings and intricate molding that climbs up the walls and clings to the ceiling. Everything is dazzlingly white with the occasional pop of emerald that dots the hallways we trudge down, showcasing Ilia's kingdom color. I'm too mesmerized by the sheer size and beauty of this place to even realize that the redhead is speaking to the 3 of us. "Rooms are this way, in the east wing of the palace." He gestures to the many hallways that I'm assuming are filled with equally embellished rooms. He suddenly spins on his heel to turn and face us, forcing me to skid to a stop before I nearly crash into his chest. "The next 2 weeks will consist of training, meeting the other contestants, interviews, and the first ball. And every week between each trial, we'll follow the same routine. An Imperial will be assigned to you for the remainder of your stay here, and they will escort you to and from anywhere you need to be until you are acquainted with the castle." One of the Imperials standing behind us moves beside Hera, while the other takes his place next to Ace. "Well," the young Imperial claps his hands in front of him with a sigh. "We will show you to your rooms and let you get situated." When Hera and Ace have rounded the corner at the end of the hall, I turn to my personal Imperial. "So, you'll be keeping an eye on me, then?" "Lucky me," he chuckles and turns, motioning for me to follow. "I'm Lenny, by the way." I never thought I'd say this to an Imperial, but it's nice to meet you, Lenny. Clamping my mouth shut before anything else I shouldn't be saying spews out, I pick up my pace and try to catch up with his long strides. "Yeah, well, I don't blame you. Most Imperials can be..." He rubs the back of his neck, searching for the right word. "Pigs?" I mutter before I can think better of it. He cuts off his laugh with a quick clearing of his throat. "Yeah, they have me do a lot of the talking around here. I guess I'm not as intimidating." I swiftly look him up and down, unable to help but agree. His messy red hair, combined with the explosion of freckles splattering out from under his mask, diminish any hope of looking threatening. He stops in front of a door near the end of a long hallway before pushing it open and gesturing inside. I bite my tongue to keep from gasping at the sight of the most beautiful room I've ever seen, filled with bookcases, a dainty vanity, a writing desk, and a bed. An enormous bed. After sleeping on jagged cobblestones for 5 years, the thought of getting to sleep on that is overwhelming. I blink in amazement as I finally take a step inside. The carpet is plush beneath my feet, and I spin to see a bathroom peeking out behind a door to the left. I stride towards it, fighting my smile when I see a pristine porcelain bathtub sitting atop golden legs. Hot, running water. An equally shiny toilet and sink sit on the white marble floor to complete the set. I slowly step out of the bathroom, still staring at the bedroom before me. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see Lenny watching me, amused by my awe. "I hope you find your room to be satisfactory?" "Oh, it'll have to do, I suppose." I plop onto my bed as I say it, sarcasm dripping from the words. "Well, I'll let you get comfortable, seeing that you'll be spending a lot of time in here," he says, turning to step out the door. "What do you mean by that?" He rubs his hand over the back of his neck with a sigh. "You'll find out soon enough." Lenny was right to tell me to get comfortable. I've been trapped in this room for 2 days. It's become my personal gilded cage, locking me in with luxuries. The guards stationed outside my door don't deem me important enough to grumble more than a few words about following orders by keeping me confined to my room. So I've scoured every inch of the chamber, occupying myself by thumbing through books, soaking in hot baths, devouring delicious meals. And yet, I've never felt more anxious. The inside of my cheek is sore, the result of incessant biting in an attempt to calm my nerves. And despite sleeping in a soft bed for the first time in years, I'm restless. I haven't spoken to anyone since my first day here, haven't even been told what the hell is going on. I've been left to pace the padded floor, worrying over who my opponents are and what they can do. Mind games. That's what this is. The king likely finds this comical, loves the idea of us anxious, restless, and trapped in our rooms until he says otherwise. This is meant to set us on edge, make us antsy. A knock at the door has me pausing my pacing. Lenny's head peeks around the doorframe, a sheepish grin on his face. So, how are you, Peyton? I blink at him. How am I? How am I? He creeps farther into the room, his next words slow. Okay, so I'm getting the feeling that you're not great. My laugh is bitter. You could say that. It's been 2 days. Where the hell have you been? The king likes to keep the contestants completely isolated for the first couple of days, he says stiffly. But good news, you'll be having dinner tonight with the other contestants, along with the king and queen. I swallow. After 48 restless hours, I'm suddenly going to meet the contestants that have plagued my thoughts, and the king who has plagued my nightmares. I'll be back shortly to escort you to dinner, Lenny says, turning towards the door. If you need anything, just holler. I won't be far. Oh, he glances at me over his shoulder. And you might want to change before dinner. When he's gone, I slip into the bathroom and fiddle with the various knobs on the tub until hot, steaming water begins pouring out. Within minutes, I'm stripped and soaking in the now foamy water, thanks to the unnecessary amount of soaps and salts I dumped in. I scrub my hair and body vigorously, leaving my skin red and refreshed. I haven't felt so clean in years. My mind wanders to my many worries, the warm water doing little to soothe me. The trials consume my thoughts, reminding me of the power I lack and the little protection I possess. Not to mention that if the trials don't kill me, being discovered as an ordinary most definitely will. I soak in the bubbly water until it grows cold, like the baths I'm so used to. When I finally muster the strength to force myself out of the tub, I'm shivering as I slip on a green silk robe. I make my way back into my room, opening the white doors of the giant wardrobe across from my bed to stare at the dozens of colors and patterns, all hung neatly on a rack. Attire for every type of occasion is casually hanging there, all at my disposal. Adina would die if she saw this. I stare blankly at the clothes, then down at my ratty ones lying forgotten on the floor. I haven't the slightest idea of what is appropriate to wear to this dinner, and I would rather not make a fool out of myself before the trials have even begun. Remembering that Lenny said to holler if I needed anything, I intend to do just that. I'm sure the Imperial has witnessed several of these meals, and will have some idea of what the expected attire is. I stride to the door and wrench it open, looking down as I tighten the tie of my robe. I do, in fact, holler, "Lenny, what the hell am I supposed to wear?" And then I look up. My eyes meet wide, bright green ones. I've never seen the man standing before me. I would have remembered. His messy, dirty blonde hair looks slightly damp, as if he too just got out of the bath. He has simultaneously strong, yet delicate features, with his straight nose and soft lips. His hand is raised, still posed to knock on my door. He recovers faster than I do. Wardrobe problems? His mouth twists into a playful grin, and something about it seems so familiar, and yet not at all. Clearly, I say with a small smile. His eyes quickly sweep over me, and only then do I remember that I'm wearing a robe. I pull it tighter around myself, fighting my flush. He clears his throat. Well, no need to worry. Your maid, Ellie, will be in soon to help you dress and prepare for dinner. He speaks with the air of authority, as though he's used to giving orders. Despite his plain clothes, slim black trousers and a tighter green shirt that shows off his lean figure, I know right away that this man is no servant. A contestant? At the thought of having a maid wait on me, I quickly say, "That won't be necessary. I can take care of myself, thank you." His gaze travels from my still dripping and tangled hair to the silk robe I clutch closed. "Clearly," he says, mimicking my response to him only moments ago with that oddly familiar grin on his face. I look down at myself and nearly laugh. "Okay, perhaps a maid will be necessary after all." He laughs softly before gesturing to the room behind me. "I just stopped by to see if everything was adequate." I find myself almost laughing once again. If this is adequate, I can't even imagine what is considered exquisite around here. His eyes search mine. "Then remind me to show you the garden sometime." He offers me a nod. "I look forward to seeing you at dinner, Peyton." I blink at him. "Strange," I say slowly. "I don't remember telling you my name." "Oh, you didn't need to." That crooked grin is teasing his lips once again. "I make it my business to know all the pretty girls who saved my little brother." Plagues, I'm Kit, by the way. He flashes me a grin before turning to stride down the hallway, leaving me shocked and staring. Prince Kit. As in, future King of Ilia Kit. What is it with me running into royals? I had never seen the future king before, and I definitely never thought I'd meet him in a robe. He's the heir to the throne, the next ruler who is ready to follow in his vile father's footsteps. Between him and his brother. That's why his smile looked so familiar. I've seen a variation of it on the other prince's face, though Kit's was bright and boyish, while Kai's was cockier, colder. I watch as a small, dark-haired girl steps shyly up to my room with a timid smile tipping her lips. "Good evening, miss. I'll be your maid while you're here at the palace, and I'll assist you with anything you may need." Her voice is soft and delicate, but her rehearsed words are steady. "Please, call me Peyton." She looks at me warily, but I press on. "Plagues, a couple days ago I was sleeping in some garbage, so trust me when I say you shouldn't call me miss." She fights a laugh at that, nodding slowly in agreement. "Great," I sigh. "Now that's settled, can you help me figure out what it is I'm supposed to wear tonight?" She smiles shyly at me, looking relieved. "That, I think I can help with." We spend the next half hour filtering through outfits before settling on something relatively plain by the palace's standards, though it's still the nicest thing I've ever worn. With half the wardrobe emptied onto the floor, we've decided on a pair of shiny black leggings paired with a silky dark green blouse. It's relatively low with drooping sleeves I already know will be accidentally dipped in food. I slip a small dagger into the back band of my pants, and the flat blade against my back is cool and comforting. After lacing up high boots, Ellie motions me over to the vanity, where she begins playing with my hair, trying to make the damp mop look presentable. "So, She clears her throat and tries again. "So, Peyton," she emphasizes my name with a small smile. "Do you have any idea what the trials will be like?" "Not a clue." I give her a pleading smile through the mirror. "I was hoping you would, though, seeing that I'm sure you overhear a lot in the palace." Her next words are a little more than a murmur. "All I know is that this year is supposed to be different." "Different?" I echo. "In what way?" She shrugs, fistfuls of my hair grasped in her hands. "I don't know. Just different somehow." I struggled to see how a trial could be different, seeing that each one is as bloody and brutal as the last. But the little information makes me feel even more unprepared for what is to come, and I try not to dwell on the unease curling in my gut. Ellie soon gives up on my hair with a huff, deciding to let it lie limply down my back. She then adds powder to my face, before smearing a bit of black onto my lashes. "There," she says, studying me. "No more looking like you slept in garbage." I snort. "Plagues, aren't you coming out of your shell?" She reddens before a knock on the door has her scurrying up to answer it. Lenny looks down at her and smiles, only causing her flush to deepen. Ready to go, Peyton? He drags his eyes from Ellie to meet mine. When I meet him in the hallway, we begin our walk down the intricately decorated halls. As we zigzag through the maze that is the castle, I try my best to make a mental map of the layout. 1 left, 2 rights, another left. We are soon back in the large entry hallway that stretches to the even larger doors we first entered through 2 days ago. Lenny leads me to another pair of floor-to-ceiling doors a little farther down the wide corridor as he murmurs, "The throne room. This is where you'll be having your meals with the other contestants." Before I have a chance to spout off questions, he nods to the guards standing nearby, silently ordering them to push open the looming door. At first, no one seems to notice me. They're all sitting around a long wooden table at the center of the marble floor, so at odds with the delicate beauty of the throne room. As for the elite surrounding it, they talk comfortably to one another, seeing that many of them likely grew up together. I take a deep breath and begin walking slowly towards the table. 8 pairs of eyes flick in my direction, looking me up and down as I make my way over to them. Of course, I'm the last one to show up. I pull out a chair at the end of the table next to Ace, reluctant to sit beside him, but relieved to be seated so everyone can stop staring. Except that they don't. I feel their gazes and look up, unable to stop words from tumbling out of my mouth. "So, what's for dinner?" I let out a sigh of relief when the girl sitting on the other side of Ace snorts and leans over the table to look at me. Her bob of wine-red hair shines in the late afternoon sunlight streaming through the window, competing with the shiny silver hoop in her nose. I keep asking the same question. Her honey eyes seem to glitter with mischief. I'm Andy. Peyton, I say, offering her a small smile. Well, if we're making introductions, a deep voice carries from the other end of the table. I'm Braxton. I look up to see a huge, dark-skinned boy tipping his head towards me. Brawny. I nod at him as a higher male voice calls out, I'm Jax. I look down the table at him, taking in his shy smile. Names are now being shouted across the table. Other than Hera and Ace, who came from the slums, it's obvious that everyone else is well acquainted. I'm Sadie. I turn towards the voice to see a girl with warm skin studying me. Her stare is assessing, curious. The girl beside her tips her chin up and clears her throat, drawing my attention her way. Blair, pleasure to meet you, Peyton. She spits out the words like they leave a vile taste in her mouth, all while looking down at me like I'm something sticky on the bottom of her boot. I get the immediate impression that this girl wants nothing to do with mundanes, let alone anyone who calls the slums their home. Her lilac hair spills over her shoulders, contrasting against the brown eyes glaring at me. She's stunning, yet startlingly cold. The pleasure is all mine, Blair, I say coolly. The hungry look in her eyes makes me feel as if I'm going to be her next meal. And then, a deep and annoyingly amused voice comes from the end of the table, directly across from me. And I'm Kai. But you already knew that.
Chapter 12. Kai. She's here. Kit was howling with laughter when he discovered exactly who Peyton Gray was, though a flick of one of my knives shut him up real quick. But even while raising his hands in surrender, he couldn't stop babbling about how funny the whole situation was. And he's right. It is laughable. The sidekick girl who unwittingly saved a prince she clearly couldn't care less about is now rewarded for it by being forced into trials that could kill her. And now she's sitting right in front of me. After washing my body of the sweat and blood that accompanies a long day of training and torturing, I made my way to the throne room. Soon after, Braxton shuffled in, followed by Jax, who's still bouncing with excitement. The rest of the familiar group followed shortly after, along with a boy and girl I hadn't recognized, the ones from the slums. The seats around the table filled up, leaving the two at the head for the king and queen and one beside me for Kit. But right as we all get comfortable and begin idle conversations about the same regurgitated topics we've spoken of for years, something happens. She happens. She walks in. Taking the seat across from me, not even glancing in my direction, she says, "So, what's for dinner?" She speaks confidently, even as her fingers fidget, spinning the ring on her thumb. Interesting. Introductions are quickly exchanged between Andy, Braxton, Jack, Sadie, Blair, and the newcomers, Ace and Hera. And yet, she still hasn't even bothered to look at me. That just won't do. And I'm Kai, but you already knew that. That finally gets her attention. The corner of my mouth twitches with the ghost of a smile when her eyes lock with mine. Her lashes are darkened with makeup, contrasting against the bright blue of her gaze. Soft, silver waves tumble over her shoulders and into her face, and I have the sudden annoying urge to push the strands out of her eyes, if only so I can see them better. Yes, unfortunately, I did already know that. Her soft smiles in total contrast to the sharpness of her gaze. Our eyes snapped the large doors when they groan open, my attention now fixed on father and mother striding through them. No, the king and queen striding through them, looking every bit the part. They glitter in the sunlight that streams from the huge windows surrounding the throne room, light reflecting off their crowns and jewels as they make their way to the table. I'm used to this formality. The king in a fine suit, while the queen shimmers in an elegant dress. Father looking stern and severe, while mother looks serene with her shining smile. Kit follows behind them, looking casual and yet every bit the future king. His gaze finds mine before flicking to Peyton with a knowing smile on his lips. He takes the seat beside me as the king pulls out one of the heavy wooden chairs for his queen.
Welcome to the 6th ever purging trials,
He booms down the table. Mother sweeps a strand of black hair out of her eyes, saying, "And congratulations to all of you for making it here."
It is an honor to be chosen,
Father says.
an honor to your kingdom, your family, yourself.
He repeats the words that have been drilled into my head since before I could understand them.
I suggest you spend your time wisely to prepare for the trials. You never know what might be thrown at you.
His eyes land on me, silently, and less than subtly reminding me of my mission to win.
I would urge you to use your remaining time before the first trial, as well as each week in between the next ones, to train.
And to watch your opponents train. I can almost see the unspoken words in his eyes, knowing how your competition fights, learning how to read their movements and maneuvers could be the difference between life and death, as well as practicing your dance steps, Mother says warmly, as she's always enjoyed the balls far more than the bloodshed of the trials. Father smiles at his wife. It's a genuine gesture, the kind he only gives away to her.
Enough talk of the trials. Let's eat.
And with that, the procession of servants begins, all carrying steaming trays to the table. Dozens of dishes piled high with food are set before us. Seasoned turkey and heaps of beans are being shoveled onto plates. Gail herself brings out a tray of gooey, sticky buns, setting them before Kit and me to tease the two of us. I give her a quick wink as she walks away, rolling her eyes at me before bustling out of the room. Kit and I talk idly as we pass trays of food around, shooing away servants when they offer to serve us. I'm in the middle of piling turkey onto my plate when my eyes snag on Peyton, sitting rigidly across from me. Her jaw is locked tight, as if she's trying her hardest not to let it fall open. Curious, I look down the table at Hera, who is wearing a similar look of awe on her face. Even Ace, who seemed to be the better off of the three, can't help but silently stare at the amount of food placed before us. My gaze slides back to Peyton, who's too busy blinking to bother eating. I can only imagine what is going through her head. Probably something along the lines of how disgusted she is at the amount of food we waste while she barely had enough to survive. As I look at the masked anger growing on her face, something tells me she'd rather go hungry tonight. And that won't do. Just because we are competing against each other doesn't mean I want to beat her by default due to her starving to death. So, I stab a piece of turkey with my fork, reach across the table, and plop it onto her plate. Her eyes snap to mine, her face a cross between annoyance and shock. "Do you like beans?" I ask casually, and when she doesn't answer, I pile them onto her plate anyway. "Well, I guess I'll find out." I lean over the table, adding potatoes to the growing pile of food on her plate as I murmur, "Are you going to make me spoon feed you too, or can you handle feeding yourself?" With that, I smile at her in a way that will undoubtedly make her want to throw her beans and a punch at my face. Her eyes burn like blue flames, practically scolding me with a glare. But, just as I suspected, she reluctantly picks up her fork and shoves some beans into her mouth, with her gaze pinned on me. I lean back in my chair, grinning. She could see it in my eyes that I would, in fact, spoon feed her if she didn't start eating, and there was no way in hell she was going to let that happen. The next several minutes are filled with the sounds of clinking silverware and scattered conversations. Blair turns towards Kit and me, talking about plague knows what. In general, Kit is a far better man than I am, and especially so when it comes to her. He talks casually, while I offer my attention to the food in front of me instead. Father's voice suddenly cuts through the din of conversation.
"So,"
I look up to see he's staring at Peyton, intrigued.
"this is the girl who saved you in the alley."
Only after robbing me. I can feel everyone's eyes flick towards us, all listening in on the conversation. Peyton gently drops her fork and stares at the king with so much intensity in her gaze that she briefly reminds me of Blair. There is a certain emotion clouding her eyes as she looks at him, an emotion she is trying to hide. I don't have time to try and decipher it before she schools her features into neutrality with the blink of an eye. "Yes, I did save his life. Isn't that right, Your Highness?" She turns her attention towards me, her smile turning into a challenge. "So you do know my title after all." Sarcasm coats my words while a smile toys at the corner of my lips. "You know, I wasn't sure, because back in the alley you were calling me something very, very different." Her smile is all teeth. "I'm sure whatever I called you is warranted." A pause. "And accurate." A smile. "And deserved." Cocky bastard. Her eyes, her smile, her tone, all of her screams the two words. Screams the title she's bestowed upon me. "And what was your title again? The Silver Savior?" I huff out a quiet laugh. "Fitting. I know how much you love silvers." Peyton's cool smile falters at the meaning behind my words. She's annoyed. I'm amused. Mother's feelings clearly mirror Peyton's because she shoots me a look before saying, "Thank you, Peyton, for helping Kai. It did not go unnoticed by us, or the people, seeing that they wanted you in the trials." Peyton dips her head and smiles softly at her, though it doesn't quite reach her eyes. At the sound of my father's voice, her smile wavers.
"I must say, I've never met a psychic before."
He looks at her curiously.
"Your powers are intriguing."
Peyton relaxes and laughs slightly. "Yes, well, my father said it's a rare yet small gift that not many mundanes possess. I suppose the most useful part of my ability is that I'm not affected by the silencers, as well as your son, it seems." A strand of silver hair falls into her eyes, and she tucks it behind her ear, absent-mindedly, as the rest of the table returns to their previous conversations, apparently bored with listening in on this one.
Ah, yes, your father. Adam Gray was a great healer. A very educated man,
Father says thoughtfully. Peyton goes rigid in her seat. You, she clears her throat. You knew my father?
Yes, I did. He would come to the palace during fever season to help our own court physicians when there were too many patients to attend to.
Peyton nods. Yes, I remember him doing that every winter. Their conversation is cut short when the servants pour back into the room to clear the dishes. They weave around the table, grabbing plates and silverware before disappearing back into the hallway, leaving a spotless table in their wake. Father and mother stand as one.
Get some rest, elites. Your training begins tomorrow.
With the king's final words, they turn and stroll out the grand doors. A beat of silence passes before chairs are scraping on the marble floor, and everyone is standing to their feet. 3 Imperials are heading towards the new elites, ready to escort them back to their rooms. I watch as a young, red-headed guard saunters up to Peyton with a grin, and suddenly I'm stepping between them before I can stop myself. I'll take it from here. He looks at me confused. Sir, I'm to escort, I'm aware, and I'm perfectly capable of making sure she gets to her room. Don't you agree? Yes, Your Majesty. And with that, he tips his head towards Peyton before striding from the room. I glance at her myself, the look of confusion on her face mirroring the boys. And then I turn and stroll out the doors, not waiting for her to catch up. She huffs before the quick click of her heeled boots begin echoing behind me. Why the sudden urge to be a gentleman? She calls dryly from behind. I stop and spin on my heel, watching her as she walks towards me, my gaze briefly flicking over her. Don't get used to it, I say with a quick smirk. My room just happens to be across from yours, so I might as well be a gentleman just this once. I shove my hands into my pockets as we begin walking again, this time with her at my side. And why would a prince be staying in the contestants' wing of the palace? Well, in case you haven't noticed, I too am a contestant in the trials. She huffs out a humorless laugh. Yes, I have happened to notice, but I thought the prince was supposed to have some grand room stocked full of servants who wait on him hand and foot. Her question is accusing, lovely words laced with venom. Oh, don't worry, I have one of those too. I reply coolly, hearing her scoff beside me. She's only partially right. I do have a grand room, though I refuse to let servants wait on me. All the contestants are to have the same living conditions before and during the trials. That way, no one can accuse anyone of being favored or having the upper hand. We stop outside her room, where she turns to face me fully. She looks like she might laugh again, but when she speaks, her words are bitter. Just because we are all staying in similar rooms doesn't mean others don't have the upper hand. I'm quiet as I consider her for a moment. If I were a mundane thrown into the trials, pitted against some of the strongest abilities elites can have, I doubt I would feel any differently. Her power isn't something she can wield as a weapon like the rest of us. She's forced to rely on her own strength rather than the strength of an ability. I suddenly think of how she fought the silencer, so skilled and so sure of herself. Perhaps she has a better chance of surviving these games than she gives herself credit for. I watch her gaze trail over my shoulder to the door I'm currently blocking. She opens her mouth to say something, drawing my attention to the healing split in her bottom lip. On an impulse I couldn't seem to ignore, my fingers catch her chin and lift her face up towards mine. She's too stunned to move, and I take advantage of it. I would have thought you could avoid a direct hit like this. Guess you're not as skilled of a fighter as I thought. I shrug and tilt her head towards the light, casually examining the angry cut in her lip. Oh, but she's no longer standing there stunned, still and silent. In one swift movement, she grabs my wrist from under her chin and twists it outward with a jerk, sending a shooting pain at my arm. Then she's gripping my shirt and shoving me against the wall. Her free hand finds the dagger strapped to my hip and slips it out, settling the sharp blade against my throat. Would you like to find out just how skilled of a fighter I am? She looks up at me coolly, amusement dancing in her eyes at the situation I'm currently in. She loves the sight of the prince pinned against a wall. And not just any prince, the future enforcer. I lean against the cool stone, laughing darkly as I slip my hands casually into my pockets. That only has her pressing the blade harder against my throat, threatening to draw blood. A vicious little thing, isn't she? Careful, Highness. I wouldn't want to spill royal blood. She's mocking me, and it's an adorable attempt. I lean towards her, letting the sharp still of my own blade bite into my throat, drawing a thin line of hot blood. Careful, darling. You forget that spilling blood is what I do best. We stare at each other. She's eyeing me with an expression I can't quite read, but she recovers quickly, diverting the conversation with ease. One of your Imperials did this to me. She uncurls her fist from the shirt and gestures to her lip. Speaking of, did you ever ask him about me? I'm sure he had much to say. I had, and he did. After speaking with each Imperial assigned to the morning rotation, one mentioned his recent encounter with the psychic. The man's disdain for Payton was more than obvious as he recapped what she had sensed from him. And yet, he failed to mention how he'd hit her. Perhaps I'll relieve him of one of his hands, so he never has the opportunity to lay it on a woman again. I spoke with him, yes, I say quietly, though it seems we may be having another conversation in the near future. Her eyes flick over my face, making me feel abnormally and annoyingly anxious under her gaze. I clear my throat and look down towards the knife she still holds steadily against my neck. I thought we established that you do know who I am, correct? The corner of my lips twist upward as I say it, remembering our encounter in the alley, when I had her pinned against a wall. I do, she says, so close to me now that I can study all the different shades of blue in her eyes. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. A cocky bastard? I laugh, only making the dagger sink farther into my flesh. Besides, it doesn't matter who you are. Her gaze drops to the floor, briefly before fixing back on me. We are competing against each other now. No favoritism, remember? You said so yourself. Fine, I'll play along. I slip a hand from my pocket and reach around her back, slowly holding her gaze all the while. She looks at me, confusion written all over her face, though her hold on the knife is firm. She and I both know she won't actually slit my throat, so I'm not the least bit worried as I continue to wrap my arm behind her until my fingers brush against the cold handle of a dagger tucked into the band of her pants. I knew it was there, saw the sun glint off the silver hilt when she stood from the dinner table, turning her back to me. Smiling down at her, I slide out the dagger slowly, my fingers briefly brushing against her lower back. I think I hear the faintest gasp slip past her lips as I press her own knife to her throat, mirroring what she's doing to me. You're right. We are competing against each other now. I laugh softly. Guess I better start trying then. We watch each other for a long moment. Her gaze is unwavering, reminding me of the still ocean, the calm before the storm. Mark my words, Prince. I will be your undoing. I lean in, ignoring the knife against my throat as I murmur, "Oh, darling." I look forward to it. Far too much time passes, and then, slowly, surprisingly, she drops the knife from my throat, I too lower her, dagger, and place it in her expectant, outstretched hand. She moves to pull away, to leave me and this conversation, but I catch her wrist. She stills at my touch, and my eyes lock with hers as I guide her hand, and the knife, clutched within it, to my chest. The blade, lined with my own blood, meets the fabric of my shirt, and her knuckles brush my chest as I wipe her dagger clean. So much for not spilling royal blood, I sigh. She exhales slowly. It was going to happen sooner or later. So, should I get used to this? You should expect this. I smile. Then I look forward to our next encounter. I wink, and she rolls her eyes before slipping my dagger back into its sheath and returning her own into the band of her pants. And then she's brushing past my arm and heading for the door. Always a pleasure, I say, striding to my own room across the hall. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't say the same. I see the flash of a grin before she steps into her room, swinging the door shut behind her. As soon as I'm on the other side of my own door, I'm pacing around the room that just so happens to be right across from hers. My fingers stray to my neck, feeling the sticky warmth of my blood there. This girl might be the death of me. Literally.
Chapter 13. Payton. Sweat rolls down my forehead and clings to my lashes. I am so out of shape. After 3 long days of training, my body is sore and screaming at me to stop. My years of living on the streets have taken their toll, leaving me weaker than I realized, despite my regular running from Imperials and scaling chimneys. I lower my head and bring the hem of my dirt-stained tank to my eyes, huffing as I wipe the beads of sweat from my face. I'm filthy. And sadly, it's the most normal I've felt since I arrived at the palace. A tall, padded tree looms before me, the indentations from my fists still visible in the rough cushions wrapping around the trunk. I've been in the training yard for hours now, along with the other contestants, all doing various exercises or sparring against one another. The yard is nothing like the crude, muddy ring I grew up training in. I turn and lean against the padded tree, sweeping my gaze across the dozen large rings dotting the grassy yard, where most of my competition is currently residing. Wide wooden racks filled with weapons and shields, all new and waiting to be used, accompany each of the rings. I've never seen anything like it. So many weapons at my disposal. So many weapons going to waste. My eyes skim over the training yard. Everywhere I look, my fellow competitors are exercising, stretching, sparring, and just as dirty and drenched in sweat as I am. They all seem to avoid training with their abilities for the time being, likely waiting to put their powers on display until the interviews. Just the mere thought has me anxiously spinning the ring on my thumb. This time tomorrow, we'll be showing off to the kingdom of Ilia while trying to win their favor. From the little I've learned from Ellie, the interviews are how people choose who they want to support in the trials. It's a time for elites to display their strength, talk themselves up, and try to earn the people's votes. And that is exactly what I need to do. Win the people over. They play a vital part in these twisted games, and the more votes a contestant gets, the more it boosts their score. I sigh and breathe in the humid air, smelling of fresh grass, dirt, and more than a hint of sweat. I'm relieved to be training, to be doing something with my hands to keep my mind from wandering to dangerously detrimental thoughts, such as the trials and the possibility, the likelihood, of my impending death. I'm yanked from my thoughts when my eyes land on tanned skin. With the afternoon sun beating down on us, the boys have long abandoned their sweaty shirts, and it's annoyingly distracting, to say the least. Kit and Kai circle each other in a ring, smiling as they exchange words, seeming to be sparring verbally before they begin doing so physically. The brothers look comfortable, content in this moment together. Though the future king isn't a contestant in the trials, that doesn't seem to stop him from training and eating with us as though he is one. I've kept my distance from both the brothers and my other competitors, though the tension between all of us only grows with each passing day. My gaze wanders back to the boys, tracing the identical dark tattoo swirling just above their hearts. Even from this distance, I can make out Ilya's symbol of strength etched into their skin. The crest itself is simple, consisting of thick swirls all connected in a sideways diamond. It supposedly represents the different powers and how they all work together, while also representing the 4 landmarks that surround Ilya. There's Plummet Mount to the north, the Shallows Sea to the west, the Scorches Desert to the east, and the Whispers Forest to the south, all coming together to create a diamond around the city. I blink and tear my eyes from the brothers before turning back towards the tree, suddenly feeling the urge to hit something again. I spin and land a solid kick into the thick pads, resounding in a satisfying thunk. Sweat rolls down my body in rivulets, even after stripping down to my thin tank, now damp and clinging to me uncomfortably. My slim black pants are hot to the touch under the cooking sun, and I roll them nearly to my knees, tempted to tear the damn things off. I hammer blows into the matted tree until my knuckles are red and raw, before leaning my sweaty forehead against the cushion, panting slightly. The mat stifles my groan before I force myself to make my way to the closest weapons rack. My fingers dance along the beautiful throwing knives lying innocently on the rack. The smoothness, the sheer sharpness of these knives has me itching to throw them. I turn my attention to the target 10 yards ahead of me and begin burying several knives deep into the rough wood. I fall into a rhythm, letting my body relax with each knife I let fly. I feel focused. I feel dazed. I missed this. I let my mind wander, watching as the knives meet their mark. Suddenly, I'm standing in my backyard again, throwing small, measly blades into the rough bark of a tree. My father paces behind me, drilling me with questions. Questions about my surroundings, about things I should observe in seconds, even while my mind focuses on the blades sinking into their target. I can almost hear my father's footsteps in the dirt behind me. The familiar whoosh of a knife cutting through the air has me ducking instinctively, feeling the whisper of a blade above my head before looking up just in time to see it sink into the target. A beautiful throw. But I'm far too pissed to admire it. I drop to my full height and whirl on my heel, eyes locking on the gray ones a few yards away. He's the perfect picture of innocence. Hands already in his pockets, hair ruffling in the breeze, and a lazy smirk on his lips. Good reflexes, Gray. That cocky son of a... What the hell is wrong with you? I stomp towards Kai, closing the distance between us in a matter of seconds. What if I didn't duck, huh? He shrugs. Shrugs. Then I would have had less competition to worry about. So you're admitting that I'm a threat to you. I never said that. But you implied it. Don't flatter yourself. My chest heaves as I hold his gaze. A single dimple makes an appearance when he looks down at me, the corner of his mouth tilted in amusement. And with that, the urge to hit him only grows. I knew you'd duck, Gray, he murmurs, his lips twitching with the use of my last name. A shiver runs down my spine, despite the sun beating on my back, when he leans even closer to whisper something in my ear. But I never find out what it was he wanted to say. A prick of pain pierces my ear, and I jerk in shock. I hear the thud of a knife hitting the target behind us, and look up over Kai's shoulder to see Blair, hand outstretched. A smirk twists her red lips, but her dark eyes flick between Kai and me. I reach a hand to the shell of my ear where my fingers are quickly coated with sticky blood. She sent the knife flying into the target, but not before it left its mark on me. She cut me. On purpose. A muscle feathers in Kai's jaw, the only indication of his temper. He remains hovering over me, refusing to turn towards Blair, while half blocking me from her with his body. Territorial, are we, Blair? I say, looking from Kai to her blazing gaze. She clearly didn't like the fact that the prince was giving someone else attention, even if that attention was him throwing a knife at my head. Maybe she's into that. She ignores my question, voice smug.
Just thought I would mark my target before the trials begin.
And then she spins on her heel and struts away, leaving me staring after her. I swallow, feeling smaller and weaker than I have ever before. Blair's display was a reminder of how easy it would be for any of these elites to end my ordinary life. She marked me.
You're getting blood in your hair, darling.
My eyes snapped to Kai, still looming over me, now assessing my wound with his piercing gaze. I reach up, intending to tuck the hair behind my bloody ear, when his hand catches my wrist.
Don't,
he sighs, his calluses brushing my skin as he pulls my hand in front of my face and nods at my bloody fingers.
Unless you wish to add more blood to your hair.
I try not to gape at him, and that only makes his grin grow.
Why are you being a gentleman?
He finishes for me, sighing as though he doesn't quite know the answer himself.
Let's just say I happen to know how difficult it is to wash blood out of hair, so I don't envy your current situation.
His eyes wander over my stinging wound and the blood I can feel dripping from it. Then he drops my wrist before gingerly tucking the hair behind my ear, muttering,
You're making a mess, Gray.
I blink at him, vaguely wondering if a wound this shallow made me lose enough blood to have me hallucinating. Something must be horribly wrong, because the future enforcer just gently tucked hair behind my ear so it wouldn't get any bloodier than it already is.
Turn around.
The command snaps me back to reality. There's that lovely future enforcer. His brows rise expectantly, waiting for me to obey the order. Instead, the words that fall out of my mouth are, "And why would I do that?" His voice is flat.
Because I told you to.
And that's supposed to mean something to me? I am playing a very, very dangerous game. He cracks a smile.
Fine.
And then he's suddenly stepping behind me, muttering,
Stubborn little thing.
Rough fingers brush against the nape of my neck. My breath catches as he casually pulls my hair into his hands, combing the strands out of my face and away from my bloody ear. What are you? I stop short, feeling the pattern he's gently weaving. Are you braiding my hair?
Why do you sound so surprised?
He asks simply, unaware that my mouth is hanging open in shock. His voice is full of that cocky challenge as he says,
What? Do you need me to teach you how to?
No, I don't need you to teach. I pause, taking a breath. How do you even know how to braid? He huffs out a laugh that stirs the hair at the back of my neck.
You say that like it's supposed to be difficult.
We're quiet for a moment, and the brush of his fingers traveling down my back has me stilling. I clear my throat. I thought you told me not to get used to you being a gentleman. I can practically hear the smirk in his voice when he says,
And I still stand by that statement.
Then why are you doing this? He heaves a sigh. Fingers fall to my arm, and I almost jump at the sudden skim of his calluses. They stop on the strap wrapped around my wrist, before slipping it off to begin securing my hair.
There,
he says, stepping around to stand in front of me as he flicks the long braid over my shoulder. Then he gives it a tug, admiring his handiwork with a smile that displays his dimples. I look down at the braid and stifle a snort at the sight of several strands sticking out. I thought this wasn't difficult for you. I laugh as I say, You do know that all of the hair is supposed to make it into the braid, correct?
Odd way to say thank you, but I suppose that is the best I'll get from you.
He leans in closer, lips lifted into a mocking grin.
Perhaps, if you won't let me teach you how to braid, you'll consider letting me teach you some manners.
I nearly choke on my scoff at the thought of the future enforcer teaching me manners. His eyes skim over my ear before he takes a step away, slipping his hands into his pockets.
You should get that healed up before the interviews tomorrow,
he says casually, nodding to my wound.
We wouldn't want Blair's mark on you to scar.
The sudden bite in those words has me stunned for a moment as I study him in the growing silence. No, I finally manage. We wouldn't want that. His gaze sweeps over me again before he turns, tossing a smirk over his shoulder.
Good luck tomorrow, Gray.
I don't bother fighting my smile. If I had any manners, I would wish you luck as well, Prince. But you already informed me that I don't. He laughs, and the sound snakes down my spine as he continues to stride away. Without him to distract me, my ear stings furiously as I begin my trek back to the castle with one thought occupying me. He never answered my question. Chapter 14. Payton. The cool steel of my father's ring does little to comfort me as I spin it on my thumb. Gentle fingers are gliding through my hair, pinning and pulling at the messy strands. Between Ellie's soothing touches and the plush vanity bench I'm currently slumped on, my drooping eyelids threaten to pull me back into restless sleep, despite my reeling mind. Ellie must see the worry and weariness written all over my face because she offers me a sympathetic smile in the mirror. How are you feeling? You know, about the interviews. The constant spinning of my ring never slows, though my nerves never calm. Well, I have no idea what to expect, and if it goes poorly... I trail off as Ellie nods at me in the mirror, not needing me to finish that thought. Don't overthink it. You'll be fine, she assures me while continuing to pin up my hair. Besides, the people can't stop talking about the Silver Savior. The Silver Savior. I nearly laugh at the name I've been bestowed. If they really knew why I was able to stop the silencer, they wouldn't be calling me a savior anymore. In fact, they wouldn't be calling me anything, because I would just become another dead ordinary who doesn't deserve a name, a title, a memory. An elegant low bun sits at the nape of my neck when Ellie finishes, sparkling pins holding it in place, while silver ringlets surround my powdered face and darkened lashes. After much deliberation, we settle on a sleeveless light blue dress. Elegant, but not too flashy. You'll want to make a good impression, and I think this one will do the trick, Ellie says with a smile. As soon as I've slipped into it, I'm being dragged over to the mirror so Ellie can admire her handiwork. Between the hair, the makeup, and blue gown hugging my body, I almost look like I belong here. Like I haven't been sleeping on the streets for the past 5 years of my life. A knock on the door startles me enough to stop staring at my reflection. You ready in there? Lenny is waiting outside the door when Ellie pushes me into the hallway, sneaking a shy glance at him before retreating into my room. He gives me an easy smile, before leading us back to the main massive doors of the castle and into the sun-bathed courtyard beyond. We're not alone. Most of the other contestants are tensely milling about, while the rest slowly file out of the castle. Soon, Imperials are shuffling by, joining the group of us standing idly. What's going on? I breathe to Lenny, still standing beside me. He gestures to his fellow Imperials, are escorting you all to the bowl. My eyes drift to the looming structure sitting innocently nearby. I'd never been to any of the contestants' interviews before, so I've never had the pleasure of packing into the arena stands alongside thousands of other Ilians. It's been granted its unoriginal name due to the sloping bowl-like shape of the large stadium that I never thought I'd step foot in. The group sets an easy pace as we make our way to the bowl, Imperials flanking us on all sides. It's less than a mile from the palace, and I'm completely content to study my surroundings as we walk the gravel path. Twisted, drooping trees loom over us, oddly enchanting with the way the sun streams through their leaves to cast the ground beneath them in dappled light. Vibrant white and light pink flowers dot the branches, while several of them flutter down, scattering the path with petals. I let myself fall to the back of the group, watching my competition as they stride in front of me. All the boys wear some variation of slim pants and colored button-downs, while the girls wear sleek but simple dresses. Braxton and Sadie speak in hushed tones, with hesitant smiles, while Andy keeps sticking out her foot to catch Jax's ankle, sending him stumbling while she snickers. My eyes sweep to Hera, quiet as she looks around in awe at the tunnel of trees enclosing the path. Ace, on the other hand, has his nose so high in the air that I doubt he can even see what's in front of him. Finally, my gaze trails to the two tall figures striding at the front of the group. Kit and Kai chuckle quietly, a seemingly common occurrence when the two of them are together. Once again, the future king blends in with the contestants, making me briefly wonder if he wishes he was a part of these twisted trials. Blair wedges herself between the two brothers, laughing at something one of them said. Both her lilac hair and shimmery navy dress gleam in the sun, giving the illusion of a constant spotlight following her. She uses any excuse to touch the boys, making her anything but subtle. She knows what she wants, and it's clear that it is one of them. I almost admire her resilience. I walk quietly while watching the pink petals fall from the trees, drifting to the ground on a gentle breeze. I see you found something to wear. The deep voice beside me makes me jump, and I curse under my breath at the sudden sight of the future king beside me. He's chuckling at the stunned look on my face, and I fight the urge to shove him for startling me like that. I take a deep breath before meeting his green gaze, the color matching the leaves hanging above us, matching the color of his father's eyes. The king's eyes. The sudden realization has me faltering. I force myself to swallow my disgust towards this man and the corrupt kingdom he will rule in his father's likeness. Taking a deep breath, I remind myself to be civil, polite. Play the part. Yes, but I can't take all the credit. I look down at my light blue dress, billowing in the soft breeze. I have Ellie to thank for this. Ah, yes. The future king's grin is teasing, startling me. Ellie, the maid you insisted you didn't need? That's the one, I replied dryly. You know, I thought she liked me, but it seems she wants to torture me with these shoes. I can already feel my feet beginning to blister in the too tight, strappy sandals Ellie insisted I wear. He laughs again, a bright and contagious sound that manages to make me uneasy. I don't envy you, or the blisters you'll likely have. A small smile curves his lips as he gestures to me. But it suits you, nonetheless. Thank you? The words come out sounding more like a question than I intended. I always assumed the future king would be cold, calculating. More like his brother, at the very least. But Kit seems to be quite the opposite, which confuses me, considering who his father is and what his future holds. Lost in thought, I look up to see the giant silhouette of the bowl looming closer, awaiting us at the end of the tree tunnel. It's enormous. Other than the castle, I've never seen a structure so large. I feel something land on top of my head and practically jump out of my skin. Kit barks out a laugh as he reaches over and plucks the thing from my hair, making me flinch. The action doesn't go unnoticed, and his brows crinkle with concern. I'm not playing the part very well. Wiping my face of the anxiety I'm sure is written all over it, I try to manage a weak smile as I stare down at the pink flower he now twirls between his fingers. I glance up, catching sight of several petals clinging to Kit's messy hair. You know, he says softly, plopping the flower back on top of my head. This also suits you. I take a deep breath and force a stronger smile. I could say the same about you, I say, pointing at his blonde hair full of petals. He returns my grin as he runs a hand through it, doing little to rid his hair of the flowers, creating a crown atop his head. Well, now we're matching, he says simply, his eyes watchful. I look away, still feeling his gaze roaming over my face as I try my hardest to look calm, collected. You look... He pauses, trying to find the right word. Anxious. So much for calm and collected. I offer him a quick smile that doesn't reach my eyes. Well, let's hope anxiety suits me as well. Is it the interviews that have you nervous? Or is it something else? His words are soft, curious, concerning. My gaze slides to his before quickly looking away at the sight of the king's eyes staring back at me. Just the interviews, and the possibility that I'll make a fool out of myself. You'll be fine, especially after your incident with my brother in Loot. He gives me that charming grin of his. You know, the people are still talking about you. I'm about to respond when my face is suddenly bathed in sunlight. I hadn't realized the tunnel of trees had ended, leaving me blinking rapidly in the blinding light. But the sun is gone as quickly as it came. The group quiets when we step into the shadow cast by the bowl. We make our way into one of the many large cement tunnels leading into the arena, our footsteps echoing off cold stone walls, until we are spit out onto the lowest level of the stadium. My head swivels back and forth, eyes wide as I take it all in. Wrapping around the entire oval arena are dozens of wide rows covered in concrete benches that climb up the side of the bowl. My eyes sweep over the thick glass encasing each section of the stands. No, not glass. Mute. I've only briefly learned of the rare material invented by the scholars, let alone seen it myself. By means that are far too complicated for me to understand, this glass look-alike prevents the elites within the stands from using their powers, so as not to interfere with the trials. I tear my eyes away from the odd phenomenon and continue perusing the bowl with my wide gaze. Though we stand at ground level beside the bottom row of benches, the sand-packed arena lies below us. I walk over to the thick metal railing at the edge of the path and look down. It's easily a 15-foot drop to the arena floor below us, packed with sand. The pit. And that is where the trials will take place, while hundreds of Ilians watch from the stands encircling us. The Imperials begin herding us along the path, until we come to a stop beside a wide room jutting out into the pathway, surrounded by thick glass. Peering inside, I can see 3 large and luxurious chairs, all sitting on a polished wood floor and looking so at odds with the gray, cold concrete covering the rest of the bowl. The king's box. So this is where he sits comfortably and watches us die. To my surprise, the Imperials begin pushing us into the glass room, one by one. We all file into a line and watch as Kai strides to the far corner. I crane my neck to see him lift a hidden latch from the floor, swinging open a trap door before jumping down easily. A hand on my shoulder urges me forward. Where are we going? I walk through the stuffy room and make my way to the hole in the floor that awaits me. The room beneath is cast in shadows, making it impossible to see how far down the floor is. I sigh before stepping off the edge and into the darkness. My feet hit the ground with a soft thud. After estimating that the drop was nearly 7 feet, I'm thankful that the ground beneath my sandals is plush. But with the shifting mat beneath me and my bent knees to lessen the impact of the drop, I can't help but stumble forward into something solid. No, not something. Someone. Strong arms wrap around me before I feel the rumble of deep laughter coming from the broad chest I slammed into. Large hands are placed firmly on my hips, and as my eyes adjust to the darkness, I can make out the familiar curve of a smirk on Kai's lips as he looks down on me.
Sloppy footwork, Gray. I'd hate to be your partner on the dance floor.
I push against his chest with my palms, and he reluctantly releases me, laughing darkly. Well then, the feeling is mutual. I'm flustered, and I hate it. And I have fabulous footwork, thank you very much. I clear my throat, averting my gaze before adding quietly, when fighting. He's right, once again. And once again, I hate it. I am a disastrous dancer. I may be able to dance around in a brawl, but that skill doesn't extend to the ballroom. He laughs again, but before he has the chance to make some sly comment that I would most definitely make him regret, Kit drops down beside me. Toying with your competition, brother? I can hear the amusement in his voice as he walks over to the large lever on the wall and jerks it upward. The lights above us flicker and hum to life, painfully reminding me of home and the few buzzing lamps that scatter Loot Alley.
I can't help but toy with the competition that's fun to play with,
Kai replies with a sloppy shrug. I'm about to say something I likely shouldn't when our conversation comes to a halt, as the rest of the elites quite literally fall into the room. Looking around, I find the space filled with plushy chairs and couches, along with an assortment of snacks sprawled out onto a long table, making it clear that we are waiting here until the interviews start. Everyone mills about the room, dropping into chairs and grabbing food. I feel a brush of a hand on my shoulder and startle, spinning around to meet a pair of amused honey eyes hiding behind strands of wine-red hair. Jumpy, aren't you? Andy quirks a brow. Yes, well, I thought you were Kai and was preparing to break your nose. She snorts loudly. Understandable. My cousin's an ass, kinda. She jerks her head towards Kai, but the smile doesn't fade from her face. You're... I blink. Cousin? Yep, he's lucky enough to be related to me. She smirks, her nose ring winking in the dim light. They both are. So you grew up in the palace too, with them? I nod my head towards the boys, who look to be mercilessly teasing Jax. Yeah, unfortunately, she shakes her head and chuckles. The number of fights those two have gotten into over food. She trails off, smiling to herself. Anyways, I'm what they call a handy back at the palace. My dad and I fix anything that needs fixing in the castle, and trust me, those two have broken a lot over the years. Eventually, we find our way to one of the couches and plop down, talking hesitantly. We're polite with each other, content to have a civil conversation while still being very aware of the fact that we are competitors. The thundering sound of hundreds of stomping feet quiets us all. The rumble fills the arena above, making my stomach twist. They're here. Hundreds of Ilians, thousands even, all here to watch the interviews, the show. Here to choose who they want to support, who they want to live. I'm not sure how long it takes for the parade of footsteps climbing up the rows to quiet. But the voices don't. They chant and cheer, waiting for the contestants to show themselves. The Imperials beckon us back towards the trapdoor, where I suddenly find myself in another line, waiting my turn to pull myself out of the room and back into the glass box above us. I hadn't even noticed the future king beside me until he reaches up to pull something from my hair. I don't even have time to flinch before he's holding a flower in front of my face. The one I had forgotten was tangled in the silver strands. Although I think it suits you, maybe you shouldn't do your interview with this on your head. He gestures to the flower with a smile. You might attract a lot of attention, especially from bees. Play the part. That's what I must keep telling myself, because every time I look at him, all I can see is his father, and a man who will one day rule over a corrupt kingdom. And yet, despite my disgust, I force a smile to my face. Thank you for saving me from both embarrassment and bees. Braxton steps beneath the exit, and I'm thankful for the excuse to look away from the future king. The brawny doesn't even need to jump to grab hold of the lip before easily pulling himself off the floor and through the trapdoor. One by one, the boys help themselves up into the room above, until only the two princes remain. They help the girls up with ease, practically lifting Hera through the opening. Blair takes advantage of the situation, using it as an excuse to have the boys' hands all over her. After Sadie politely asks for a boost, I'm left alone with the brothers. I look up through the trapdoor, assessing my jump, when Kai steps behind me, ducking his head so his chin nearly rests on my shoulder.
Too stubborn to ask for my help, Gray?
No, I say coolly. Too strong to need it. His next words are murmured close to my ear.
That's what I like to hear.
The heat of him vanishes when he steps to the side, gesturing to the trapdoor above with a smile twisting his lips. I jump, my fingers curling around the edge of the opening as I dangle in the air for a moment. I've never been more grateful for the many years I've had to practice scaling buildings. I pull myself up, ready to swing my legs over. "This damn dress," I huff. It's stiff, the fabric hugging my hips, making it impossible to move freely.
"Go on."
It's Kai's taunting voice I hear behind me.
"Ask for my help, Gray."
I roll my eyes at the wall in front of me. Stubborn, remember? I hear Kit chuckle before I feel hands brushing my legs. Startled, I look down, eyes landing on a bent head of messy black waves. Kai is gripping the bottom seam of my dress, his eyes flicking up to mine.
"May I?"
His voice is soft, tone amused. I swallow, roll my eyes once again, and nod against my better judgment. And then he's ripping my dress. He tears the fabric easily, creating a slit up the side of my thigh, freeing me from the tight confines of the fabric. His rough fingers briefly brush my skin as he says,
"I am more than willing to rip your dresses for you, Gray. To help, of course."
Kit snorts while Kai smirks.
"You only need to ask."
Why ask when you're so eager to offer? Kai's laughter follows me as I finally pull myself up, arms burning with the strain. When I stand to my feet inside the glass box, I'm relieved to find the chairs are still empty. The thought of seeing the king, after the way he so flippantly spoke about my father, as if he wasn't his murderer, makes my blood boil. Before that dinner, I'd never had to fight the urge to shove a fork through someone's jugular. I take a deep breath before stepping out onto the pathway. The crowd roars. Here we are. The Imperials lead us to a small opening in the railing opposite the box, where stairs have been placed for us to get into the pit below. My feet hit the hard sand of the arena as the crowd cheers, sounding as though the trials have already begun. We walk across the large floor of the pit, stopping in the middle where a makeshift stage rises a few feet off the ground. 10 plush chairs line the back of it, while 2 more are centered in front. The Imperials usher us onto the stage where we take a seat. My gaze catches Lenny's, and he gives me a reassuring nod before stepping into line with the other Imperials.
"Welcome, fellow Ilians, to the 6th ever Purging Trials."
The crowd roars as I snap my head towards the high female voice. She turns to face us, brown eyes bright with excitement and full red lips curved into a smile as she takes us in.
"Tiala."
Ironic that her bright teal hair matches her name. I'd never seen the young woman who conducted the interviews for the previous trials, but I've heard enough about her unique appearance to identify her.
"Oh, but this is no ordinary trials,"
she beams at the crowd, flashing her white teeth.
"For the first time in Purging Trials history, we have a future enforcer competing."
I can almost feel the thousands of eyes shift in Kai's direction. He's clearly used to this attention, appearing completely relaxed as he reclines in his chair. Tiala continues.
"And because of that, this year's trials will look a little different."
The crowd goes wild. Ellie's words echo in my head, mirroring the ones Tiala just spoke. Different. All because there is royal blood competing? All to make things more difficult for the future enforcer? I don't have time to ponder it more before Tiala says,
"Are you ready to meet your elites?"
She flattens her hand to her chest as she speaks, causing her words to carry across the arena. Her ability as an amplifier allows her to project her voice, as well as the voices of others, so long as she is touching them. A mundane power, yet useful in this line of work. The crowd cheers and stomps, mimicking the rumble of thunder.
"Why don't we meet Jax first? Jax, sweetie, would you come sit up here with me?"
Jax plops down in the chair angled towards Tiala at the front of the stage with a shy smile on his face. He fidgets, one of his long legs bouncing on the ground as she pelts him with idle questions about his life and the trials.
I like sparring with Kit, mostly because he lets me win sometimes. Kai, not so much."
The crowd erupts in laughter at Jax's response to what he likes most about training for the trials. He smiles sheepishly at Tiala, his grin widening when he shifts in his seat to spot Kai's quick shrug.
Isn't he just adorable?
Tiala flashes a smile at the crowd before asking,
Tell me, Jax, how old are you again?
Tiala's hand rests on his shoulder, amplifying his answer.
15.
Plagues, he's so young.
15, and already bestowed the honor of competing in the trials,
Tiala exclaims, looking towards the crowd for approval, which they offer in the form of stomps and cheers.
And remind us again of your power.
He clears his throat.
I'm a blink. How fascinating! Tell us more for those who haven't witnessed this ability.
Well, he straightens in his seat.
I can teleport anywhere that I can see in a blink.
He smiles as the audience laughs.
All right, Jax, one more question before you show us what you can do.
Tiala looks suddenly serious as she says,
What are you expecting from the trials?
Jax's head tilts to the side thoughtfully.
Well, I'm not sure what the trials would consist of, but no matter what, I'm expecting to honor my kingdom, my family.
He pauses and tosses a glance at Kai.
And myself.
The stadium explodes in applause at hearing the motto of the purging trials. Tiala stands and guides Jax down the steps of the stage and onto the packed sand of the pit in front of us.
The floor is all yours, Jax.
1 second, Jax is grinning at the audience, and the next, he's gone. I spin in my seat to see where he went, only to find him standing right behind Kai, a mischievous grin on his face. He ruffles his hair before vanishing, leaving the prince sputtering. Jax continues his little routine, blinking from one spot to the next, causing the crowd to gasp in surprise at each new place he appears in. After a few minutes, he blinks back to his original seat, right between Kai and Braxton, where the former doesn't hesitate to trap him in a headlock and mercilessly ruffle his hair. Tiala continues her own routine of questioning the contestants before letting them loose to show off their abilities, following the same pattern. It's nothing but a talent show. A showcase of who is the strongest. Braxton smashes and hurdles stone statues that have been scattered across the stadium for him. After Ace's interview, where he spoke as though he'd already won the trials, he strode down into the pit, pompous as ever. The illusions he casts look so real, so easy to mistake for reality. He made fire flare, burning across the sand in a trail of flame, managing to even smell of smoke. And then it was gone in a flash as quickly as it had appeared, leaving nothing behind. Sadie, being a cloner, displayed her power by creating 10 copies of herself and striding them through the stands. Each duplicate offered quick waves to the crowd before filing back to her seat. Blair followed Sadie's interview, being annoyingly sweet towards Tiala and the crowd, though I don't miss the sharpness returned to her voice when talking about winning the trials. She stepped out onto the packed sand and gently lifted Tiala right off the ground, using her power of telekinesis, informing me that her strength lies mentally rather than physically. In fact, the blade that sliced my ear only yesterday was likely thrown by her power, not her hand. Hera was shy, squirming in her seat, and only talking when necessary. I could practically see her sigh in relief when she was finally free to show off her ability and avoid talking to the audience. She vanishes, and after a moment, Tiala vanishes too. The crowd applauds, left staring at the empty air where they once stood. Andy was the most entertaining by far, unashamedly telling embarrassing stories about her childhood with Kit and Kai. The crowd loved her, laughed at her every word. But when she stepped out onto the floor of the pit to display her power, my gasp was swallowed up by the crowds. Right before my very eyes, she transformed into a tiger, then a falcon, a wolf, all of them the same wine color of her hair. And then, After casually switching between multiple animals, she transformed back into her human self, her lilac dress somehow still perfectly intact. Tiala chooses Kai next, leaving me for last. Great. With Kai smiling at her, Tiala looks flushed and flustered. It's clear he's slipped on his charming mask as he jokes and interacts with the crowd. When Tiala asks him about what he's expecting from the trials, his answer is the same as all the other contestants before him. Honor my kingdom, my family, and myself. When the prince finally finishes, he flashes a grin at the blushing Tiala before stepping right off the stage to showcase his power. Well, everyone else's powers. He goes right down the line of contestants, using each of their abilities and wooing the audience with them. Their powers seem easy to him, familiar, the result of many years of training. When he comes to the end of the row, his eyes meet mine. His head cocks slightly to the side as he takes me in, gray gaze wandering over my face. I can't imagine how much it must rattle him to not be able to use my ability, and the thought brings a small smile to my lips as I look down at him. Then Kai is back in his chair, and I'm striding towards my doom.
And lastly, we have Peyton Gray.
Tiala's voice echoes through the arena as she pats the seat beside her expectantly. Play the part. Chapter 15. Peyton. My palms are slick with sweat. I sit down in the seat beside Tiala and smooth out the skirt of my dress, if only for an excuse to wipe my sweaty hands on the smooth silk. I look up into the audience, and my breath catches. I'm embarrassed that I hadn't observed them before, but now I can't seem to tear my eyes away. The king and queen and Kit. They stare down at me from their snug glass box. The king and his heir sit close together, their similarities striking me like a blow to the chest. Their sandy hair and emerald eyes mirror one another, looking so alike that my hatred for one begins to bleed into the other.
So, Peyton, tell us about your incident with Prince Kai.
My eyes trail back to Tiala's, nearly blinded by her gleaming white teeth and vibrant hair. She leans towards me and places a soft hand on my shoulder, projecting my voice for all to hear.
Well, according to Prince Kai, there's not much to tell. But if you ask me, I think he's a little embarrassed that a girl from the slums had to come to his rescue.
The words tumble out of my mouth before I can stop them. Plagues. I need the people to like me, and mocking their prince is probably not the best way to... Laughter. To my surprise, and saving grace, the audience finds me amusing. I peek over my shoulder at Kai and watch the ghost of a smile grace his features. So maybe I can bash their prince after all. I can work with that.
Not afraid to tell it like it is.
Tiala laughs softly before moving on to the next question, the one I'm sure many are wondering.
So, tell us again how it is that you were able to fight off the silencer. I mean, it's clear you can hold your own in a physical fight, but how come the silencer didn't affect you?
I take a deep breath, knowing that this detail is very important for everyone to understand, to believe. Well, Tiala, I'm a psychic. It's a mental ability that allows me to sense strong emotions from others and get flashes of information. And because of that, I have the power to guard my head, keep it safe from people like the silencers. I smile slightly before adding, and apparently people like Prince Kai, since he can't use or sense my small ability.
How fascinating! I must say, I've never met a psychic before.
Her eyes are wide, looking very intrigued with me, as I'm sure the rest of the crowd is. Yes, well, despite it being a mundane ability, it does seem to be quite rare. I smile brightly, as if I'm not lying through the teeth I'm flashing at her.
All right, Peyton, tell us about your life in the...
She stutters, almost saying slums before choosing to say,
in Ilya.
I contemplate lying some more, saying how it wasn't that bad, how it was easy living in the slums. But it seems I suddenly have the urge to be honest. You mean life in the slums? She blinks at me, surprised by my blunt correction. There's not much to tell. Life on the streets isn't much of a life at all. I look her right in the eyes before turning to face the hushed crowd. These past few years, hunger and cold have been the only constant in my life. But it's not just me. There are dozens of others who sleep on the same hard cobblestone I did. Dozens of others who will do anything for a single shilling. I pause and take a breath. Living in the slums is survival of the fittest. So, in a way, I'm more prepared for these trials than anyone. Tiala stares at me in shock, clearly not expecting that answer. Then something like pity gleams in her brown eyes. I hate it. I don't want her or the crowd's pity. I want change. She quickly moves on to more lighthearted questions about training and my fellow contestants. Who do you think will be your biggest competition? I tuck a strand of hair behind my ear, contemplating my answer. Perhaps Prince Kai, seeing that he has the ability to use any power? Tiala offers. Not mine, remember? I laugh lightly, and so does she. He won't be a problem. In fact, we'll see how far he makes it in these trials without me there to save him. I smile sweetly as the crowd roars with laughter, practically feeling Kai's eyes burning a hole into the back of my head. All right, Peyton, last question. What do you expect to get out of these trials? My mouth opens, intending to spew out the practiced motto of the purging trials like everyone else had, like I'm supposed to do. But when my eyes lock on the glass box above me, lock on the current and expected king, words fall out of my mouth before I can bite my tongue. The wrong words. Survival. I expect to survive this. I can feel thousands of eyes pinned on me. Tiala manages a slow blink while wisps of teal hair blow across her face in the soft breeze. Finally, she clears her throat and stands stiffly to guide me down the stage. All right then, she tries to act natural as she says, show us what you can do. Now I'm blinking at her. How the hell am I supposed to do that? I look around the stadium as I say, why don't you choose a random person from the crowd and I'll read them. What the plagues am I talking about? Tiala smiles and nods, clearly happy to go do something. I watch as she climbs the steps out of the pit and begins walking down the rows of people, smiling and waving as she goes. After a few minutes of contemplation, she finally points to a young girl, seated a few rows above. The poor girl looks concerningly confused, but cautiously stands before making her way down into the pit, guided by Tiala. When she approaches me warily, I realize she can't be much older than I am. Her short brown hair, paired with the freckles splattering her face, grant her a constant look of innocence. I smile and reach out to take her hands, wanting to make a show of this. Don't worry, I won't bite, I say softly when she takes a slight step back. I offer her what I hope is a warm smile, and with that, she slowly holds her tan hands out to me. Grasping them gently in my own, I quickly observe her before squeezing my eyes shut. I have everything I need. I think of the tarnished chain around her neck, paired with the faded large ring hanging from it that was just barely visible behind the folds of her shirt. I'd kept my father's ring after he died too, only I wear mine on my thumb. I'm sensing grief. I squeeze her warm hands, taking a deep breath. You lost a man that was very close to you, a while ago. Your father? I open my eyes to see her mouth hanging open. Yes, she says quietly, even with Tiala's hand on her shoulder to amplify her voice. Yes, he died 4 years ago. I'm so sorry for your loss. I know what it's like to lose a father. I keep my eyes locked on hers, though I desperately want to glare up at the king in his shiny box. A collective gasp echoes through the crowd, amazed that I could know such a personal detail. And they want more. Tiala selects person after person to come down into the pit, each one more excited to be read than the last. I spout random and personal things about them, things that a stranger shouldn't know. You just found out you're pregnant. Your father is a blacksmith. You stole the shoes you're wearing. Every time, both the person I read and the crowd above us are in awe. They gasp, clap, and cheer, a completely captivated audience. Plagues. If I knew people liked this so much, I would have charged for readings on the street. A lanky young man now stands before me, a grin lighting up his face as he stares down expectantly. Closing my eyes, I recall the faint ring of dirt clinging to the right knee of his pants as he walked towards me. That, combined with the subtle outline of a small box in his coat pocket and the happy glow on his face, means I come to my conclusion in a matter of seconds. I'm sensing joy because I release one of his hands to press my fingers to my temple. You just got engaged. Today. I open my eyes just in time to see his mouth fall open. Yes, she's right. I just proposed less than 2 hours ago. He spins to face the crowd, a wide smile on his face as the audience grows wild. Congratulations! My shout is swallowed by the cheering crowd as he practically skips up the stairs to return to his seat. With that, I spin on my heel and head back to my chair, not waiting for another person to come striding down for me to read. Here, Tiala sweeps an arm behind her, gesturing to us, are your contestants for the 6th ever Purging Trials. Her voice echoes across the stadium, only to be quickly drowned out by the crowd. The contestants around me stand, and I do the same. We wave and smile at the crowd, watching as they chant, stomp, and pump their fists in the air. I feel sick. I feel used. This is all a game to them. But if I want to stay alive, I have to play my part. I have to play them. Being a pawn in their game is the price I have to pay to survive. Make them believe I like this, and in turn, they will like me. So I straighten, holding my head a little higher as I smile a little brighter. I am no one's pawn.
Chapter 16. Kai. Blood clings to my hands, my clothes, staining everything a sickening red. Torturing tends to be a messy occupation, and despite how many years of practice I've had, it never seems to get any easier or cleaner. Unlike Kit, who has been training since childhood to be poised, just, and kingly, my training has consisted of more hands-on work. Battle strategies, assassinations, and the art of torture made up much of my education, and due to this unique and extensive training I've received, I'm very good at what I do. Except, it seems, when it comes to the silencer, cowering on the dungeon floor before me. It's been days. I've beaten this man to a bloody pulp. And what have I learned in return? Nothing. To say that I'm pissed would be an understatement. The only useful word I've gotten him to slip past his lips, besides the splitting screams and pleas, is what I'm assuming is his name. Micah. I sigh, crouching down to hover over his broken, bloody body. His long hair, matted with blood, falls into his deep brown eyes. They widen when they meet mine, making him look so young. He can't be more than a few years my senior. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, I say, deceptively soft, but I don't believe you're mute. I grab his jaw and pry it open to reveal the blood pooling in his mouth, over his tongue, staining his teeth scarlet. But I could easily make that happen. I could carve out your tongue. I drop his head to the stone floor and stand to leave, aware that I'm already late for dinner. Slamming the door to the cell behind me, I offer Damien a curt nod. He gives me a slow bow of his head in return before following me down the long hallway of cells. Our footsteps echo off the stone walls as we make our way up the stairs and into the bright, sun-filled hallway above the dungeons. I deftly head to the throne room, even while my mind wanders. The trials are quickly approaching with only 4 days separating us from the first deadly game. These past few days have followed the same routine of training, eating, talking, and torturing. And, well, toying with Peyton. She's been my main source of entertainment as of late. She's entertaining. With her wit and stubbornness and obvious annoyance with me. Stop. I push thoughts of Peyton from my mind as I stride through the large doors of the throne room. My hands find their way to my pockets. Casual, despite how very aware I am that my navy shirt splotched with blood does not quite fit the dress code for dinner. The servants have already brought food to the table, which everyone sitting around it is greedily enjoying. Heads turn when they hear my shoes on the polished floor, several pairs of eyes flicking from my face to the blood clinging onto my clothes. I ignore their stares, seeing that I was too tired to change and too hungry to care.
Guy, glad you could make it.
Father sounds peeved, per usual, as I take my seat. Honey, Mother says quietly, leaning towards me. You look a little, well, bloody. She cringes as her eyes roam over me, assessing her son. Occupational hazard, Mother. I give her a small smile, the sweet one I reserve for only her. She nods hesitantly before trying to relax back into her chair. I barely listen to the quiet chatter carrying on around me. I'm finishing the last of my beans when an incessant tapping has me looking up. Strands of Peyton's silver hair fall around her face in loose curls, the rest of it tied back into a messy knot at the nape of her neck. Her eyes are pinned to her plate, her thumb and silver ring tapping a steady beat against the wooden table. And then those ocean eyes slide up to mine. I tip my head towards her drumming thumb. Is there something on your mind, Gray? She looks me over as if noticing my presence for the first time. Is there something on your shirt, Azur? Her eyes skim over my clothes before widening slightly. Is that blood? I'm sure I imagine the flash of worry on her face, the look of concern when she thinks it may be my own blood staining the shirt. Careful, darling. You almost look as if you care. I give her a lazy smile, and she gives me a lazy eye roll. My gaze snaps to Mother when her gentle voice cuts through my thoughts. I hope you all have begun pairing up for the first ball. I glance around the table. Only the 3 who haven't previously lived in the castle look slightly confused. Hera, Ace, and Peyton haven't grown up watching these balls, haven't even been to a ball. I envy them. As is tradition, Mother continues, the contestants will partner up for the balls that are held before each trial, and since there is an odd number of you, whoever does not have a partner will be paired with someone. Don't worry. Her smile somehow grows wider as she says, so choose your date and get practicing your dance steps. Kit shifts beside me, and I see him quickly glance in Peyton's direction. I run a hand through my hair before turning my attention back on my food, needing to focus on something. Since the girls outnumber the boys, it's likely that Kit will be paired with whoever doesn't have a partner, but that won't stop him from asking one of them if he wishes to. It's clear that Peyton intrigues him, but even if Kit wasn't going to ask Peyton to accompany him to the ball, which I don't doubt he will, she doesn't want me. I like a challenge, but she's made it abundantly clear on what she wishes us to be: competition, enemies. And more importantly, why isn't that what I want as well? I wake the next morning, drenched in sweat. This isn't uncommon, not with the nightmares that tend to haunt my sleep. But today is different. Today it is bloody boiling outside. It's only dawn, and my room is already sticky with humidity. I roll out of bed and make my way to the bathroom where I splash cool water over my already damp face. It doesn't take me long to get ready, begrudgingly pulling on a white cotton shirt before slipping out the door and there she is. She steps out of her room with her head down, quietly shutting the door before looking up and practically jumping at the side of me. Plagues, Kai. Don't scare me like that. I blink. It's the first time she's called me by my name, and I realize then that I could get used to the sound of it rolling off her tongue. She seems to notice what she said and clears her throat before beginning to walk down the hallway. Aren't you up early for a prince? She calls over her shoulder. What? No breakfast in bed? I catch up to her easily, taking about 3 strides before I'm walking beside her. If you're not getting breakfast in bed, neither am I. I'm just a regular contestant. Remember? No longer a charming prince for the time being. You were never that to begin with. I chuckle as we turn the corner, spotting the kitchen looming just ahead. The smell of biscuits and eggs wafting from within is enough to make me change course. So, Peyton begins, probably the start of some snide comment that I'll never get the pleasure of hearing because I grab her wrist and tug her towards the kitchen doors. I'm sure she is just as hungry as I am, and breakfast won't be served for nearly another hour. I'm doing us both a favor. Apparently, Peyton doesn't share my sentiment. Her feet dig into the floor at the threshold of the kitchen doors, eyes darting between mine. What are you? She starts, giving me that murderous look I've already grown so familiar with. Shh. I press my finger to her lips lightly, and the words die in her throat. I suppose my job will forever be feeding you now. Gray? Her flustered expression has me laughing quietly before I hear the scuff of shoes, reluctantly drawing my gaze from her wide-eyed one. We've drawn quite the crowd. Several servants stand staring at us, taking in the scene before them, but they scuttle away swiftly, snickering as they try to make themselves look busy. Hello, ladies, I call, looking around the room at the blushing servants. I've brought a far more interesting guest today than Kit. I place a gentle hand on the small of Peyton's back, prodding her forward. It's a question, a tentative test, an innocent inquiry. Is this okay? I briefly wonder if she's considering breaking my wrist, maybe contemplating placing a dagger to my throat. And then she relaxes, easing into my touch, an answer to my question without uttering a word. Yes. I guide her towards the center of the kitchen where I've spotted Gail, currently hunched over the stove. Morning, Gail. She spins around, her face lighting up when she sees me. You look lovely as always. My mouth quirks as I hop up onto the counter and sit beside where she flips crispy pieces of bacon over the stove.
You're such a kiss-ass, Kai.
She teases, lightly whipping a towel in my direction. Her eyes land on Peyton, and she straightens, nodding curtly.
Ah, Miss Peyton. A pleasure.
Please, Peyton sighs with a small smile. No, miss, just Peyton. I can practically see Gail relax, probably thanking the plague that formalities aren't needed.
Now, what is a sweet girl like you doing hanging around riffraff like him?
Gail jabs a thumb in my direction while I snatch a strip of bacon from the pan behind her turned back. I let out a low laugh. Oh, sweet isn't the word I would use to describe her, Gail. She held a knife to my throat only a few days ago. He deserved it, Peyton says simply, shrugging slightly.
Oh, I'm sure he did,
Gail replies, grinning at her.
I probably would have done the same.
She glances at me, nodding towards Peyton.
I like this one.
Peyton tips her head back and laughs. My body goes still as I listen to the sound of it fill the kitchen. So warm, so bright. Then, too quickly, she collects herself, clears her throat, and turns towards me. So, you and Kit are close with Gail? My head tilts to the side as I peer down at her, my eyes never straying from hers as I say, "Inseparable, aren't we, Gale?" A loud snort escapes the cook.
Inseparable indeed. The princes won't leave me alone.
Her eyes sparkle with pride when they meet mine.
I'm the only reason the two of them aren't stick thin.
Ah, yes, I sigh. We have Gale's sticky buns to thank for fattening us up. After Gale gladly informed Peyton of some rather embarrassing stories from my childhood, we talk casually, a regular routine for the cook and me. I ask about her son, stationed as a guard near the Scorches, all while sneaking bits of food as she swats at my hands. My gaze snags on Peyton, from where she watches me curiously, as though trying to puzzle me out. Funny. Normally, I'm the one giving her that look. I jump off the counter and give Gale a peck on the cheek. Hey, don't miss me too much. Then I turn towards Peyton, who's leaning casually against the counter, a small smile tugging at her lips. I take a slow step towards her. Her head tips up to look me in the eyes as I close the distance between us. So close I can smell the lingering scent of lavender on her skin. I reach around her back, fingers brushing her tank. Her breath hitches and I feel my lips tug upward. When she opens her mouth to tell me off, I pull my hand back slowly, holding an apple in front of her face. Always feeding you. Remember? She stares at the fruit before snatching it from my hand, huffing in annoyance. And then she smiles, the dazzling action lighting up her face as she rubs the apple on my shirt, right above my heart. She takes a bite, her eyes locked with mine. And you said you weren't a gentleman. By the time we make it to the training grounds, I'm slicked with sweat once again. Almost in unison, several of us peel off our shirts, unable to bear the heat any longer. Kit and I set off jogging around the grounds at an easy pace. I watch as the contestants pair off to spar or go their separate ways to train. Andy is currently in the form of a red leopard, circling several sadies in one of the dirt training rings. Unsurprisingly, Braxton is on the ground doing push-ups, while Jax occupies himself by throwing rocks as far as he can, only to blink and catch them before they hit the ground. Finally, my traitorous eyes slide towards a flash of silver hair. She's beating on that padded tree, per usual. She always does this. Her movements are quick, controlled, channeling an emotion I can't place. She spins suddenly, her arm raised before I see her wrist flick. I blink, and a knife sinks deep into a tree 10 yards away. Practiced, purposeful, precise. But I'm not the only one watching. Kit's gaze is locked on her, almost curiously. I clear my throat and pick up our pace. So, how you feeling? Kit's head whips towards me. At the moment, tired. I laugh at that, hitting him lightly in the stomach. Yeah, you're getting out of shape, Kitty. He shoves me at the mention of his childhood nickname. Well, I don't exactly have a reason I need to be in shape, do I? Though he says this jokingly, I don't miss the bitter edge in his voice. I sigh, already knowing what this is about. You know why you can't. I have no idea what you're talking about. Like hell you don't, I mutter. Kit, you're the next king of Ilia. We need you alive. The trials are no place for you. Shit. As soon as the words left my mouth, I knew they'd struck him like a physical blow. Is my own kingdom no place for me either? His laugh holds no humor. Hell, is anywhere outside of the castle not safe enough for the air? Kit, I know. He cuts me off, taking a deep breath. I know our duties are different. They always will be. I just wish mine weren't so damn boring. With that, he shoots me a weak smile in an effort to lighten the mood. I watch him, waiting to see if he'll say what we both know he wants to, wanting to see if he'll tell me that he feels trapped, that he feels like he's constantly trying to prove himself, that he wishes he were in the trials so he could do just that. But he says nothing of the sort. his smile a silent plea to return to just being brothers, and not the future king and his enforcer. So, for him, I force a grin onto my face. Well, at least I can count on your vote in the trials. The tension seems to melt from Kit's body, his smile displaying his emotion like it always has. He sighs in relief at the change in topic before saying, "Oh, I don't know that you can count on my vote after you all but called me fat a few minutes ago. Kai Pai." I hate that nickname, and the asshole knows it. So, I stick out my foot, sending Ilya's next king sprawling to the ground before he drags me with him. We finish off our laps, dripping in sweat as the sun beats down on us. I stretch quickly before heading into the ring with Kit. We dance around each other, using both our powers and bodies to fight. Falling into a familiar rhythm, I let myself mull over what Kit had said, losing myself in my thoughts. The world flips. No, I flip. And then I'm sprawled on my back, trying to suck air into my screaming lungs. Damn it. Lost my focus. "Got you on the ground, Kai." Kit smiles down at me. "Been a few years since that last happened, huh?" I can tell he's about to continue gloating, so I don't give him the chance. My leg sweeps out, catching his ankles and sending him sprawling to the ground beside me. "Don't get used to it," I say, resting my head on the ground and smiling up at the sky. Once he catches his breath, he's barking out a laugh. "I should have seen that coming." He trails off as I reluctantly stand to my feet and lazily brush the dirt from my clothes before offering a hand to him. We go our separate ways, Kit to spar with an insisting Blair, while I head to the targets. I grab the thin knives from the rack beside me and flip one in my hand before flipping it through the air. Weapons, fighting, killing. This is what I was raised to do. This is why I'll be the enforcer and the one fighting in the trials, not Kit. I hear the pounding of fists and quiet panning a few yards to my left, where the padded trees border the training grounds. She's back at it. Once again, she's hammering blows into the tree, or maybe she simply never stopped in the first place. She looks frustrated, angry, sloppy. Her punches are weaker, her form far less controlled. She's tired, and her stance is suffering because of it. I mindlessly flip a knife in my hand, shaking my head at the sky for what I'm about to do. I send my blade cutting through the air towards the target before strolling over to her, coming from behind while she continues to strike the pads. I'm standing at her back now, and she pivots in one swift move, sending an elbow flying towards my face. I barely have enough time to dodge before gripping her arm, halting it in the air. Her head whips around, strands of silver hair sticking to her face, now slick with sweat. My lips twitch into a smile. "You should keep practicing before you try to hit me." She snorts. "In case you've forgotten, I saved you. I know how to fight. I don't need to try to hit you, Prince." She tugs her arm out of my grip and turns back towards the tree, intently ignoring me. Well, that just won't do. "With that form, you will need to try, Gray." "Oh, really?" I can't tell if she's amused or contemplating trying to hit me at this very moment. Maybe both. "Yes, really. You're sloppy. It's not like you," I state, making her scoff. Once again, she turns back to the tree and begins throwing more punches, decidedly done with our conversation. Her knuckles are red, raw, and nearly bleeding. Why does she do this to herself? I shake my head, already knowing the answer. Because I've done it before. I've hit pads, walls, anything until blood dripped from my fists. All to find a release for the anger, the frustration that was pent up inside me. And that is exactly what Peyton is doing. She's still swinging too much with her arms, rather than using her whole body as momentum. She's typically very technical when it comes to fighting, making this especially unlike her. But she's tired and frustrated. And despite me knowing all this, I can't fight the urge to toy with her. I step even closer to her back and place my hands on her hips, twisting her body as she throws another punch. She jumps and stumbles into me, her head tipping back against my bare chest. "Stop swinging with your arms and swing with your whole body," I say, bending my head so I'm close to her ear. She sucks in a breath when my hands sweep over her abdomen, the whisper of my fingers dancing along her thin tank. "Engage your core, Gray." Her chest heaves. Then she takes a step forward, the heat of her body leaving mine. My hands are still planted on her hips when she turns her head to shoot me an irritated look. She knows I'm right, and she hates it. She got lazy and didn't realize until now, too focused and frustrated to notice. The thought has me smiling down at her as she huffs, blowing a strand of hair out of her eyes before turning back towards the tree. "Now, throw a punch," I murmur, leaning in to add, "correctly." Shockingly, she doesn't argue, likely realizing it won't do her any good. She squares her shoulders and balances on the balls of her feet. Then she jabs, her fist flying towards the mat as I twist her hips in time with the punch. There's far more momentum behind it. I can see how much stronger she's gotten in her short time here with her consistent meals and training. When her knuckles sink into the pad, the lean muscles in her back and arms are evident. "Much better," I say dully, despite being impressed. After a moment that was most definitely too long, I finally drop my hands from her hips. "Now, do it on your own, just to make sure you were paying attention." She stills, facing the tree, and then there's a flash of silver hair as she swivels around, throwing a beautiful jab at my face. Chapter 17. Kai. I almost don't dodge in time. Only years of fighting allow my reflexes to react so quickly. "How was that?" she says sweetly, flashing that startling smile at me. I huff out a laugh. "What if I didn't duck, Gray?" "I knew you'd duck, Azur." She's close to my face now, a wicked smile curving her lips when she repeats the exact phrase I told her after throwing a knife in her direction. Looks like someone is itching for a fight. My eyes flick up her body, taking my time, taking in her stance and the balls of her feet, her slightly raised hands, and every stitch of clothing clinging to her body in between. "I've just been waiting for an excuse to punch that smirk off your face." She swings at me again, knowing I'll duck under it. She's toying with me. "Wouldn't be the first time someone said that to me," I say as we circle each other. We've backed into a small opening between the targets and the weapons rack opposite them. I show her my palms, surrendering before the fight has even begun. "You don't really want to do this, and neither do I. Especially because I wouldn't want to mess up that pretty face of yours, darling." She all but rolls her eyes at me. "That's funny, because I won't hesitate to mess up your pretty face." I smirk. "I knew you thought I was pretty." At that, she throws another punch at my face that I easily evade. We continue circling each other, slowly. Damp hair clings to my forehead, and I comb my fingers through it, pushing it off my sticky skin. "You do know that I have 8 powers at my disposal right now, and any one of them could drop you." I grin as I say it, watching her eyes narrow. "I don't want to fight your power. I want to fight you. Just you." Her piercing gaze never leaves mine as she says it, even as the other elites turn their attention towards us, finding this fight far more interesting than their training. "So, you want just me? No powers?" "Yes, I just want you." She breathes, annoyed with me. My mouth twists into a crooked grin. "I knew you wanted me, Gray." And with that little comment, a high kick comes flying towards my face. I block it with my hands and push her leg down, once again surprised by her strength. Before I can take another breath, a beautiful jab heads for my face, this one intended to meet its mark. Hard. I duck under it before grabbing her outstretched wrist and pulling her back against my chest as I twist her arm under her shoulder blade. "You're gonna have to do better than that, Gray," I whisper against her ear, smiling. She grunts and drives the elbow of her free arm into my stomach. The air whooshes out of my lungs, and she takes advantage of it. Pivoting, she swings her elbow high at my face, making my head snap to the side when it connects with my jaw. My grip on her arm loosens, and she spins out of my hold before throwing a right cross at the exact same spot on my jaw. Damn. I keep my head turned to the side, my tongue roaming over the inside of my cheek as my mouth begins to fill with blood. And then my gaze slowly slides to her. She's on the balls of her feet, hands still raised in a fighting stance as she stares at me. And then she smiles, momentarily distracting me. I laugh, deep and quiet, before spitting blood onto the ground. Much better, Gray. I smile as I circle her, my fist instinctively raised. I might actually need to fight back. Her smile slips before she's suddenly dropping to the ground and sweeping her leg in a wide arc, intending to knock me to the dirt. I jump over it swiftly, but she's back on her feet in a split second, throwing a combination of punches. She peppers me with a series of uppercuts, jabs, and hooks, but I stay on defense, blocking her fists. With her quick movements, she finally gets in a sharp blow to my stomach, stealing my breath away. Fine. If she wants to fight, I'll fight. I won't hurt her. Badly. In fact, she's quite skilled, and despite my mocking, she is a fine fighter. But with my now bruising jaw and stomach, I'm done playing games. She ducks before my fist meets the air where her head was. Then she kicks out a leg, swinging it towards my ribs. I grab her ankle right before it connects with my side and yank her forward. She stumbles towards me, and I grip her thigh against my side with one hand, while the other lands a blow to her cheekbone. It was a softer hit, but still hard enough to make her head snap to the side. I let go of her leg at the same moment I wrap my foot behind her ankle, still planted on the ground, giving it a good tug. She falls, hard. Violent coughs shake her body as soon as her back hits the dirt as she tries to suck air back into her lungs. I hover over her with a smile, assuming the match is over. Wrong. She kicks me in the groin. Hard. I double over, huffing out a pained laugh. Cheap shot, darling. Yes, but an effective one. She jumps to her feet, panting even with a sly smile. Her hands are up, covering her face, while the rest of her body is covered in dirt. And then we are trading off blows and blocks as we toy with one another. It's like a dance, and she is a fierce partner. But, for whatever reason, I refuse to throw my whole weight behind the punches. I rein myself in. Not enough to stop me from fighting back, but enough to keep her mostly unbroken. Though she is clearly not doing the same. She's hitting hard, striking relentlessly, wanting to hurt me. 1 minute we're flirting, and the next we're fighting, possibly even both at the same time. I can't seem to figure this vicious girl out. After minutes of blocking and landing blows, we are both panting in the unbearable heat. Sweat rolls down my brow and stings my eyes as the group surrounding us cheers and grunts each time one of us takes a hit. I strike her with a combination of punches, my uppercut finding its mark under her jaw and jerking her head up. I follow it with a lazy jab which she dodges, grabbing my outstretched arm in one hand and my opposite shoulder in the other. Then she steps close to me, driving a knee into my stomach. But she's left the arm that is holding my shoulder open and exposed, so I take advantage of it. I use both hands to grab hold of her forearm and wrist before pivoting so my back is against her chest. Then I use my momentum to raise her off the ground, throwing her over my shoulder and onto the dirt with a thud. She's on her back, wheezing from the impact of the hard ground as I stare down at her, hoping she's finally given up. Wrong again. With surprising speed, she grips the back of my ankles with her hands and yanks with that strength of hers. Caught off guard, she manages to pull my feet from under me, sending the ground flying towards my back. She's up and on me in a second, practically jumping on top of my chest, placing her knees on either side of me. And then she cocks a bloody fist back, her smile triumphant. I take her in, bloody and straddling me. If it weren't for my current situation, I glance at her fist still posed to strike, this could be a lot more fun. I say quietly, looking her up and down before staring into those blue eyes as they widen. Her focus slips for a moment. Perfect. I grab her waist and flip us over. Now I'm on top of her, pinning her wrists into the dirt beside her head. She pants beneath me, glaring up into my face. She's covered in dirt, and I'm certain I look no different. A dark bruise is already beginning to blossom across her cheekbone, and blood leaks from her nose and mouth. Nicely done, Gray, I say close to her face. She squirms in my hold, but it does nothing to loosen my grip. I have a few critiques. She stills, and I watch as a slow smile spreads across her lips. Seeing that you're the future enforcer, I wasn't sure if you were capable of showing mercy. Clearly you are. I stare down at her, my face morphing into its cold mask at her words. Then she lifts her head off the ground, so only mere inches separate us as she breathes. I know you went easy on me. Was it that obvious, or did her psychic abilities tell her that? My gaze roams over her face, snagging on the dirt and blood splattering her skin, concealing the faint dusting of freckles I know covers her nose. And what makes you think that? Her face inches impossibly closer, lashes fluttering, lips quirked into a smile, and dangerously close to my own. Her voice is breathy, barely audible as she whispers, because if you weren't going easy on me, I wouldn't be able to do this. I barely have enough time to be confused before she headbutts me. When the crown of her head meets my nose, I see stars. She breaks my hold on her wrist and uses both legs to push me off her. A cloud of dust surrounds me as I lie in the dirt, blinking away the throbbing pain. The hit was hard, but not hard enough to stop me from staggering to my feet and facing her, blood streaming from my broken nose. She doesn't waste a moment. Her arms are around my neck, her knee driving into my stomach again and again. Before I have time to react, she uses my bent leg as a step stool, throwing her own legs over my shoulder in one swift movement. Using her momentum and the limbs wrapped around me, she throws us both to the ground. I sprawl into the dirt while she rolls, wasting no time before pouncing on me. And then my arms are pinned under her knees once again. How is my form, Prince? She pants, lips bloody. Any critiques now? Her weight presses down on me and I huff out a laugh. I have a few notes. Likewise. Her hand flashes to her boot, sliding a thin blade from the worn leather. For starters, I don't appreciate my opponents going easy on me. She gently drags the knife's tip across my cheekbone, tickling my skin. I smirk despite the blade she trails across my face, my gaze burning into hers. And then my eyes flick to the blood dribbling down her face, leaking from the several cuts and gashes I'd given her. Looks like I messed up your pretty face after all, despite my best efforts. Oh, this is nothing, she laughs breathlessly. You should see the damage I did to your pretty face. My lips quirk into a smile as I lift my head towards hers. Oh, darling, as long as you still think I'm pretty, I don't give a damn what I look like. Those blue eyes blink at me in shock before rolling at me in annoyance. With the huff, she shifts and stands to her feet. I follow, dusting the dirt from my body as she does the same. Before she can turn to leave, I say, You're far more fun to spar with than Kit. We should do that again sometime. Her head tilts slightly to the side, her smile sly. I'll never pass up the chance to kick your ass, Prince. And with that, she's striding away as I watch her retreating form. Oh, and Kai? She calls, her voice casual. And then I'm ducking. She spun, throwing the knife so suddenly that I barely had time to dodge before it sank into the wooden target a few feet behind me. I don't want your mercy. Next time we fight, I can see her blue eyes smoldering from where I stand. Impress me. A low whistle sounds from the crowd. Kit, of course. Ignoring him, I shake my head, grinning at her as she turns away from me. Vicious little thing indeed.
Chapter 18. Payton. I'm almost certain I'm not an ordinary. My power may actually be the ability to lie effortlessly. Lie about what I am, who I trust, and how happy I am to be here. Yes, the trials are a series of physical games, but they are just as deadly when it comes to the mental ones. I need to win over the people, convince them that I love these trials as much as they do. I want their votes to stay alive, but I need their votes if I want to win this bloody thing. I glance around the dinner table, taking in the stiff shoulders and clipped conversation. The tension in the room is nearly suffocating, choking us into awkward silence filled mostly with chewing. It's safe to say that we've become antsy as of late. So much so that a fight broke out between Ace and Braxton in the training yard, one that the former unsurprisingly initiated. I can't imagine what Ace must have done to crack Braxton's patient composure, but the brawl took 4 Imperials to break up, all but piling on top of the 2 contestants. My eyes slide over my opponent slowly, stopping on the green gaze already staring at me. I suck in a breath, steeling myself against the rush of rage I feel every time I look at the king. No, not the king. Kit stares back at me with eyes so like his father's that I have to blink the image of the king away, forcing myself to focus on the boy in front of me instead. His smile is warm, his eyes wandering over my face. I return the action, before quickly looking away, desperate to avoid his gaze, as my eyes crash into a familiar pair. I'm suddenly swallowed in the storm that is his steely gray gaze, framed by dark lashes. Kai tilts his head slightly, smiling at me in a way that has me spinning the ring on my thumb nervously. I hope he's losing his mind trying to puzzle me out like I am him. Kai's gaze flicks to my thumb and the ring I'm now spinning on it. There's a glint in his eyes when he leans across the table towards me.
Something making you nervous, Gray?
Plagues. How can one person be so equally infuriating and infatuating? And what would give you the impression that I'm nervous? He hums, running a hand over his rough jaw.
Should I start with the fact that you're spinning that ring, or the more obvious one being that you're clutching a knife?
I blink at him before looking down. There is, in fact, a steak knife gripped in my fist, though I'm not sure when it found its way there. I stare at it, huffing out a laugh before uncurling my fingers from the handle. When my gaze finally meets his, it's searching, softer than before. And annoyingly enough, I'm mirroring that same look he's giving me, though we are seeing very different things. I see a boy who is confusing and captivating, cocky and calculating. But with every new detail I discover about him, the less I think I know. He has a soft spot for only those he loves dearly. That much is clear. But he's built walls, guarded himself, slipped on masks, making him annoyingly difficult to decipher. My mind wanders to our fight, to the feel of his hands on me, steady and strong. Watching him fight is like watching a dancer, one who feels the music in their soul, their very bones. He was born for battle, raised to kill. And I need to remember that. I'm jolted from my thoughts when a servant reaches to grab my plate. Out of pure instinct, my fingers itch to snatch a roll or two before they are whisked away. I'm still not used to having regular, let alone nourishing meals every day, and I find myself constantly fighting my thieving instincts when they scream at me to grab whatever food I can get my hands on. Chairs scrape against the marble floor as those around me stand to leave. An airy, delicate voice calls out over the commotion, and we all stop to turn towards the sound. The Queen has her hands folded neatly in front of her, clasped over her pristine navy gown, shimmering in the setting sunlight. She smiles at us, and the twinkle in her eyes reminds me vaguely of Kai.
Only a few more days until the first ball. Ladies, I trust you all have selected a gown, or you've spoken to your maids about having one prepared.
I have most definitely done neither of those things yet.
Oh, and don't forget to be practicing your dancing, the Queen adds with a smile. I trust you'll want to make a good impression on the people.
Oh, I'll definitely make an impression. She dismisses us with a nod, and I head swiftly for the door, intending to slip back to my room and seek Ellie's counsel on my gown. Peyton. My feet falter, slowing me to a stop. The warmth in that voice and the use of my name tell me it's not Kai behind me. No, it's his brother. I turn on my heel and watch Kit stroll towards me, his blonde hair messy and his smile charming. I swallow when he steps close to me, when he looks at me with those emerald eyes he shares with a murderer. Hey, he says warmly. Mind if I walk you to your room? Yes. Not at all, I hear myself say through the teeth I'm flashing at him. We start walking down the hall, heading for the contestants' wing of the castle. I have yet to congratulate you on your interview, he says with a pinch of pride in his voice. Didn't I say you'd do just fine? I think back to the interviews, when I managed to make a mess of the one thing I was expected to say. Survival. I expect to survive this. I almost laugh at the thought. Well, it's good to know that the future king won't have my head for screwing up his kingdom's motto. I bite my tongue, but it's too late to stop the words that have already tumbled from my mouth. He laughs. The sound is rich, flooding me with relief. He rubs a hand behind his neck, still chuckling as he says, Actually, that was my favorite part. I throw him a bemused look. Was it now? Yes. The laughter leaves his voice when he stops to look at me, halting us in the middle of the hallway. It was the most real thing anyone's ever said in those interviews. I search his face, trying to ignore the flash of his father I see. You mean it was the stupidest thing anyone's ever said in those interviews? His warm chuckle is echoing off the walls once again. Perhaps. He pauses, peering down at me. But if it makes you feel any better, I don't think you were wrong when you said you expected to survive this, and I admire you for voicing how you truly feel. I'm so shocked by the sincerity in his words that I huff out a laugh. Then you must admire me often, because I tend to speak my mind far more than I should. I do admire you often. His eyes seem to speak those 5 words as they search mine, voicing something he never intended to. And it's the first time that I can meet his gaze and not see the king gazing back at me. Clearing my throat, I turn and continue heading down the hallway again. Kit is by my side when we come to a halt in front of my room, and I'm already pushing open the door as I say, Thank you for walking with me. I pause to give him a small smile over my shoulder. Now I can say I've been escorted by the future king. I'm stepping through the doorframe when words leave him in a rush. Yes, and if you'll let me, I'll do it again. I spin around, finding him suddenly right behind me. What? His face splits into a smile that seems almost too shy to be worn by a royal. Miss Grey, will you be my partner to the balls? I nearly choke on the next breath I suck in, and yet, instead of answering his question, a pointless one of my own falls from my lips with a breathy laugh. Since when have I been Miss Grey? A sly smile replaces his shy one, reminding me briefly of his brother. Since you started referring to me as the future king. And you don't like that? Me calling you the future king, that is? My curiosity forces the question from my mouth, since I assumed he was quite attached to the title and the power accompanying it. I'd rather not be called by a title I haven't earned or lived up to yet, he says simply. That's why I called you the future king. He smiles, content to let the silence stretch between us before he finally says, You never answered my question, Miss Grey. I hear the offer in his voice, see the silent question in those eyes I keep avoiding. Say yes to being his partner, and we will simply be Kit and Peyton. Say no, and the titles remain. Say yes, and I play the part. Say no, and I pass up the opportunity to please the people. The thought of hanging off the future king's arm and looking up at the similar face of my father's killer isn't personally pleasant, but it would be for the people of Ilia. I would undeniably have their attention, a terrifying yet tempting thought. A smile lifts my lips at the image of a former slummer and a future ruler hand in hand, the perfect picture of polar opposites. The most powerful man paired with the most powerless woman. It would be an honor to be your partner, Kit, I say softly, smiling slightly. Play the part. Kit chuckles, sounding relieved. I was hoping you would say that, Peyton. Ellie, help, please. I'm staring at my wardrobe, driving myself mad looking at all the colors and styles of gowns hanging inside. Which one should I wear for the ball? I need to make a good impression. Yes, you do. And you won't with one of those dresses. Ellie cuts me off, laughing softly. I tip my head back and groan. What's wrong with one of these? I gesture to the multiple dazzling dresses at my disposal. Those, she points at the wardrobe, are no ball gowns, though you'd certainly make an impression if you wore one of them. Just not a good one. So what now? I can't keep the irritation from bubbling out of me. Clearly, Ellie noticed because she says softly, We'll need to have a dress made for you, immediately. I know several excellent seamstresses who could fix you up a beautiful gown in no time. You'll just need to pick out the style and the shade of green. Apparently, it is common knowledge that the women tend to wear green gowns to these balls, seeing that emerald is Ilia's kingdom color. It isn't a set rule, but something everyone simply does. Typical. Tradition. Tiresome. Ellie carries on about the seamstresses she knows, how wonderful their work is. And then it hits me. I know a seamstress. Lived with one. I'm suddenly crushed by the weight of what I've done. No, what I haven't done. Adina. The promise I made to her rings in my head, a reminder of how I'd forgotten about her. I vowed to visit her, and yet only remembered to do so as soon as it was convenient for me. I'm gripped by guilt, nearly choking from its tight grasp around my throat. I swallow, silently cursing myself for my selfishness. But this wouldn't be the first time I've been selfish when it comes to Adina. I was selfish the night she found me on the roof of a shop 2 years ago, hurt and hysterical, and hoping for someone to just understand. The rain rolled down my face as I studied the stars, mingling with my tears and stinging the fresh cuts I'd received from an imperial that morning. Adina pulled herself over the edge of the roof before breathlessly telling me how she was certain she'd find me up there, just as she'd been certain to never again be scaling a shop. But her smile slipped when her eyes slid to me shaking in the streaming rain, hugging my knees. I was tired. Tired of trying to be something I wasn't while no one knew what I was. So I decided to study the sky that night, spotting similarities between us. I was lonely in a way that I imagined the stars to be, observed by everyone, yet too far to truly be seen. And for once, I wanted to be seen by someone. It was selfish of me to tell Adina about my past, present, and everything in between. Just knowing about what I am puts her in danger, and yet we've only grown closer despite that. She believed me. She listened as the truth spilled from me in a sob, stayed with me even after knowing what I am. And I've never been more relieved about a moment of weakness. Ellie, I say slowly, deliberately. What if I know of a seamstress? She thinks for a moment before answering with a shrug. That would be fine. Did you meet someone here? In the palace? No. She's from Loot. Ellie gives me a skeptical look, but I barrel on. She's incredible.
I can guarantee she would make me the finest dress Ilya's ever seen.
Well, I suppose I could talk to Lenny about escorting you there to get her, she quickly adds, as long as he is allowed to. My brows knit together. Get her? Oh, yes. If you get the clearance to go, she'll come back with you and be hired as your personal seamstress until the trials are over. Or until... She trails off. The rest of her words are drowned out by the blood pounding in my ears, and my heart is racing so quickly I feel as though I'm in the middle of a fight. Adina is going to live here. With me. She'll be fed and paid. I'll get to see her. She'll be safe. Relief washes over me, feebly attempting to replace the guilt I still feel. Ellie promises she'll speak to Lenny about taking me to Loot before saying goodnight and slipping out the door. I flop onto my bed, staring up at the intricate molding on the ceiling. I'm not sure how long I lay there, letting the hope and happiness wash over me at the thought of seeing Adina safe and sound. And then, a light knock at the door has my thoughts shattering. Chapter 19. Payton. It must be nearly midnight. So who the plagues is that? I grip the handle of my dagger and slide it out from beneath my pillow, holding it loosely at my side as I pad across the floor. When I swing open the door, my eyes meet the pair of gray ones on the other side. Kai's gaze drops to the dagger in my hand, before returning to my face, lingering on my bruised cheekbone and split lip that he so generously gave me in our fight this morning. My pride wouldn't allow the healers to tend to my injuries, and, unsurprisingly, the prince seemed to have the same problem. Faint bruises have bloomed across his jaw, a reminder of each blow I landed. Do you plan on pressing that to my throat again? Kai's lips twitch upwards as he inclines his head towards the dagger clutched in my fist. Don't tempt me, I say, running my fingers across the smooth, flat edge of the blade. Here for a rematch? He shoves his hands into the pockets of his slim, dark pants before crossing his ankles and leaning against the doorframe. Don't tempt me. Ebony hair falls over his forehead, making his gray eyes pop against the inky waves. It's clear he hasn't shaved, leaving a shadow of stubble covering his sharp jaw, only emphasized by the darkening bruises I left there. What do you want, Azur? Missed you too, Gray, Kai says, casually picking something from his distractingly thin shirt. Then his gaze snaps to mine, his long lashes in total contrast with his light eyes. I'm here for your lesson. I scoff. I'm sorry, my what? Your lesson. He cocks his head to the side, amusingly puzzled. You're psychic. Did you not sense this was coming? That's not how it works, and you know it, I say, my tone a combination of irritation and confusion. What are you talking? So, you were really going to go to the ball and step all over my brother's toes, then? He huffs out a laugh. You are just full of surprises, aren't you? No, I wouldn't step all over his toes. Maybe trip over my own, but... I trail off, watching his grin grow. His dimple mocks me, tempting me to use the dagger waiting patiently in my palm. And then, his words finally sink in. Dance lessons? That is why you're here? I let out a breathy laugh, thinking he must be joking. Took you long enough? He pushes off the doorframe, taking a step closer. Come on, we don't have all night. Then he smirks. Unless you want us to be out all night. I don't budge. Nope, no way. I don't want or need your help. I give him a mocking smile. But it's good to know that you are always so eager to offer it. I grab the edge of my door and begin shutting it on him when he wedges a shiny shoe into my room. He easily pries the door open, his strong arms pushing it back despite my best efforts. With his hands still flat on the wood, he leans in close enough to murmur, Just like always, you're too stubborn to admit that you need my help. What I need is for you to get out of my room. I'm smiling at him, but it's all teeth. And yet, with every word that says otherwise, I know he's right. I know I should take him up on his offer and practice to prevent making a fool out of myself beside the future king. But I don't like that he can hold this over my head. Don't like that he would be helping me. Again.
What you need and what you want are two very different things.
The scent of pine washes over me when he ducks his head close to mine, forcing me to meet his gaze.
Come on, Gray. You're smarter than this. You know that you need to make a good impression at this ball. And next to my brother, there will be a lot more eyes on you than there already normally are.
It's like he read my thoughts, summed them up, and spit them back at me. I glare at him. I know he's right, and he knows it too. He must see the fight leave my eyes because a smile twists his lips.
Good to see you've come to your senses. Let's go then.
I brushed past his shoulder with my head held high. I chose to do this, not him, and he needs to remember that.
Where are we going?
I ask as he begins leading me down the hallway. At the end of it, we climb a wide spiral staircase draped in emerald velvet carpet. The shadow of a smile settles on his face.
Somewhere with enough room for you to fall all over the place.
When we reach the top of the stairs, I'm led down a wide hallway lined with paintings and pearly molding clinging to the walls and ceiling. My eyes sweep over the thin layer of dust covering the frames littering the wall. It has been a while since anyone's been up here. This floor happens to be one of the few that I haven't explored yet, seeing that I've crept out of my room multiple times in the dead of night to learn the layout of the castle and its possible exits. Call it my personality or paranoia, but being unaware of my surroundings scares me nearly as much as the trials. Since Lenny doesn't guard my door, I can't resist the urge to snoop. In fact, I don't see my Imperial much at all, and surprisingly, the thought sends a sudden jolt of sadness through me. I'm shocked by how much I genuinely enjoy his company, and even more shocked by the fact that I would think such things about an Imperial. An uneven rug catches my foot, sending the floor flying towards my face. I'm about to sprawl onto the spiral-patterned rug when an arm slides around my middle, firm and feeling annoyingly familiar.
There's that clumsy footwork we're trying to rid you of, Kai says,
the smirk evident in his voice. He sets me on my feet, steadying me with a hand that I push away, flustered and feeling the need to put some space between us. He holds his hands up and takes a mocking step back before turning to head down the hall once again. As we continue walking, the question I've been waiting to ask finally slips past my lips. Why are you doing this? Kai halts in front of me. He turns slowly, looking almost amused by the question.
It's simple, really. You're attending this ball with my brother, and he needs to look the best he is able.
I study his face, stare as a sliver of his mask cracks, displaying all the love and devotion for his brother, all the lengths he is willing to go to for him. It's as if he has a duty to fulfill, as if he is already the enforcer, and this is far bigger than just stopping me from stepping on his brother's toes. And then, his mask is suddenly back up, and I'm staring at that cool face once again, void of the emotion once there. When I can't think of a retort, I begin walking instead. We make a right down a smaller corridor and head to the very last door on the left. He grips the handle and swings it open, revealing a bedroom beyond, lit only by the moonlight streaming through the window. If I thought my room was magnificent, it pales in comparison to this. It's easily twice the size of my own, making it seem more like a house than a single bedroom. Though it's filled with a 4-poster bed, dresser, and a desk, just as mine is, this room seems lived in. The shelf is overflowing, books stacked at odd angles to make them fit. Several of their worn covers tell me they consist of strategy, combat, and poetry. Interesting. Everything filling the room is nicer than my own, yet used and worn. This is his room.
His real room. The desk is covered in dark ink stains, and suits of armor are piled in the corner. My eyes scan over the large slices covering the posts of the bed, where chunks of dark wood are missing. Sword slashes. He's taken a blunt sword to the bedposts. Multiple times. I suppose that is better than taking a sword to a human, though I'm sure he does that as well. My eyes finally flick back to Kai. He's leaning against the doorframe, watching me curiously as I stand in the middle of his room, though I don't remember walking so far into it. I nod my head towards the chipped wooden posts of his massive bed, not knowing what to say under his stare. Interesting way to relieve stress. So is punching a pad till your fists bleed. He gives me a faint smile as he strolls across the room to his desk, hands in pockets, before he begins fiddling with the contraption on top of it. One that I recognize. Father had a record player. One with a wide golden horn I used to stick my head into as a child. He made decent money as the respected healer in the slums, but the record player was still the nicest thing we owned. Years ago, he used to plop my feet on top of his so we could dance around the kitchen. Well, he would dance. I was just along for the ride. But he never got the chance to truly teach me how to dance without literally stepping on anyone's feet. The crackling of the needle hitting a record is familiar, though the sound of the smooth waltz that follows is not. Kai turns around, casually unbuttoning half his shirt and sending my eyes searching for anything to stare at other than his tanned chest and swirling tattoo. And then he's suddenly before me, surveying me from head to toe with a slight smile that displays the deeper dimple on his right cheek. His stare is like a caress, and he takes his time. I refuse to squirm under that piercing gaze, knowing how he would love to watch me fidget. Not wanting to be outdone, I drag my eyes over his strong facial features and even stronger body beneath. Everything about him is lethal. That smile, those eyes, that cunning mind of his. Are you sure you'll be able to focus on dancing? Or will I be too much of a distraction, darling? His words startle me, and my eyes shoot back to his. I huff. I think I'll manage, thanks. He gives me a doubtful look. I guess we'll find out, won't we? I expect him to reach out and pull me into a dance, and the thought has my heart pounding, has me preparing to feel his hands on my body. But he doesn't move, doesn't try to close the distance between us. Good. For now, you will start by just learning the steps to the average waltz, he says, mostly because I don't want you stomping on my toes. With his hands still in his pockets, Kai steps in and out, side to side, showing me the basics. He's so graceful, so elegant, so natural. Fighting. Fighting is also a dance to him. I feel stiff, and suddenly so unsure of myself. Even with his hands still in his pockets, Kai easily steps in time with me, though he doesn't dare get close enough to be trampled by my clumsy footing. I sigh, irritated with myself and the smirking prince in front of me. Relax, Kai murmurs across from me, with more than a hint of humor in his voice. You're thinking too much. Don't calculate. Just move with the music. I look up to see him already staring at me with a grin. Also, you do know this is a dance, correct? So, no fighting stance is necessary. Only then do I notice how tight and poised my body is, hands slightly raised as though readying to strike. I straighten and run a hand through the strands of hair falling out of my loose braid. I'm oddly nervous, and it's maddeningly annoying. This would be a lot easier if he weren't staring at me. Another waltz ends, replaced by a slow, mellow tune. My head is lowered, pieces of hair falling into my face as I watch my feet step in time with the music. A pressure at my waist makes me jump. Like a reflex, my hand twitches towards the knife now sheathed under the folds of my dress, but a calloused hand catches my wrist. Knives are also not necessary for dancing,
Kai says with a low laugh. Holding my gaze, his rough fingers slide slowly from my wrist to my palm before he folds his hand into mine, raising it into the air. But it's his other hand that holds my attention, the one that has settled comfortably against the small of my back, the one that is pulling me towards him. Through the thin fabric of the dress I threw on for dinner, I can feel the warmth of his palm seeping into my lower back. I stare at him as he pulls me close. It's not as if I didn't know this was bound to happen. I just wasn't expecting it so suddenly. He looks at me with an expectant expression, before chuckling softly and sliding his hand from my back, making me feel suddenly cold in its absence. He grabs my other hand and lifts it to his shoulder, dropping my palm atop his thin shirt. I can feel every muscle shift beneath it as he returns his hand to my back, firmly flattening it against my dress.
"Let's see what you learned,"
he says softly, as his feet begin moving in time with the music. I fumble to follow, managing to mirror my steps with his. He leads easily, confidently guiding me through the dance. My eyes sweep across the room and down at my feet, counting with each step. The pressure on my back is suddenly gone when fingers catch my chin, tipping my head up.
"You'll never learn if you keep watching your feet, Gray. Eyes on me."
He smiles, returning his hand to my back.
"That shouldn't be too difficult."
I roll my eyes at him, opening my mouth to make a remark only to ask a question instead. "How did you know Kit asked me to the ball?"
Kai's laugh is humorless, hollow. "I'm no psychic, but it wasn't hard to put the pieces together."
When I only stare at him, he sighs and continues.
"I know my brother, and because of that, I knew he would ask you."
"That was a terrible answer," I say simply.
"And you're still a terrible dancer, so my work is far from finished."
I snort.
"Oh,"
Kai adds casually.
"He may have also mentioned that he asked you."
Another laugh escapes me before I can stop it, and I press my lips together to smother the sound. My eyes fall to his chest that is far too close, reminding me that we are far too close for competitors, for enemies in these trials. And yet, here I am, dancing with him in his bedroom, alone, in the dark. If it's even possible, I'm suddenly more rigid than I was before. Kai feels me stiffen in his hold and leans impossibly closer.
"You're stiff as a board, Gray. Loosen up."
Not helping. I try and fail to melt into his embrace like a dance partner should. I'm hopeless, hopelessly in over my head. But the prince doesn't give up so easily. No, he wraps his arm fully around my waist and tugs me to him. I drag my feet, not wanting to close the little distance left between us. A maddening dimple peeks out at me, barely visible in the dim light.
"So, what have we learned today?"
he asks, annoyingly amused as ever.
1, daggers are not needed for dancing, and 2, you actually have to be close to your partner during the dance. And shockingly, you seem to be struggling more with the latter.
Would you rather I struggle with the first and put a dagger to your throat? I pause. Again?
"So very predictable,"
he chuckles, the sound washing over me before he mutters,
"Always so vicious and eager to stab me."
He is very close to me. Too close to me. And it's because I'm so distracted by that fact that my foot lands on top of his, and I stumble forward to collide with his solid frame. Both of his hands wrap around my waist, steadying me before I regain my senses and push away from him. A deep laugh rumbles from his chest, paired with a genuine smile, one that I've only ever seen him wear around his brother. Lethal.
"How can a fighter have such poor footwork?"
His eyes dance between mine.
"You are just full of surprises."
"Well, surprise, I'm done with this lesson," I say flatly, turning out of his grasp. My back is to him when he snatches my wrist and whips me around, pulling me back.
"But you still owe me one more dance."
His wavy hair tumbles over his brow,
the look in his eyes practically begging me to play with him. Fine, I say, playing along. Another dance for the answer to a question. His eyebrows rise. Is that a bribe, Gray? Those are my terms. Take it or leave it, Prince. His only response is a low chuckle. He turns his head away from me, thinking before he finally meets my gaze. Slowly, he raises my hand back into the air and rests his other hand comfortably onto the small of my back once again. Deal. Another slow waltz begins, occupying me with the music and steps, drowning me in the dance. When I can't seem to ignore the feel of eyes watching me so intently, I finally meet his gaze. All right, what is it you're dying to know? Kai asks, leading me through the dance. I have no idea. He looks at me, through me, waiting for an answer. His gray eyes are like chips of ice, shards of glass. Like both, his gaze is pointed and piercing, cold yet captivating, beautiful in the way only deadly things can be. And just like that, I suddenly can't think of a single thing I want to ask him. I rack my brain for a question only to blurt out the first thing that comes to mind. Do you wish it was you? He blinks, dark lashes fluttering. Do you wish you were the future king of Ilia? The heir? It's not at all the question I thought I would be asking, but here we are. No, he says simply, holding my gaze. I raise my brows in a silent question. When he doesn't continue, I say, That's it? No? You got your answer, and I got my dance. That was the deal, darling. I can barely breathe. Adina's thin arms are wrapped so tightly around my neck that I'm beginning to see spots. She screamed and squealed when she spotted me waiting by the fort. My best friend, my literal partner in crime, safe and sound, beautiful and bubbly as ever. Lenny arrived at my room early this morning, ready to take me into loot and retrieve my new seamstress. Apparently, he had gotten approval to do so, though I was too excited to bother asking for details. I may have even squealed myself. I'm going to be your what? Adina squeaks. I sigh, though it comes out sounding more like a laugh. My personal seamstress. I've filled her in on the details about 3 times now. I mean, unless you don't want the job. Are you crazy? Of course I want the job, Pei. She's practically skipping as we make our way to the coach, waiting at the far end of loot. I survey the market and wide alley before me. My home looks just as dull and dreary as it did when I left it. I let the sound of curses and haggling, the scent of fish and spices wash over me. All familiar. All the same. Lenny opens the door of the coach, and both Adina and I settle in before we are rumbling up the uneven cobblestone street, heading for the palace. I can't believe this is happening, Adina says, in awe as she looks out the tiny window. She turns back to me, taking in the casual dress Ellie forced me into with wide eyes. I can't believe this. She looks from my face to the dress, before snatching up the hem of the skirt and inspecting it. Don't get used to this, I gesture to the dress. I typically wear pants during the day, but Ellie insisted I wear a dress to make a good impression on the people who saw me at loot. And there certainly were a lot of people. Despite how early it was, the marketplace was teeming with men, women, and children, all gawking at me as I passed. I'm not sure what impression I made on them, but I certainly made one nonetheless. It sounds like Ellie and I will get along perfectly, Adina says, her smile bright. Oh, I'm sure you will, I laugh before continuing. And you will be paid, fed, and have a real bed to sleep in at night. I'm told there is a sewing room where you will spend most of your time, filled with every type of fabric you could ever dream of. Adina's eyes go glossy at the thought. Heaven. I'll be in heaven. I fill her in on everything. The training, the interviews, the contestants. She does the same, telling me of her time and loot while I've been gone. I was beginning to think you forgot about me, Adina says with a laugh, dismissing the idea. And now here you are, taking me back with you. A wave of guilt slams into me, threatening to drown. I swallow before opening my mouth to plead forgiveness, to tell her I'm sorry, I could never forget about you, A. Never again. She beams, while my heart beats wildly against my chest. She's so very good, and I am so very guilty. I'm weak for withholding the truth from her, but with each beat of my heart, I vow to never do it again. Oh, wait! Who are you going to the ball with? Adina's high-pitched question cuts through my confused thoughts. Of course Adina would know the details of the trials, how we all have to pair up for the balls. She loves this sort of stuff. I run a hand through my hair, combing it out of my face. Well, I'm going with Kit. Adina blinks. And then she shrieks. Kit? You mean the heir? She's practically hyperventilating, fanning herself with her hands. It's not a big deal, A, except that I do need to look good, I say, trying to calm her down. Well then, you came to the right girl, she says confidently. Wow, okay, you have to look really good then. She swipes at the curly bangs falling into her eyes. While there are several beautiful shades of green we could choose from, we could put you in emerald or a sage. I hold a hand up, a smile curving my lips. Actually, I have a different color in mind.
Chapter 20. Kai. I'm standing in a sea of black suit coats, black ties, black shoes. Like ink, the men filling the ballroom swirl around on the white marble floors, words hastily scribbled on a piece of glossy parchment. Servants dance around the room, though they have no music to accompany them as they weave through the crowd. They make their laps, bringing wine, champagne, and extravagant finger foods on even more extravagant plates. Seeing that the trials are different this year, thanks to me and the testing of the future enforcer, it's no surprise that the balls would be out of the ordinary as well. Typically, the trials balls are just that, balls. They consist of far too many hours of dancing and tedious small talk, both of which require excessive amounts of alcohol to get through. But this trial's first ball begins with a banquet. Black-clad bodies dot the room, men of all ages milling about. That is, men of all ages who are either nobility, of royal blood, or have somehow managed to get an invite to the purging trial's first ball. After an hour of hopping between throngs of men, making idle conversations with both young and old, friend and foe, I'm restless and bored at best. Kit and I have retired to reside by one of the many beautiful tables bordering the ballroom, brimming with drinks. I've passed the time by admiring my favorite room of the castle, taking it in for the 100th time. Its marble columns and large floor-to-ceiling windows line the room, giving it an ethereal look. Chandeliers droop from the ceiling, dripping with diamonds and elegance. Two sets of emerald padded staircases mirror each other as they descend to the marble floor from the balcony high above. Golden, detailed doors open onto the half-circle platform overlooking the ballroom floor, which is so shiny I can see my own bored reflection in it. I sip at my second glass of wine, wishing I had something stronger. Any minute now. The small orchestra seated in the far corner of the elegant ballroom strums to life just as the glistening doors at the top of the balcony swing open. A beautiful woman, cocooned in silky emerald, steps up to the railing and looks down at the floor beneath her. Mother. She beams, practically glowing. Then she begins gracefully descending the staircase to her right with measured, light steps. Sometimes I forget that even she is a fighter, with her volt ability to manipulate electricity that can easily be used in deadly ways if she wished. The click of her heels sounds against the marble floor as she makes her way across the ballroom. The men part, creating a path for her as she heads for my father, seated at the far end of the room. He smiles, really smiles at her. It's a rare expression for him, one that he only seems to wear when she is around. He stands, meeting her in the middle of the room before taking her arm. The king looks around, eyeing the men eyeing him.
Let the first ball of the purging trials begin.
The men cheer as the king and queen walk together, talking and welcoming those they pass. And so it begins. Women, both young and old, begin filing through those golden doors, one at a time. As is tradition, the men always enter the ballroom first and wait for the women to arrive, in honor of the queen who appeared fashionably late to the ball where she first met father. Every eye on her as she made her entrance. Since then, every woman has been given the opportunity to make their arrival for all to watch and admire. Dozens of them descend the staircase, all varying in different shades of green. As soon as they reach the floor, their dates whisk them away and take a seat at one of the many tables that litter the far side of the ballroom. Kit and I watch the parade of women as we sip our wine, admiring from a distance. They come in no particular order, no ranking or status involved in who gets to walk through the door next. I watch as my cousin sweeps in, wearing a mint green dress that contrasts her wine-red hair. Andy smiles at Jax from where he waits for her at the bottom of the stairs, a goofy grin on his face. She pulls him towards the large table meant for the contestants, centered among the others to allow the guest a perfect view of us, a dinner and show. I watch them take a seat before turning my attention back to the balcony, finding the steady stream of women beginning to slow. I spot Hera and Ace making their way through the crowd, neither of them looking particularly happy to be paired with one another. My eyes dart back up to the doors when Sadie enters, her brown skin glistening against her light green dress as she walks down the steps to an awaiting Braxton. A shade of lilac catches my eye, revealing Blair standing at the top of the stairs, peering down from the railing. Forest green fabric hugs her waist, her figure, before billowing out at her feet. Her hair is pinned and twisted out of her face, a sly grin already spreading across it when she spots me. "Good luck, brother," Kit mutters, and I don't miss the amusement in his tone. After being cornered before dinner a few nights ago, Blair insisted we go to the ball together, and seeing that I didn't have a choice in the matter, a reluctant yes was the only answer I could give. I shoved my wine glass into Kit's hand with an annoyed sigh. "Take care of that." I nod down to the cup he now clutches. I'll definitely be needing it. Kit's deep laugh follows me as I make my way to the bottom of the stairs, meeting Blair there just in time. I hold out an arm to her, which she clutches greedily. "You look stunning, Blair," I say softly, because she does, in a cold and sharp sort of way.
Why, thank you, Kai,
she muses, her darkened lashes lowering as she takes in my attire, my hair, my face.
As do you.
I lead us to the table, now mostly filled with the contestants sitting stiffly around it. When I take the seat beside Jax, he shoots me that bright smile of his that never fails to make me return it. "Look at you, Jay. You cleaned up nice," I say, surveying his crisp suit and dark pants that are actually long enough to cover his ankles for once. "You can't even tell I whooped your ass in the ring this morning." I hear Andy snort on the other side of Jax before she leans in to add,
"You're not the only one."
Jax rolls his eyes at our teasing, but the grin never leaves his face.
"Where's Kit? He's the only one of you who's nice to me."
Andy presses a hand to her chest, feigning offense while I don't even bother trying to deny that he's right. Instead, I simply say, "True, but you know I'm far more fun." Jax opens his mouth to respond, but it's a cold female voice I hear instead.
"Are you? Because I'm bored."
I slowly turn to face Blair, having forgotten she was even there. I'm a terrible date, though I suppose she signed up for this when she asked me to be her partner, so I don't waste my time feeling bad about it. "So sorry I'm not entertaining you, Blair." I hear Andy snort before I add, "How are you this evening?" She smiles, seemingly pleased that I'm providing her my undivided attention, and that is all she needs to begin complaining about the uncomfortable pins in her hair before going on to discuss the material of her gown, insisting I should feel how soft it is. Jack snickers beside me through it all, unable to stifle his laugh each time I hum in agreement or nod my head at words I'm not entirely listening to. But I'm snapped out of my bored daze when a goblet is set before me.
Thought you might want that back, brother.
I turn my head to find Kit, standing beside my chair. Before my eyes slide to her, shimmering beside him. She is every bit the silver savior. Shining, silver fabric clings to her body. Thin straps wrap around her shoulders, holding up the dress with its plunging neckline, revealing her tanned skin and sharp collarbones. It melds to her waist and hips like melted coins, reminding me of the one she stole when we first met. Peyton's kohl-lined lashes sweep over me as I take her in. Her hair is like a curtain covering her dress, making it difficult to tell where the silver strands end and the shiny dress begins. Fabric fans out around her ankles, displaying a large slit sliding up the length of her leg, mirroring the one I tore in her dress that day of the interviews. And there, strapped to her thigh, a silver dagger for all to see. I fight my smile at the sight of her deadly weapon, paired with her dazzling attire. So lovely, yet so lethal. Every bit of her is draped in silver. Not green, not expected. Beautiful, bold, not blending in. A statement, a reminder of who she is and what she did. The women aren't necessarily required to wear green to these balls, and it seems Peyton took advantage of that little detail. Her eyes briefly meet mine before Kit leads her to the other side of the table, and that's all it takes to have me downing my own drink and desperately wishing this night was over. My eyes flick up, meeting Peyton's across the table where she's now sitting. She holds my gaze, only breaking it when Kit says something softly beside her, turning her attention from me and pinning those ocean eyes on him. I shamelessly watch them interact, not caring who sees me staring. Peyton seems tense as they talk quietly, her eyes continually straying to the collar of his shirt, rather than meeting his gaze. I watch as she slowly spins that ring on her thumb, almost smiling at the sight of it paired with her gown. But she nods while Kit does the same, no doubt very aware of the dozens of eyes watching them from the surrounding tables. Servants begin pouring into the ballroom, carrying trays piled with steaming plates of food. It's not long before we are eating seasoned salmon and buttered asparagus in silence, the only sound is the scraping of forks and the chattering of guests surrounding us. And I would have loved to keep it that way, might even enjoyed a ball for once if we could have sat there and let the silence swallow us. But instead, my date decides to open her mouth. "That's a lovely gown you're wearing, Peyton." Blair's tone is mocking, her mouth curving into a smirk. I sigh, looking up from my plate to see Peyton smiling slightly. "Why, thank you." Her eyes skim over Blair and her green attire. "And your dress is so very unique," she says with a pointed look at the rest of the ballroom and the women wearing similar shades. Blair's eyes narrow. "I don't know if you were taught this in the slums, so let me enlighten you. Ilia's kingdom color is green, not silver." I stiffen at the way she spouted the word slums, drawing even Sadie and Braxton from their quiet conversation to cast wary glances around the table, awaiting Peyton's response. And she never seems to disappoint. After taking a slow sip from her glass, she meets Blair's burning gaze. "And did living in the palace teach you how to be a bitch?" Blair snaps. Before I can blink, the knife placed beside Peyton's plate is now raised in front of her chest, its point aimed at her heart. The sight sends a shock of anger through me. My voice is far cooler than my sudden rage as I say, "Easy, ladies." Borrowing the telly ability, I push the knife back down onto the table with a clatter while ignoring the glare Blair shoots me. I'm not normally the one breaking up fights, but Let's not try to kill each other before the trials even start. Guests murmur around us, watching their contestants with eager expressions. I can't even begin to imagine how entertaining this must be for them, watching our feeble attempts to be civil with one another when we will be anything but tomorrow. Ace laughs, the sound haughty and humorless. Is that what you intend to do, Kai? Kill us? When I finally deign to look at him, I don't miss the gleam in his eye accompanying the challenge in his voice. I level him with a stare. I intend to win, as do the rest of us, Ace replies before running a hand over his oiled hair, chuckling. Well, all of us except for Peyton, who simply intends to survive. He's mocking her answer from the interviews. Hera squirms in her seat beside Ace, clearly as uncomfortable as the rest of the table. And what I'm about to say is going to make things a hell of a lot worse. Enough. Kit's voice cuts through the tension, turning all eyes on him. But he only has eyes for one person, one girl, wearing the glittering dress beside him as he says, Dance with me, will you? Please? Peyton hesitates for only a moment before nodding, and then I'm staring after them as they stride onto the dance floor, where several other couples have begun spinning in time to the music. Blair is suddenly saying something to me, dragging me to my feet before dragging me onto the dance floor. I don't remember when we started dancing. Suddenly, she's in my arms, and we are spinning across the marble floor. The feel of her is foreign to me after the nights spent with Peyton in my arms. Nights that I still haven't told Kit about. I was doing him a favor. My eyes wander across the dance floor, landing on my brother and the girl in his arms. I'm not wearing green, but I feel it, nonetheless. Envy claws at me as I watch them step in time to the very waltz I led Peyton through only last night. She looks elegant, enticing, entrancing. What the hell is wrong with me? I turn away from their spinning forms, angry with myself for feeling jealousy and possessiveness over the one girl who's made it clear that I shouldn't. So, I distract myself. I dance with Blair and other beautiful women who sweep me onto the dance floor. I flirt and toy with them, focusing on the girls in front of me rather than the one dancing close by with my brother. I catch her watching me, and her eyes lock, sparks dancing between us. She is the embodiment of a bad decision, the twin of danger and desire, the fine line between deadly and divine. And I can feel myself drowning.
Chapter 21. Peyton. The world spins around me, green and black blurring together. I gasp, caught off guard by the spin before I'm suddenly pulled back into strong arms, the faint smell of spices and deep laughter washing over me. Sorry, I thought you were ready for it, Kit chuckles, green eyes daring me to look into them. A better dancer would have been, I say with a small smile, my eyes roaming around the room instead of meeting his. The ballroom is like nothing I've ever seen before, with its windows, pillars, and beautiful molding. I'm stunned by the sheer size and elegance surrounding me. The people filling the space fit in perfectly with the surroundings, all of them groomed and graceful. The men garbed in deep black, while the women are draped in every shade of green. Well, every woman but me. Adina was stunned into silence for the very first time when I told her I wanted a silver dress. I needed to stand out, needed to remind the people of their silver savior. And since there is no rule declaring that women must wear green, the only risk in showing up in silver was drawing more attention to myself if I trip all over the dance floor. So many eyes, so many people watching as I descended the stairs, so many gazes sweeping over my body, skimming over the slitted dress and dagger beneath. Even now, I'm being watched. They all look at me with varying levels of intrigue, some with curiosity, and others with scrutiny. I'm not sure I'll be winning these people's votes tonight, but I am certainly making myself hard to forget.
I look up at Kit, his blonde hair appearing even lighter against the dark suit cut close to his figure. He looks handsome, charming, like his father. He looks like his father. "Are you ready for tomorrow?" he asks softly, still spinning me slowly. My eyes snap to his of their own accord. "Am I supposed to be?" He almost laughs, but instead says, "No, you're not." "And does that seem fair to you?" I blurt before I can stop myself. "These trials?" The song comes to an end, our dancing doing the same. I feel his gaze wandering over my face, even after I look away, as if he is searching for the answer there. Then he sighs. "Why don't I get us something to drink?" I blink. Despite him evading my question, I nod in answer to his. He looks around at the men crowding the dance floor, several suddenly staring in our direction. "And I suppose I'll share you with everyone else, if only for a few dances." He smiles before giving me a slight bow of his head and striding away. As soon as the future king turns his back, a tall young man meets me on the dance floor and sweeps into a bow. I politely accept his offer to dance, and don't have time to be nervous before his arms are encircling me. I can't help but feel a pinch of pride at how well I'm keeping up with his long strides, and we talk idly while spinning across the floor. When a new waltz strums to life, a new partner steals me away. I'm suddenly folded between the arms of a young man, seemingly my age, with pale blue hair meticulously styled atop his head. "I would have never guessed you were a mundane from the slums by the looks of you," he says, his gaze roaming greedily up and down my body. I shift uncomfortably in his tight grasp clamped around my waist, feeling the reassuring weight of my dagger strapped to my thigh. If it weren't for the favor of the people I'm trying to earn, that little comment would have earned him a fist to the face. His voice is lower than before when he says, "You're a vision." "She is, isn't she?" My heart skips a beat. The voice coming from over my shoulder is so cold I nearly shiver. Kai brushes my arm as he steps around me, facing the stunned boy still clutching me to him. "I'll be stealing her now," Kai says simply, completely aware of how inappropriate it is to cut in during the middle of a dance. But then again, he is the prince, the next enforcer, a cocky bastard. The man's hand drops slowly from my waist, his eyes flicking over me one last time before he offers Kai a quick bow and steps away. The prince doesn't miss a beat. I'm in his arms before the musicians finish drawing out their note. He feels too familiar. We fit together perfectly, pieces of a puzzle snapping into place. I shouldn't let myself relax into his touch. Shouldn't let the tension ease from my body when he holds me. But I can do nothing to stop it. Utterly and completely powerless. His palm is flat and firm against my exposed back, calluses brushing my flushed skin. "You look like you needed saving," Kai says, and I catch a glimpse of his smirk before he spins me. "For once," I sigh, "I'm going to have to agree with you." "I'm sure I could think of other things we agree on." "Oh, really? And what would those things be?" "That he was right," Kai says softly. "You are a vision. I'm sure we can both agree on that." I swallow, my heart beginning to pound a rapid beat I choose to ignore. Unsure of what to say to him, I instead ask, "And what other things do we agree on?" He hums distractedly as his eyes sweep over my face. "Are you having a good time tonight?" I blink at him. "Well..." "Spit it out, Gray." "Fine," I huff. "Not particularly, no." He cracks a smile. "Then we both agree that these balls are incredibly boring." I can't help but laugh. "And what if you're the reason I'm not having a good time?" "If that were the case," he says with a grin, "you likely would have stomped on my toes or pulled a dagger on me to get away by now." "Don't give me any ideas, Prince." He chuckles softly. "You're right. I'd hate to bloody my suit." We continue spinning around the dance floor, while I ignore how close his body is to mine, and look around the crowded room filled with chatter, laughter, and music. I spot Andy laughing with Jax as they stumble around the dance floor, and it doesn't take long to find the other contestants in the crowd. When my gaze lands on Kit, I'm surprised to find him already watching me. He's surrounded by a group of fawning girls, but his eyes are trained on Kai and me as we dance, doing nothing to interrupt his brother and steal back his date. And there, clasped in his hands, are 2 drinks, one full, while the other is nearly empty. I'm about to look back at my partner when my eyes snag on a servant. The boy's dark, curly hair bounces atop his head with each stride as he carries a tray of bubbling beverages through the crowd. His brown eyes sweep across the room as if searching for something or someone. The boy from Loot. The boy with the leather. The boy I stole from. The boy with the note addressed to my house. A tidal wave of questions floods my mind. Why is he here? I thought he was an apprentice, not a servant. Is he looking for me? Looking for the paper I stole from him? I'm swept from my thoughts when Kai spins me and my eyes dart to his without my permission. Mistake. His midnight hair falls over his forehead in messy, silky waves. Smoky gray eyes meet mine, captivating, chilling. His set jaw loosens, pulling his lips into a cocky grin as he watches me take him in. Dimples, both of them mocking me. Like what you see, Gray? He croons, knowing that will get a rise out of me. I huff, looking away from him to fight the flush that's finding its way to my cheeks. Rough fingers glide from my back to catch my chin, gently guiding my face back to his as he mutters, "By all means, carry on. I'll never deny myself the chance of watching you watch me." And why is that? I ask with a nonchalance I don't feel. His smile is wicked. Because it is far more fun to admire you when the action is mutual. I nearly choke on my laugh. Don't flatter yourself, Prince. I am not admiring you or your stupid dimples, I sputter, trying to act as though I wasn't, in fact, doing just that. His smile only grows, causing those dimples in his cheeks to deepen distractingly. Liar. A frustrated sound escapes me as I glare up at him, refusing to give him the satisfaction of avoiding his piercing gaze. We continue dancing to the slow tune, our movement slowing in turn as Kai asks, "So, what's the score now?" What? My brows scrunch in question at the sudden change of topics, though I am relieved nonetheless. I've helped you, 3 times? Possibly 4 now? His eyes study my face intently. So that makes it 4-1 then. I huff out a laugh. First of all, I didn't help you. I saved you, remember? I raise my eyebrows at him. Surely that has to count for more than just 1 point. Besides, I didn't realize we were keeping track. Fair enough, he shrugs silently. How about we say the score is 2-4 then? That's generous. My eyes light up. Look at that. The prince finally admitted I saved him. He laughs, the sound rumbling through his chest, crinkling the corner of his eyes. I never said. Splitting screams drown out his words. I'm momentarily stunned, only snapped out of my daze when pain tears through my left forearm. The shooting jolt has my eyes falling to the torn, bloody flesh there. Throwing knife. Suddenly, I'm crashing to the floor with a strong, solid body landing on top of me. No, a strong, solid body covering me. Explosives erupt around the room, and my ears ring from the impact. I feel a wave of heat, accompanied by smoke and hunks of stone sailing towards us. Kai's large frame hovers over me, his hand cradling the back of my head, so my skull didn't crack on the hard marble when he threw us to the ground. He's shielding my body from the debris and knives flying around the room. I regain my hearing slowly, each scream amplifying as my ears pop and ring back to life. I hear terror and the trampling of feet all around us, men and women rushing towards the exits, trying to escape the madness. Kai wrenches me to my feet, ducking low as he half drags me towards the wall, trying to get us out of the open. What is going on? I shout over the sound of explosions and echoes of screams. But Kai is busy barking orders at the guards and people around us, telling them what to do and how to do it. Every bit the future enforcer. The ballroom is utter chaos. Debris from the explosions litter the once pristine floors. Throwing knives glint as they whiz through the air, thrown by the few fleeing figures wearing black strips of leather that cover only the top half of their faces, mimicking the Imperial's masks. Who are these people? A few bodies scatter the floor, some soaked in blood, others crushed under the large chunks of stone thrown from the explosions and struggling to free themselves. But the element of surprise has passed, and the elites that were dancing cheerfully only minutes ago now fight back against the masked figures. Guards pour into the room, some flashes, others blazers or brawnies. A few shields scatter purple force fields around the room, protecting those around them from the attack as weapons bounce harmlessly off the glowing domes. Without a second thought, Kai adapts the shield's ability to throw up his own force field around us. There's no time to explain. His eyes are wide, the only sign of his worry. How badly are you hurt? He reaches for me, but I step away, my back colliding with the hard wall behind me. Pain shocks up my arm, but I grit my teeth and ignore it. I'm fine, but what is... I need you to get to one of the safe rooms. The guards will take you. Kai, I'm not leaving. He flattens me fully against the wall, boxing me in with his arms on either side of my head. His eyes are wild, like smoke smoldering from a blazing fire. Then don't think I won't throw you over my damn shoulder and carry you out of here myself. Is that what you want? I know he'll do it too. Kai is not one for empty threats. I look over his shoulder at the few masked figures trying to flee and fight their way out. They look unprepared, using weapons rather than powers, doing little damage against the abilities being used against them. I watch the chaos ensue, confusion clouding my thoughts. Where are the ignites who caused the explosions? My eyes scan the room, snagging on a round glass object sloshing with dark liquid, clutched in the hand of a masked figure. Homemade bombs. It hits me then. They aren't using powers because they have none. Because they are ordinaries. Let me help, I breathe, my eyes pleading with Kai. I need to get closer, need to see who these people are and where they came from. No, I can take care of myself. His laugh is dry. Then prove it. Go quietly to the safe room, now. Make me. I practically growl the words in his face through gritted teeth. Wrong thing to say. He looks away and exhales, shaking his head. You're too stubborn for your own good, Gray. And then the world flips upside down. His hand is cupping the back of my knees, and my upper body is slung over his shoulder, hanging down his back. I thrash in his hold, but his grip is firm. I feel like a toddler throwing a tantrum, and I don't care in the slightest. Put me down! My tone promises a slow and painful death, but he ignores me nonetheless. If you knew how to follow orders, I wouldn't have to throw you around like a rag doll, Kai says coolly. I grapple for my dagger, dangerously furious. Kai, I am literally going to stab you in the back if you don't... If you think a stab wound will stop me, then you seriously underestimate my abilities, darling. Through the silver curtain of hair falling limply over my head, I stop struggling long enough to watch the remaining masked figures blur past us on the outside of our bubble force field. And then my eyes snag on one with floppy, dark curls. Him. His mask clings to his face like a second skin, and when his gaze meets mine, I take a slow breath. He halts, watching me as I watch him. He's one of them. And he recognizes me. The note. The meeting place. The leather. Sure enough, each of them is engulfed in leather vests and masks. Armor. He was making armor for them. Suddenly, we are standing near a circle of Imperials surrounding something, trying to contain it. Kai pushes through the throng, and I catch Kit out of the corner of my eye, fighting and thrashing against the guards restraining him. I thought I told you to get him out of here! Kai's voice is deep, deadly.
Sir, he wouldn't. An Imperial starts before Kit cuts him off, more aggressive than I've ever seen him. I'm not hiding from this, Kai. This is my kingdom too. His voice is stern, on the verge of yelling into his brother's face. Well, there won't be a kingdom for you to rule if you die, Kit. Kai fires back, his tone cool. You need to lie low until this is cleaned up. This could be an attempt on your life. I'm not leaving this fight, Kit roars. Then you risk damning us all. Kai's cool facade finally cracks, sending shards of white-hot anger rippling through the air. He sighs and steadies his breathing. We need you alive, Kit. I need you alive. Just... He pauses, collecting himself as he pieces his mask back together. Sit this one out. For the kingdom. For me. They eye each other, silently communicating in the way that only brothers as close as they are can. I get the sudden sense that this is a frequent fight between them, a recurring battle of wills. I watch as Kit's face crumples, his walls crumble. I watch him give in. Fine. It seems it's my fate to always sit these fights out, right? Kai doesn't respond, and instead sets me gently on the ground before him. Without a single glance in my direction, he says, Get them to a safe room with the others. And then he's running back into the thick of the fight, dozens of powers flicking over his skin before he settles on one. Fire. Chapter 22. Payton. Kit hasn't stopped pacing since the moment we were shoved into this stuffy safe room. I fight the urge to yank him to the floor, make him explain to me what is going on. Instead, I've watched him mumble and circle the room for the past hour. Watched his fingers ignite like flickering candles when his burning fury seeped out of him, displaying that dual ability of his. A thin layer of sweat has slicked my body, likely giving me the appearance of a glazed sticky bun. I'm slumped on the floor of the stone-encased safe room, the cold wall against my exposed back, the only slight relief from the heat of the room caused by the dozens of bodies crowded together, all wearing heavy gowns and starchy suits. The safe room is sealed shut by a hefty metal door, guarded on either side, and trapping the suffocating humidity in here with us. Kit and I were stuffed into the same room that the king and queen occupy, as well as most of the other contestants and whatever other guests made it in here. It's fairly large, plain, and packed with people. Out of the large throng, only 2 healers are among the crowded room. They buzz about, tending to the wounded and injured after ensuring that the king, queen, and Kit were taken care of. After a while, a stout lady in a deep green gown finally waddles over to me, saying nothing as she mends the knife wound on my arm. Her brows knit together in concentration as I feel a wave of warmth seeping into the gash and look down to see the wound nearly gone, leaving only a thin pink scar remaining. But it's my heart that aches more than the wound did, feeling more cut and sliced than my body has ever been. I've watched my father do that very same thing to so many people. Watched him save lives, fix wounds, fix my wounds. I wish he was here to fix the broken, mangled object that is now my heart. The heart that broke when he left me. When he was murdered by the man sitting in this very room. My eyes flick to the king and queen, talking in hushed, urgent tones with each other and the few trusted advisors around them. No doubt discussing what the plague just happened out there and what to do about it. Kit has been summoned to his father's side countless times to speak silently with the advisors, but afterward, he always finds his way back to pacing around the room. I unwedge myself from Jax and Andy, who are sticky with sweat on either side of me, and step into Kit's path. Hi, I say stupidly, unable to think of a better introduction. He almost smiles before sighing. Hi. If I want him to talk to me, I need to play the part. I take a deep breath before putting a hand on his exposed arm, his suit coat long forgotten, and the white sleeves of his shirt now rolled up to his elbows. His skin is scalding,
and I snatch away my hand with a small hiss as my eyes drop to the faint flames licking over his knuckles. I blink, and the fire is gone, leaving only rough skin behind. "Did I burn you?" Kit blurts out, looking alarmed. He reaches for me, but thinks better of it, raking his hands through his messy hair instead. "I can't even keep my damn power in check," he mutters, turning away from me. No, I'm fine." He won't look at me. His hands are running through his hair, down his face. "Hey," I say, but my words fall on deaf ears. He's about to start pacing again. I need him to focus. On an impulse, I reach up and cup his face in my hands, feeling only the natural warmth of his skin beneath my palms. I prepare myself to meet those eyes, knowing I need to do this in exchange for an answer. His gaze snaps to mine, green and crisp like dew clinging to freshly cut grass, like a lucky four-leaf clover, an emerald sparkling in the sunlight. Like the eyes of a murderer, the eyes of the king. "Talk to me." The words tumble out of my mouth, sounding more like an order than I intended, so I quickly add, "Please." He sighs and ducks his head before gently grabbing my wrists and lowering them from his face. Then he guides me towards the least crowded corner of the room, his warm hands pulling me to the floor beside him before resting his arms on his raised knees. "I'm sorry that I'm so flustered," Kit finally says. I've never seen him so serious, so stern, so kingly. "I don't like people fighting my battles." He bites out the words like he hates the taste of them in his mouth. "I guess that's something you'll have to get used to when you're king," I say softly. He scoffs. "You mean get used to my brother constantly risking his life while I sit back and watch?" Heat seems to ripple off him, and I suddenly wonder if he is partially to blame for this stifling room. I see it then, the green of his eyes that matches the jealousy, the envy. I can see the part of him that wishes he could run into battle and save the day like his brother, wishes he could earn his father's favor through brawn and not brains, wishes he could be the hero, rather than the one the hero is protecting. And yet, I feel no pity for the boy before me. To envy Kai is to envy a murderer. Play the part. Play him. "What I mean," I say slowly, "is that you have your duties and Kai has his. You're both fighting for your kingdom, just in different ways." I can see he's not convinced, but he offers me a smile anyway, one that almost reaches his eyes. "You would make quite the advisor, you know that? Well, maybe if I survive these trials, you can hire me." He chuckles softly at that, and I give him a small smile in return. "Although," I say with a sigh, "advisors are supposed to know what is going on, and I sure as hell don't." Come on, tell me, trust me. Kit sighs. "Fine. You deserve to know what's going on, seeing that one of them nearly sliced your arm off." He brushes a thumb over the thin scar on my exposed arm, his eyes tracing it. I shrink away from the touch, and the action doesn't go unnoticed. Kit clears his throat and leans away from me. "They call themselves the Resistance." His voice is low and steady, intended for only me to hear. "They are a group of ordinaries that have been banding together for years, fighting against the king and the kingdom because of what was done to their kind. Their kind. My kind." I force myself to swallow my disgust and listen as he continues. "At first, they were barely a threat, a joke of a revolution. We've kept this little group a secret, kept it hidden from the people for a few years now. It hasn't been hard to do till recently, but clearly they are bigger and stronger than before." I think I stopped breathing. All I hear is the blood pounding in my ears as I take in the weight of his words. A group of ordinaries fighting against the king and the kingdom. How?
The word is raspy, almost drowned out in the chatter of the room. How is there such a large group of ordinaries? How are they such a threat now? Apparently, there were a lot more ordinaries hiding in Ilia than suspected after they were banished. And as long as they repopulate here in the kingdom, their numbers will continue to grow. He heaves a heavy sigh. But the resistance seems to be more of a cause than a group. They're spread out all over the city, hiding in plain sight, which makes things far more difficult since they aren't all gathered in one place. And what's worse, we don't think they're working alone. I raise my eyebrows in question, and he continues. They have elites working with them, powerful ones that are also pissed off at my father, at the kingdom. My forehead crinkles in confusion, trying to figure out what he means. And then it clicks, right as Kit voices what I've just pieced together. The Fatals. The Silencers, the Mind Readers, and the Controllers. Father banished them alongside the Ordinaries during the Purging because of how dangerous they were, even to other elites, and he only keeps one of each in his court who are loyal to him. But there are still some out there, and we currently have one in the dungeons beneath us. He nods at me with a small smile. We have you to thank for that. The Silencer. Wait, I say slowly, trying to puzzle everything out. If the Fatals are truly working with the Resistance, then why wouldn't they fight in the attack? They would have done a lot more damage if they had. Kit runs a hand through his hair. We aren't sure. Maybe they weren't intending on attacking. They were unprepared and incredibly outnumbered, which makes me wonder why they came here in the first place. Words fall out of my mouth, and I can do nothing to stop them. And what do you think about this resistance? What do I think about these criminals? He sighs through his nose, shaking his head. I understand. I think it's wrong, but I understand why they're doing it. He looks me dead in the eyes. But if they are allowed to live, then the elite race will slowly die. Who knows how many elites have already been infected by the Ordinaries hiding among them? I'm sure people have already begun to feel the effects, the weakening of their power. He pauses, sighing. The Ordinary's sacrifice is necessary for the greater good of the kingdom. Right. I forgot that I'm diseased. I study him, taking in the strong features of his face, now etched with tension and stress. And that is what you believe? I know I should shut my mouth, should nod my agreement instead of risking speaking treason. But something about this boy brings out a recklessness in me, a need to show him how wrong he is, how twisted his kingdom is. That is what I know, he says softly, looking me in the eyes until I tear mine away, unable to unsee my father's murderer in them. And yet, you can know something and not believe it. My voice sounds shaky, and I hope he believes it to be from fear and not anger. You have a choice, Kit. You always have a choice. He chuckles, but it's void of humor. If I always had a choice, then I wouldn't be in this safe room. I'd be out there, fighting alongside my brother. My eyes fall to the flames flickering over his fingers, betraying his frustration. I lift my head and take a breath before looking him in the eyes. Do you not want to be king? He doesn't hesitate. I do not want to be a coward. I force myself to hold his gaze, seeing all the confusion and consideration reflected in it. No one has ever asked me that before. Yes, well, you'll find that I often ask questions that I shouldn't, I say, looking away from him. Don't stop, he says quickly, quietly. My gaze slides back towards him to rest on the top button of his shirt. Your questions, your thoughts, your contradictions, I want to hear them all. I open my mouth to reply when a gust of cool air breezes over my face, and the thick metal door swings open with a clang. My head snaps to the handful of Imperials pouring into the room, heading for the king and queen. "The ballroom is secured, Your Majesty." The guard's voice is gravelly, his head bowed towards the king, who nods curtly. If I wanted to look into his eyes, I'm sure I would see all the questions swimming in them. Questions about how many dead, how many ordinaries captured, how much damage. But he doesn't dare voice his thoughts, not in front of an audience, and especially not when he's trying to conceal what is truly happening. The king stands from his large wooden chair and clears his throat, further quieting the already hushed room. "What happened today was unfortunate, and I can assure you it will not happen again." I nearly snort at the empty promise. "But we will not let this incident scare us, cripple us, control us. And for that reason, the trials will continue as scheduled." At that, shocked murmurs ripple through the crowd, though I can't say I'm surprised. He needs to keep up his strong facade, show no fear. "We are elites. We are power." The king pauses, scanning the crowded room with that green gaze I avoid. "Honor your kingdom. Honor your family. Honor yourself." The cluster of people around me echo his words, reciting Ilya's motto. My lips move with them, playing the part of the contestant, the one who is honored to be here, the one who is an elite, just like them. The guard begins ushering guests and nobility out of the sticky room, and I'm nearly trampled by pointy heels and polished shoes from where I sit on the floor before I scramble to my feet. "I wish I could walk you to your room, but unfortunately I'll be trading this stuffy room for another one. Father will likely have Kai and I in meetings right up until the first trial begins, discussing the events that occurred tonight." Kit's voice is strained, tired. "But the guards will make sure you arrive safely to your room. Not that there is any real threat now." His eyes slide down to the dagger hugging my thigh, on display for all to see. "And if there was a threat, I'm sure you could handle yourself just fine." He offers me a smile that I barely manage to return. His eyes drift from me to land on something else near the back of the room. I follow his gaze, only to find that the king and queen are staring right back at me. The king is watching through narrowed eyes, and it takes all my strength and training not to throw the same look his way. "I'll see you after the trial." Kit's voice cuts through my thoughts. "I will see you after the trial. You expect to survive this, remember?" I duck my head and smile despite myself. If I make it out of this first trial alive, I know exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to find the resistance. And thanks to the curly-haired boy and the note I nicked off him, I know exactly where they will be. "See you then," I say to that top button of his shirt, before briefly meeting his eyes. They hold a certain warmth and worry, looking less and less like his father's with every blink. I'm shoved towards the door in a current of human bodies and swept out into the hallway. The corridors are teeming with guards and guests, all scurrying from one place to another. I'm herded down the hallway, swallowed by the sea of people around me. We pass the cracked doors of the ballroom, and through them I can see rubble and red painting the floors. My curiosity refuses to release me from its clutches. It's not hard to slip away from the Imperials, the group. I've mastered the art of going unnoticed and overlooked. Soon I'm pushing open the ballroom doors, the guards completely oblivious in the mayhem. I'm greeted with gore. Well, the remains of it. Dark blood still splotches parts of the floor, most of it already scrubbed clean with jets of water by the hydros milling about, leaving nothing but pearly stone in their wake. Tellies are clearing the ballroom of the heavy chunks of rubble, and gusts wield the air around them to blow all the debris and dust from the floor. In no time at all, the room will be fixed, restored to its pristine state, as if nothing happened. I'm about to slip back out the door when a mass of messy black hair catches my eye. He's slumping,
on a large slab of stone near the far end of the ballroom, dirty and drenched with blood. My heart hammers against my ribcage. He's hurt. And more importantly, why do I care? I stumble down the steps, taking them 2 at a time. I nearly twist my ankle in the deadly contraption that are my heels before ungracefully flinging them off my feet, letting them tumble down the stairs before I nearly do the same. I'm suddenly in front of him, having cleared the ballroom in a matter of seconds. I drop to my knees, looking up into his bloody, dirt-streaked face. His gray eyes only look startled for a moment before they begin roaming over me, searching my body for injuries as I do the same to him. Words spew from my mouth. What happened? Where are you hurt? I look around, scanning the room. And where are those damn healers?
Ah, Gray. Just the person I wanted to see.
He grinds out the words through gritted teeth, though he's still acting like his cool, collected self. What happened? I demand, taking in his ripped clothes and the exposed chest beneath, now covered in gashes. His hands and most of his body are coated in blood, though I'm sure most of it doesn't even belong to him.
Before we get to that, he fights to keep the grimace from gracing his features. Did a healer get to you?
He's suddenly serious, pain forgotten as his eyes sweep over me yet again. I'm both confused and annoyed with him, a common occurrence, it seems. What? Yes, I'm fine. I dismiss his question and scoot closer, hands slightly outstretched. But clearly you're not.
And here I was thinking you hated me and my stupid dimples. I'm touched you care so much about my well-being, Gray.
Even while in obvious pain, he still finds a way to smirk, along with being a total ass. Oh, don't mistake my motives, Prince. I only want to keep you alive long enough so I can punch that smirk off your face. Again. There's little bite in the words, and he huffs out a laugh as he shifts on the stone, exposing more of his back to me. I gasp. What the hell is wrong with you?
Darling, that is a very loaded question.
I ignore his comment, unable to tear my eyes from the throwing knife buried deep into the flesh of his right shoulder blade. You've had a knife in your back this whole time and you just let me talk? I'm sputtering. A dimple accompanies his crooked grin.
Oh, but the sound of your voice was such a welcome distraction from the pain.
Once again, I ignore him before standing to my feet to inspect the knife slicing deep into his back. Sighing, I mumble, Yeah, well, now you get to hear me telling you that you're a complete idiot.
That's still one of the nicer things you've said to me, so I'll take it,
he says smoothly, seemingly undisturbed by the piece of metal impaling his body. I can't even imagine what pain he's been through to make this wound seem so bearable. Okay, I say slowly. Tell me what to do. His laugh is strained.
You say that like you'll actually listen to me for once.
Kai, I'm about to add another knife to your back if you don't.
I just need you to pull it out.
I blink. He says this so casually that I almost think he's joking. Then we need to have a healer here, ready to mend it as soon as the knife is out. He breathes out a strained laugh, the muscles beneath his torn shirt shifting.
I'm offended you doubt my abilities so much. There's a healer not too far from me. I can feel their power. I'll heal myself.
Right, okay. I take a deep breath and grip the handle of the knife. This is going to hurt.
You know, it's a shame we never got to finish our dance, he says. It was the first time I could actually focus on you rather than dodging your stomping feet.
I yank the knife out in one fluid motion. He grunts and doubles over on the stone. I smile slightly, having gotten revenge on him for what he said about my dancing, however true it may be. I step around the rubble and crouch in front of him, my face close to his as I watch the pain crowd his handsome features. I flip the knife in my hand, still slick with his blood. Tell me, did that hurt as much as my stomping feet? His laugh is gruff, pained. I stand to my feet, and watch as he reaches a hand around his shoulder, pressing it atop the wound now steadily gushing blood. I stare as the shredded skin stitches itself back together. Stare as flesh and muscle reform before my very eyes, leaving nothing but a jagged scar to join the others across his back. The tension eases from his stiffened shoulders, and he sighs in relief.
Much better. Thank you.
I'm wondering how rarely those last two words leave his mouth when the corner of it lifts and he uncoils to his feet.
Who knew that you'd be the one to pull a knife from my back and not the one to bury it there?
There's still plenty of time for that. Don't worry. He grins, white teeth flashing against his filthy features. Then he rolls his neck and stretches, acting as though he wasn't just impaled a few moments ago. His palm is suddenly extended towards me expectantly, and I stare at the calluses blankly. When I make no move, he slowly drops his hand to the one at my side, his rough fingers closing around my wrist. My heartbeat quickens, and I curse the stupid organ. He pulls my arm, my hand, towards him, the one still clutching the throwing knife. Then his other hand brushes against my palm, gently prying the handle from my fingers.
You have enough of these to bury in my back, don't you think?
He says softly, his hands still wrapped around my wrist, where he can likely feel my stupid, stammering pulse beneath his fingers.
So I think I'll hold on to this one.
I step out of his grasp, needing to put some space between us. Don't you have an important meeting you're supposed to be in right now? I ask because I simply can't think of anything else to say.
Probably,
he sighs, running a hand through his hair.
I'm assuming Kit filled you in.
I nod before he says,
Father will go through with the trials. A power move, of course. And he'll need to finally inform the people of what is going on. He can't hide who and what the resistance is after tonight.
What happened? I breathe before I'm suddenly annoyed with him, remembering what he did. What happened after you bodily removed me from this room like an ass, even though I could have helped? Now he's laughing at me.
You seem to keep forgetting who I am, Gray.
My apologies, Your Highness. What happened after you bodily removed me from this room like a royal ass?
Well, that's progress, I suppose.
He smiles, looking me over again with that piercing gaze of his.
And to answer your question, that wasn't your fight. Not to mention that I couldn't risk a contestant dying before the first trial even began.
My laugh is bitter. You know damn well that I can take care of myself.
And you know damn well that I could take care of it myself.
You got stabbed, remember?
Occupational hazard.
We stare at each other, faces close. I can smell the sweat, blood, and dirt on him, along with the underlying scent of pine still lingering on his skin. I'm breathing heavily, and after a moment too long, I finally take a step away from him. How many casualties? I ask slowly. He looks away from me, sucking in a breath before saying,
Only 2 elites dead, multiple injured. 4 ordinaries dead and only 2 prisoners.
His eyes trail back to mine as he says,
There were less than a dozen ordinaries to begin with, which makes me wonder what their real mission was, since I don't believe it was to attack a ballroom full of elites.
I nod absent-mindedly, taking in the information. So, some escaped? A muscle feathers in his jaw.
Unfortunately.
And with that, he begins to back away from me, his eyes never leaving mine.
I'll see you tomorrow, Gray.
See you tomorrow, Azur. He finally turns, making his way across the ballroom as I watch his retreating form. Then he calls over his shoulder.
Do me a favor, darling.
And what's that?
Promise me you'll stay alive long enough to stab me in the back.
I laugh loudly. That's been my goal all along, Prince.
Chapter 23. Kai. I nearly swallow a mouthful of damp dirt. My eyes flutter open and I cough into the wet soil beneath me, soaking my clothes and causing them to cling uncomfortably to my body. I roll onto my back, crunching on moss, twigs, and rocks as I blink against the sunlight, streaming through looming, tall trees. Plagues, where am I? The melody of chirping birds woke me from my heavy, deep sleep. Drugged sleep. Trees crowd the vibrant blue sky above, most of them tall, ominous pines that extend fingers of foliage high into the clouds, and I know them anywhere. One becomes familiar with the trees they're forced to scale countless times to overcome a fear of heights. The whispers. I'm in the bloody forest. I stand on my feet, feeling dizzy, drained, and drugged. An odd pressure at my right forearm has me looking down to see a thin leather band wrapping around it, the ends fused together tightly. It would be cutting off blood circulation completely if it were any tighter, leaving my arm utterly useless. The sun beats down on me as I spin slowly in place, scanning my surroundings. There is nothing and no one but trees, rocks, and uneven forest ground beneath me, caging me in with foliage. Why the hell am I in the whispers? Obviously, I knew the trials were still on. That and the resistance were all we talked about for hours last night. The throne room is where I spent my evening and early morning, along with Kit, the king, and his advisors. My throat is hoarse and scratchy from the long hours of arguing and debating the best course of action with this resistance, this threat. And now, more than ever, my men and myself are tasked with finding these resistance members and putting an end to them. I attempt to brush off the clumps of dirt still clinging to my clothes as I take in this familiar, yet frightening place. The Whispers is no whimsical forest. Deadly beasts lurk on its huge terrain, and even deadlier plants sprout from it. I would know, seeing that I spent many nights training here with my father barking orders like I was his soldier and not his son. But why am I here now? I expected to at least be able to wake up in my own bed, maybe interrogate some prisoners before I had to make my way to the bowl for the first trial, but I sure as hell wasn't expecting to be drugged and dragged to the forest. Different. That's what Tiala had said. There's never been a trial that has taken place outside of the bowl where an audience couldn't be present to jeer and cheer at us. A twig snaps and I whirl, sinking into a fighting position. I stare at the thin man a few dozen feet away, garbed in plain white clothes that contrast against his dark skin. He stares back, his eyes glazed and unmovable. A sight. I feel it then, the tingle of his power beneath my skin. I was too occupied with my thoughts to feel his ability, the power to record as well as project what he sees with nothing but his own two eyes. And that is exactly what he is doing now. I've always found them unsettling with the way they stare, unblinking, when recording what they are seeing. But I've grown used to them since dozens are always present at the trials. They run around the bowl, documenting the events and contestants, while using their abilities to project what they are seeing onto large screens high above the pit floor. And it seems they are doing the same for this version of the trials, except he's not projecting what he is seeing, and is instead storing the images away for a later time. There must be dozens of them, all running around the forest, following contestants and documenting the first trial to play back for an audience when this is all over. I don't take a single step toward him. It's forbidden to interact with the sights, touch them in any way during the trials. They are simply the eyes and ears for the audience that can't be here to witness themselves. The man finally blinks, his eyes clearing slightly after apparently getting all the footage he wanted out of me. He moves to step away, no doubt to go collect other images or stalk other contestants. But he pauses, mid-step, and slowly pats his long, dark fingers against the pocket of his pants, holding my gaze before scurrying back into the forest. I stare after him before tearing my gaze away and looking down at my own pocket. They threw me in here with only what I had on when I staggered into bed, apart from the shoes they so generously slipped onto my feet. Other than that, only one accessory was added to my body, the strange leather band around my arm. I silently thanked the plague that I kept my thin shirt on last night, too exhausted to pull it off. I reached into the pocket of my thin pants, fingers closing around a rough scrap of paper. I unfolded carefully, revealing precise, looping penmanship. Welcome to the first trial. In the whispers you will be. We hope you stay a while, in this game of honor and dignity. The goal of this game is quite clear, and for the winner we will cheer. Become victorious by collecting the bands, the ones that rest high above your opponent's hands. Collect from those who have been banded, and be warned if you return empty-handed. If you wish to win, you must have the most. Then of your glory we'll brag and boast. But the end is drawing near, with only 6 moons to play. Welcome to the trial's 6th year, and pray to the plague that you will stay. The task of stealing as many bands as possible seems fairly simple. That is, if you can survive in the forest for a week. But I read between the lines of the poem. They are forcing us to fight one another. No one will give up their band easily. Blood has been spilled over much less than a leather strap in these trials. I crumpled the paper in my fist, shoving it deep into my pocket before glancing at my own strap of leather encircling my bicep. Tight. So tight that the only way to get these plague-forsaken things off is to cut them from the skin, which will inevitably draw blood, despite delicacy. It's intentional. Clever. Father has outdone himself this year. Sweat trickles into my brow, stinging my eyes. The heat could rival that of the scorches, and I peel off my shirt to wipe my slick face. My throat is already dry, parched from baking in the morning sun. Find water first, opponents second. I stop, my feet crunching on the vegetation and rough dirt beneath me. Sighing, I look up at one of the menacing pine trees standing in my path. I shake my head, my shoulders, trying to shake away my nerves. Then I grab hold of the lowest branch and swing my legs up. Yes, I've scaled these trees multiple times, and yes, I've conquered my fear of heights. But just because a fear has been conquered doesn't mean it's enjoyable to be confronted with again and again. And yet, here I am, climbing up the tree, taking each branch at a time. The wind blows and the sun blinds as I continue up the pine in search of water. Minutes, maybe hours later, with limbs aching and heart racing, I finally reach the top. Well, the last branch that will hold my weight. I'm a couple 100 feet in the air now, suspended there by nothing but a large twig beneath my feet. I look down, only to instantly regret it. Keep it together, Kai. Falling to my death during a trial would be a pathetic way to die, and would completely ruin my reputation, even in death. With that in mind, I clutch the now thin trunk of the tree beside me as I peer through the leaves and over the top of the canopy of trees. I feel like I'm back in the ballroom, looking out into a sea of several shades of green. Branches full of leaves swaying in the wind like the finely dressed women swaying on the dance floor only yesterday. There. My eyes sweep over a break between the line of trees, a pause in the dance of their leaves, a sliver for a river, a brook, a source of water. At the moment, I don't care if it's a damn puddle. I painstakingly make my way back to solid ground, my breath coming in quick pants. By the time my feet meet the soil, the sun has inched its way across the sky, informing me that it is already late afternoon. And then I'm off in the direction of the water every contestant craves after being drugged and having to trudge through the forest for hours. Father has woven a trap for us, one we are all willingly walking into. Hours, long, tiresome hours of trekking through foliage is what my life has come to. I've encountered several venomous snakes and plants daring me to draw close. I'm so bloody bored. My eyes and body are alert as I trudge forward, though my mind wanders as much as I do. I think on the trials, the contestants, and then my thoughts are on her. Stop. If Peyton is so determined to hate me, I could make it very, very easy for her. It wouldn't take much. But I'm selfish, weak, and unwilling to make it anything but difficult for her to push me away. She's bewildering as much as she is beguiling. That pretty mouth of hers says one thing, but those ocean eyes say another. She pulls a knife from my back only to say she'll bury another one there. She's confusing, captivating, and we're completely wrong for each other in all the right ways. She's a flame, and I'm gonna get burned. An ocean, and I'm gonna drown. I run a hand over my face, wanting to blame my dehydration for whatever the hell is wrong with me. I've never been so affected by a single girl, and it's absurd, absolutely annoying. But then I grin, remembering her heartbeat hammering beneath my fingers, her breath catching every time I touch her, her eyes drinking in every smile and dimple she supposedly hates. The feeling of absolute annoyance for being so affected by someone is most definitely mutual, though I'm sure she'd deny it with a dagger to my throat. So very vicious, that one. Something glints in the light of the sinking sun, catching my eye. There, hanging from a branch to my right, is a sheathed sword, its silver handle winking in the light as I step towards it. It only takes me a moment to climb up and untie the belt from the branch before hopping down from the tree. There's likely weapons and other items hidden all over the whispers for us to use. Easier to draw blood that way. Easier to make things interesting. I sling the belt and sheath low on my waist before drawing the sword to chop through the thick foliage. Almost there. The ground is covered in shadows, and I now have a rabbit that needs to be cooked, along with a stomach that needs to be fed. I'd come across a single throwing star, lodged deep into the bark of a tree, and used it on the unsuspecting rabbit now tied to my belt. I pause, hearing it before seeing it. Gurgling, glorious water. Then, a small, shallow creek emerges from the trees, running water skipping over the rocks that occupy it. I hesitate, eyes scanning the seemingly peaceful place. All is clear, for the time being. I creep to the edge of the creek, sinking to my knees before it, and darting a look over my shoulder every few seconds, not wanting to leave my back exposed. I splash the cool water on my face, letting it drip down my skin and bare chest. The bubbling brook flows from a small pool a few dozen feet away, the water clean, crisp, and cool. Man-made. And fresh. The work of hydros, no doubt, allowing us the small favor of fresh water. I thank the plague the water is so clean, so purified that it saves me the trouble of having to boil it somehow. I'm scouring the area for kindling and firewood when I nearly smack my head on something hanging from the tree above, hidden in shadows. Canteens. 2 of them, swinging in the evening breeze. I find myself thinking the plague once again. Whittling 2 sticks together is about as fun as it sounds, but with years of practice and patience, I soon have a fire crackling before me. And though skinning a rabbit with a long sword is as difficult as it is damn annoying, it's soon roasting over the flames. And then, a trickle of power tingles through my body, igniting my nerves and sending a familiar chill down my spine. The hair on the back of my neck stands up, feeling that power, that strength, flood my body. Someone's coming, and I know who. A twig snaps to my left, then another. I don't remember when I stood up, but I'm now dancing on the balls of my feet, unable to help that familiar itch for a fight and looking forward to that dance of dominance and destruction. Fighting is my favorite waltz, and I know the steps by heart. Braxton barrels through the line of trees.
You've listened with such focus now. Take a breath, close your eyes, and let the melody surround you. We value your presence deeply.
Tell me you wish
eyes wild when they land on mine. He saw the smoke from my fire and figured he'd ambush whoever had lit it. But, unlucky for him, I felt him coming before I even heard him sprinting through the forest. I see him hesitate, as if he's debating turning back around rather than risking a fight with me. But the uncertainty flickers from his face, and he begins slowly striding closer. He steps into the ring of firelight, his silhouette large and lumbering. "Hello, Brax. Nice of you to stop by." He tips his head towards me in that same way he always has. "Evening, Kai." The brawny has never been one for talking, instead choosing to patiently observe before uttering a word, making him and Sadie oddly similar. We slowly begin to circle each other in silence, sizing one another up. "So, I'm assuming you're here for my band and not a friendly chat." I sigh, taking a step towards him. "Your assumption would be correct." He tosses a glance at my cooking rabbit. "If you offer it to me, I'll leave and let you get back to your meal. There's no need for this to get messy." I don't see any weapons on him, so I refrain from reaching for mine. We've known each other since we were boys, and I'd like to keep knowing him if I can help it. "You and I both know I can't let you have my band, Brax." Because it's my mission to win these trials. I think I see him nod in the growing darkness before he is suddenly charging at me. I drop low and use his momentum to throw him over my shoulder, hearing him hit the ground with a heavy thud. I've trained with Braxton for years. He's predictable, but that doesn't make him any less powerful. He's back on his feet in a flash, fists raised and ready to knock my teeth out. And then calculated chaos ensues. Fists fly, heads bob, feet weave. A dance. A brutal, bloody, beautiful dance. We're currently equals in ability, seeing that I've let his power escape from my veins and flood to the surface. My blows are brutal and swift in the flickering firelight. His fist connects with my jaw, nearly breaking it, causing hot blood to pool in my mouth. I stagger back as he steps behind me, and he wraps his massive arm around my throat in a chokehold. I can feel his hesitance before my head snaps back, skull meeting his nose with a sickening crunch. Now he's staggering, blood streaming from his nose and into his mouth. I use the split second to pepper him with swift blows that he can barely block. He recovers quickly, jabbing at my ribs with a powerful fist. I duck under his next swing and land a blow to his jaw. It's a vicious circle. I hit him, he hits me back. To his credit, I'm impressed. I've never seen him so focused, so determined. This is the best fight I've had with him to date. It's a shame we'll have to put an end to it. A dark hand comes flying straight at my face. I easily take a step back, my heels connecting with something, as heat warms everything from the back of my legs to the nape of my neck. The fire. He's cornered me against the fire. Clever. I bob under a fist intended for my nose and bury my own deep into his stomach. He grunts, doubling over, but grabs my arm in one swift movement. Then he twists, pulling both my arm behind my back and my chest toward the fire. Pain laces up to my shoulder as the flames glow in front of me. Maybe I should have tried harder. He kicks in the back of my knees, hard, before the even harder ground sends a jolt up my legs when I collide with it. The flames are close to me now, nearly licking my bare chest. "Just let me cut off the band, Kai," Braxton says from above me, sounding like a plea. It's good to know that he doesn't exactly like the idea of burning me alive. "This can all be over." His voice is deep, but I catch the slight quiver in it. He's caught off guard, shocked that he has me hovering over the flames like the now burnt rabbit beside me. I was sloppy and tired, a fool who underestimated him, but now he has the future enforcer at his mercy. "This is the best fight we've ever had, Brax. I'm impressed. Truly." I pant, the heat of the fire drawing beads of sweat down my face. "But you're gonna have to burn me before I let you have my band." He heaves a sigh. "I had a feeling you'd say that." A pause. "And I wish it didn't have to be this way." Flesh meets fire. Skin meets searing hot flame. I expect a scream to tear from my throat, but nothing but a strangled cry slips past my lips. Braxton's knee drives into my back, angling my body and forcing the left side of my chest into the flames. I'm burning, boiling, blistering as he holds me there before finally pulling me back, allowing cool air to wash over me. I'm gasping as he reaches with his other hand towards the sword at my side, ready to draw it from its sheath and cut the band from my arm now that I am dazed with pain. Oh, but I've known pain far worse. His arm reaches beside me, and I grab it, standing to my feet in the same motion, adrenaline drowning out the ache of my burned flesh. I pull his arm over my shoulder and tip my body forward, using my momentum and brawny strength to lift him off the ground and send him flipping over my back and straight into the flames. He lets out a cry, but doesn't linger for long before rolling out of the flames, yelping as he wriggles in the dirt to smother the fire eating away at his clothes, his skin. Smoke is curling from his burned clothing when I crouch over him. I wish it didn't have to be this way either, I say softly, as he pants heavily beneath me. But you have something I need. I slice the band from his forearm, unable to stop from nicking him and drawing more blood. His breathing is raspy as I search his pockets for any other bands he may have stolen on the way. Finding none, I stand, staring down at him and uttering one word. Go. He stares up at me for a moment before grunting in pain as he scrambles to his feet, limping into the woods as quickly as his charred body is able. I watch him leave, hearing him struggle to navigate through the dark woods, knowing he won't dare to come back. Then I turn, looking directly at the site I knew had been documenting the entire fight. Hope you enjoyed the show, I say with a mock bow of my head. As soon as the words leave my mouth, the woman in white blinks and vanishes into the forest. I tuck Braxton's band into my pocket as pain racks my body. Blinding, blistering pain. I look down at the red, inflamed patch of skin right above my tattoo. The adrenaline is gone and I'm left with nothing but pain coursing through my body. I stagger over to my canteens, unscrewing one and pouring the cold contents over the burn. I hiss through my teeth when water meets burned flesh. But it's a relief, however small it may be. I grab my crumpled shirt from my pocket and tear a large strip of cloth from it with my teeth before beginning to gingerly wrap the fabric under my arm and over the burn. The result is a makeshift bandage to try and lessen the chance of infection, but it won't do for long. I need to find some herbs, something, anything, to clean the wound, because dying is not an option. And losing these trials certainly isn't either.
Chapter 24. Payton. I am going to wring your neck if you don't shut up. The bird completely ignores my very real threat of death and continues to squabble on the branch above my head. It's been squawking for nearly half an hour, resulting in me throwing at least a dozen rocks in its direction. I'm annoyed, angry, anxious, and, above all, absolutely starving. Of course, these are all side effects of waking up in the middle of the wilderness with nothing but the clothes I slept in. I look down at my tight cloth pants, an even more revealing tank. A skimpy, silky thing that I regret ever putting on, considering it will now be my only shirt for the next week. A week. That's how long I must survive in this forest, in the whispers, in this place crawling with enemies of all shapes and sizes, though it's already midday, and the only opponent I've faced so far is the snake that nearly bit my foot off. I've been trekking through the thick foliage since the moment I woke up, face down in the dirt, after blinking awake to a staring woman clad in blinding white. A sight. Here to spy on the opponents. Here to record this bloody trial. Here to document what the audience is not able to witness for themselves. I'm sure the rest of Ilya is just as confused as I am about this year's trials, though I can't say we weren't warned. Different. That's all the warning we got. Except that different does not even begin to describe how drastically these trials have changed. In the past 3 decades, there has never been a trial outside of the bowl walls. outside of the prying eyes of the audience. But only the best, the most brutal and bloody trials are fit to test the future enforcer, I suppose. I just wish I wasn't part of it. We've all been unwittingly thrown into the deadly whispers, left to die by the elements or by the hand of our enemies. It's brilliant. It's dastardly. And I don't know whether to clap or cry. I should expect nothing less from the king. My eyes dart to my right forearm, where the leather strap is wrapped tightly. Collect from those who have been banded, and be warned if you return empty-handed. I laugh bitterly to the emptiness surrounding me. They want us to fight, truly fight one another for these strips of leather. So, in an effort to stay alive long enough to find another opponent, I set out to find water. The trees here are tremendous and terrifying, towering high in the air and scraping the low clouds. It took me ages to scale one to find the closest water source, and the past several seriously boring hours have consisted of trudging towards what I'm hoping is a creek. Except now, I'm sitting under a tree and arguing with a bird. I chuck another rock at it for good measure, before turning my attention back to the bundle of sticks at my side. I pick up another arrowhead that I've collected along the way, one of the generous gifts left to aid us, and fasten it onto one of the sticks. I've been making arrows for far too long now, to accompany the bow and quiver I found conveniently resting against the trunk of a tree. As if the elites need weapons. The feathers supplied by the annoying yet useful bird above complete the arrow. I stare at my handiwork with a small smile, studying all 7 wobbly arrows now filling the quiver. Thanks to my father, this was not my first time having to craft an arrow from scratch, and my smile grows at the distant memory. I throw the quiver over my shoulder and cross the bowstring along my chest, saying my goodbyes to the bird still perched in the tree. I heave a sigh and begin, once again, heading towards the water I so desperately need. My feet are light and quiet as I tread across the terrain, my eyes peeled for any animal I can devour. There. A fat rabbit hops out of the bushes a few dozen feet away, completely unaware of my ill intentions for it. I pull the bow over my head and slip an arrow from the quiver. I nock it, aim, and breathe deeply just as my father taught me to. And then I send the arrow flying towards its mark, straight through the rabbit's eye. It's dead before it even crumples to the ground. I snatch up the animal, wipe the arrowhead on a nearby plant I hope wasn't poisonous, and return the arrow to my quiver. Find water, start a fire, eat food. And then I'm back to walking, tripping over tree roots and stumbling over stones. Riveting. I let my thoughts run wild as I keep a steady pace through the foliage, thinking of my opponents, the ball, the calloused hands on my back, and the gray eyes studying my face. I huff in annoyance and kick a rock harder than I should. A string of curse words spills from my mouth, directed at the rock, myself, and the cocky bastard I hate for not completely hating. The sun is making its descent across the sky as I continue to trample through the greenery, swearing at the multiple spider webs I walk through and the giant spiders that accompany them. A sight catches up to me, and I try my hardest to ignore his presence. Once he's satisfied with the footage he's collected of me stomping and huffing through the forest, he turns and disappears. Warm, late-afternoon sunlight streams through the trees, casting the forest in golden shadows. For a moment, I allow myself to take in the ominous beauty of this eerie place. And then something hits me in the face. Well, I hit something. I nearly trip backwards, sputtering, only to find that I walked right into a large cotton shirt hanging from a low branch. I grab it, grumbling about how I don't need the king's kindnesses, even as I slip on the garment. I walk and walk. I'm bored. I'm bored during a bloody trial. And then something catches the light, glittering out of the corner of my eye. I pivot towards it, leaves crunching beneath my feet. My mouth nearly falls open at what lies no more than 30 yards away from me. A deep pool of crystal water sparkles in the sunlight, rippling slightly in the warm breeze. Welcoming and wonderful. I blink. I didn't see this pool when I was high in the tree scouting. Then again, the shimmering water is surrounded by trees, nearly swallowed by the foliage around it. I practically trip in my haste to reach it. Water, water, water. I'm so thirsty, so greedy to gulp as much as I can, then build a fire, cook my rabbit, and there's something in the water, bobbing on top of it. I'm much closer now, the sun not so blinding as it glints off the clear surface, and I can make out an outline on top. A human outline. I creep forward, pulling my bow from across my chest, clutching it in my fist. The figure isn't moving. The figure with dirty blonde hair plastered to his tanned forehead. The figure with the same glassy green eyes as the king, staring unseeingly up at the blue sky. A strangled scream rips from my throat, sending birds scattering out from the trees around me. Kit. He's dead. I'm gasping, stumbling to the edge of the pool. I may hate his father and the kingdom he will one day rule, but that doesn't mean I wish to see him dead. The thought startles me, considering how very much I crave that fate for the king that looks so much like him. But what if their familiar features are where the similarities between them end? What if there is hope for the prince to step out of his father's shadow, out of his footsteps, and create change in his kingdom? I force myself to meet his glossy gaze where I now only see the potential of the prince rather than the presence of his father. Those once amused green eyes will never crinkle with laughter again. Instead, they stare up at nothing, wide, dull, and leeched of life. That crooked grin will never again grace his lips. Instead, his mouth is pressed in a thin line. Blue, kissed by the chill of death. I jump into the pool, wanting to pull him from this watery death. Instead, my feet are met with solid ground. My bones sing with the impact, feeling as though they will crack with the force. I blink away the pain, though it does nothing to clear my confusion. There is suddenly no pool under my feet, no Kit floating dead on its surface. I look at the dirt beneath me in disbelief, trying to puzzle out what is going on. Help me. I knock an arrow and draw my bow before I've even turned to face the owner of that broken little voice. I choke on my gasp. It's me. Deep blue eyes bore into mine, sad, starved eyes. Long silver hair, tangled and matted, hangs from the little girl's head. I am, small, so small, weak and weary and wide-eyed as she stares up at me. She stretches a bony finger towards me. Please, she whispers, whimpers. I stumble back at the sound of that, my broken voice, nearly losing my footing when she takes a shaky step closer. This isn't real. I turn, ready to run from this nightmare, only to nearly run into another little Payton, her cheeks sunken and eyes hollow. I'm delusional, dehydrated. I bite my tongue to keep from screaming as I turn to my right, finding another starved version of myself staring back at me. I'm surrounded, completely surrounded by pleading Paytons. They step forward, begging me to help them as they reach out, trying to grab hold of me. This time, I don't bother biting back my scream. They are closing in, crowding me. I'm crying out, confused and... No, not delusional. They stagger towards me, seeking help I can't give them. This is Ace. Even knowing that, I still can't stand to look at them, to look at myself. Can't stand to hear them begging for help as I do nothing. This was me. I was this starved and sad girl once. Because when my father died, so did a piece of myself. This isn't real. This isn't real. This isn't real. I cry out, dropping to my knees and clutching my head in frustration. I know it's you, Ace, I shout through clenched teeth.
I hear haughty laughter grow louder as he makes his way towards me. Taking a deep breath, I stand to my feet, shaking with disgust and rage as I prepare myself to be surrounded by sickly Paydens. But the pleading stops, and the Paydens vanish, leaving only Ace standing before me. His gaze drops to the arrow pointed at his chest before traveling back to mine. He has the audacity to smirk. "Hello, Payden." His voice is smug as he quirks an eyebrow. "Did you enjoy catching up with your younger self?" "You're sick," I spit, pulling my bowstring taut. He sighs, already bored with our conversation. Sticking his nose in the air, he says, "Just let me take your band and I'll be on my way." A pause. "In fact, I'll even let you take it off yourself, so I don't cut you." How generous! I'm practically growling at him. But I'll pass on the offer. My teeth are bared, and I'm a flinch away from sending an arrow flying towards that black heart of his. He blinks at me, slicking his brown hair back from his face with an irritated huff. "Fine." His eyes darken. "Have it your way. I don't mind having to get messy." And then he's striding towards me, reaching for my arm. I don't hesitate before firing my arrow into his thigh, aiming to injure and not to kill. I refuse to give the king and the people what they desire. Death. Except the arrow never meets his skin, never sinks into flesh. It flies right through him. The illusion blows away like smoke on the wind, tempting me to scream in frustration. Another ace steps out from behind a tree a few feet away, leaves crunching under his feet as he claps slowly. "Wow, good try." He grips a sharp spear in his hand, smiling like a cat. "Quit hiding behind your illusions, you coward!" I'm fuming, adrenaline pumping through my veins. This one is the real ace, I'm certain of it. The leaves gave him away, crunching when he stepped on them, unlike the first time he walked over to me. He seems to sense that I figured it out, and right as I'm about to bury an arrow in him, he surrounds himself with a dozen duplicates, hiding within them. They all speak in unison as they begin to surround me, masking the sound of any crunching leaves. "If you give me the band now, I won't hurt you. Badly." They laugh, and it's a sickening sound, seeming to bounce around in my skull. I spin in a circle, not knowing who to aim for. I only have 6 arrows now, and I can't afford to waste a single one. They are closing in on me, closing in for the kill. Find the real ace. Easier said than done. They all look and move exactly the same, all holding spears and ready to stab me, though only the real one can do any damage. "I'm going to enjoy this, Payden," they say, smiling. My eyes flick over each of their bodies. I take in their identical stances, their identical facial expressions, their identical everything. I will not die. I will not die. I will not die. And then my eyes snag on a particular ace, identical to the others. Found you. A tiny bead of sweat trickling down the side of his temple is all it takes to give him away, the only sign of his struggle to cast the illusions. I raise my bow towards him at the exact moment he lunges towards me. I jump to the side, but not before pain erupts across my stomach. Searing, stinging pain that I ignore as I release my arrow, letting it fly straight into the flesh of his leg. He screams, dropping to his knees in the dirt, hands trembling as they wrap around the arrow protruding from his thigh. But I don't give him, or the sight now watching, a second glance before I spin and sprint. I don't know how far I've made it. Don't know how much distance I've put between us before the adrenaline bleeds from my body, reminding me that I'm bleeding. The searing pain is back, punching me so hard in the gut that I'm panting. I lift my loose shirt to reveal the silky tank beneath it, now sopping with blood. I take a deep breath and pull up the layer of cloth separating me from the wound before shuddering at the sight of it. A long, bloody gash slices open the skin right beneath my rib. A spear wound.
My breaths come in shaky, shallow pants. At least I'm alive. But I sure as hell don't feel alive. It's excruciating. The pain is biting and blazing, setting my nerves on fire. I gingerly pull off the large shirt, wincing and choking back cries of pain with every lift of my right arm. The movement pulls at the skin, the gash, causing it to gush even more blood. I rip the bottom hem of the shirt, creating a wide strip of white fabric. I work as swiftly as the injury will allow me, gingerly wrapping the cloth around my waist and over the wound. I gasp for air at the throbbing pain this causes, blinking away tears as I pull on what is left of the shirt, so large it still covers my stomach. I need to find water. I heave a shaky sigh, that action alone jolting a sharp pain through me as I begin walking again through the forest. No, stumbling is more like it. Chapter 25. Payton. Stay awake. Stay awake. Stay awake. My traitorous eyelids feel like lead. With each blink, I'm afraid they won't open again. I've been slowly stumbling through the shadowy forest towards the creek for what feels like hours, blindly hoping I'm still headed in the right direction. I'm tired. So very tired. I want nothing more than to slump against a tree and close my eyes for a minute. Just one blissful moment of peace. No. I pinch my arm hard, causing my drooping eyelids to fly open. If I fall asleep, I likely won't wake back up. I'm in bad shape, and I don't need to be the daughter of a healer to realize it. I've lost so much blood, making my head swim as I try to keep my footing. I shake my head, trying to ignore my fevered skin and shivering body. Just like I ignore that the strip of cloth I used as a bandage is already soaked with blood, staining the cotton scarlet. I need to clean the wound, and soon. If I don't, I'm as good as dead. What I need is water. Every part of me burns with pain and thirst and hunger. If I can just get to some water, I can wash out the wound at the very least, cure my dehydration, and come to my senses long enough to create a concoction of herbs to clean the injury. I hope. Then I'd worry about eating, seeing that I can barely pull back my bowstring, and the rabbit I shot is long forgotten at the site where Ace ambushed me, leaving me defenseless and starving. Get to the creek, get to the creek, get to the creek. A faint orange glow peeks through the trees ahead of me, blurry from my drooping eyes. I squint at it, unsure if I am hallucinating or not. I tighten my sweaty grip on the bow, already knocked with an arrow, though it's practically useless if I can't pull back the damn string to fire it. I continue to creep closer to the fire, flickering a few dozen yards away, completely unattended. The light it casts reflects off something shimmering beside it. The creek. A relieved, breathy laugh escapes me as I cautiously continue forward. I'm being reckless, of course, but I don't particularly care in this state. Someone started this fire, and I may be walking straight towards them. But I'll die if I don't get to that water, though I might be killed if I do. Both options will likely lead to my imminent death. Great. I'm only a few feet away from the fire now, my eyes searching the shadows for any sign of the human who lit it. Get to the water. Get to the— You just can't seem to stay away from me, can you, Gray? I halt, heart hammering. I can hear the amusement in his voice, practically picture the dimples peeking out on either side of his smirk. I take a deep breath, mentally preparing myself for the excruciating pain I'm about to endure. Whipping around, I raise my bow and pull the string taut. I swallow my cry of pain as I feel my wound tearing, stretching with the movement. I can't let him see I'm injured. Put on a show. Get to the water. The tip of my arrow is pointed at his heart, and I just make out his exposed chest in the flickering light. It looks as though I'm not the first opponent he's encountered, nor am I the first one to aim something at his heart. He's wrapped a strip of cloth under his arm and around a wound just above his swirling tattoo. My eyes flick back to his, willing the agony from my features, willing him to see me as a threat. His gaze sweeps over me with an expression I can't decipher, but I'm not in the mood or headspace to puzzle him out. Leave or I shoot. My arm is beginning to tremble with the effort and pain of keeping the bow trained on him. He only chuckles and takes a step towards me. Good to see you too, Gray. You think I'm kidding? How cute. I bite out the words, my chest heaving. What, that's it? You're just gonna shoot me? His lips twitch. Where's the fun in that? Oh, it'll be fun for me, I assure you. My voice is shaky. I'm shaky. Kai takes another step towards me, cocking his head to the side. His hands are casually in his pockets as he looks me over again. I'm confused. You do realize that the point of this trial is to take my band, correct? His smirk grows. Or at least try. Well, I'm letting you off easy by allowing you to leave. The words don't sound threatening in the slightest. I'm swaying on my feet now, head spinning. I can't do this for much longer. I can feel the hot blood running down my stomach from my torn wound, and black dots are swimming in front of my eyes, threatening to swallow me whole. I'm going to pass out. What if I don't wake up? What if I die because I wasn't strong enough? Because I'm a weak, ordinary Gray? Between my drooping eyelids, I can see Kai take a hesitant step towards me, all amusement wiped from his face. And I must truly be hallucinating, because I think I see worry flickering in his gaze. Gray, what happened? He's stepping slowly towards me, but I can't keep my hold on the bow any longer. For a reason I can't explain, I aim at the ground instead of him, releasing my grip on the string and letting the arrow fly into the dirt at his feet before the bow slips from my sweaty hand. I can barely hear Kai's shout through the ringing in my ears. Gray! I don't remember hitting the ground. My face connects with the packed earth, but I barely feel it. My whole body is on fire, hardly breathing as I burn from the inside out. Payton! Hey, Pay, look at me! Rough hands are gripping the sides of my face, forcing my eyes to flutter open. They feel cold against my fevered skin, now slick with sweat, and concern is written all over the beautiful face hovering over me. I've never seen him so worried, so full of emotion. His cool mask has cracked, shattered, splintered into a million pieces as he lifts my head off the ground, pulling me towards him to search my face with wide gray eyes. And then he's gone. Darkness. Hey. Calloused hands are pushing the damp hair off my forehead, while words are muttered close to my face. Pay, stay with me. His voice is stern, despite the panic lacing each word. Slowly, I force my eyes to crack open, while I croak out quiet words through cracked lips, words that suddenly seem so important. You've never called me that before. I've only ever heard him say my real name once, when he had me pinned against an alley wall, while he tested the word out for the first time. But I haven't heard my name slip past his lips since. Haven't heard the way the two syllables sound rolling off his tongue. And I've certainly never heard him call me Pay. I'm smiling up at him now, grinning like an idiot. I can't stop. Delusional. I'm completely and undeniably delusional. But in this moment, I don't want to die. If only so I could hear him say my name one more time. Delirious. I'm so very delirious. He's suddenly still. His eyes roam over my face, lips slightly parted as he takes me in. Then he blinks. Once. Twice. His dark lashes flutter, gray eyes flicking between mine as he says, Remind me to make you smile like that again when you aren't dying, and I have all the time in the world to memorize it. Now it's my turn to blink at him. Once. Twice. That comment was all it took to wake me up because now my eyes don't seem to want to stray from his. I must have heard him wrong. I'm so delirious that my mind is playing tricks on me, playing with my emotions, my feelings. But I'm certainly not imagining the hands that are running up my body. I nearly choke on my ragged breath when his fingers brush my ankles, slowly running up each of my legs. He's trying to find the wound. I open my mouth to tell him where it is, but my head is spinning, and I'm on the verge of passing out from the pain. I breathe heavily, trying to calm my pounding head and heart. His fingers pass over my legs, gently poking and prodding as he searches for the wound. Once he's satisfied that my legs are functioning just fine, his hands slide up to my hips, lifting me slightly off the ground to run a hand over my lower back. His brows are knit in concentration as his fingers feel over my lower stomach. Pain like I've never experienced before erupts from the wound when his fingers dance over it, followed by a strangled sob tearing from my throat. The pain is so blinding that I think I'm about to black out, and I find myself wanting to, if only so I don't have to feel like this anymore. I watch through blurry vision as he lifts the hem of the tattered shirt to reveal the silky one beneath, soaked with blood. He sighs through his nose before lifting the hem of the tank, exposing my fevered skin to the cool night. There's a flash of something small and sharp in his hands as he begins to carefully cut the bloodied cloth from around my middle. His jaw tightens at the sight of the jagged wound stretching below my ribcage, a muscle ticking in his cheek. His eyes, full of an emotion I've never seen from him before, trace the bloody mess on my stomach. And then my own eyes slam shut, sealing the image of him out, leaving him in the world that is beginning to fade. Peyton! Kai's voice is so far away, so distant from where I'm slipping into oblivion. Peyton, open your eyes! It's an order, strong and stern, and I ignore it. How very typical of me. Even in death, my body refuses to listen to the commands of the future enforcer. Open your eyes, damn it! Tired. I'm so very tired. Far, far away, I hear a male voice muttering panicked words. If you die, I'm going to kill you.
Chapter 26. Kai. She's too stubborn to die, and I'm too stubborn to let her. I brush a hand over her forehead, her fevered skin hot to the touch, her breaths coming in shallow pants. She's dehydrated, delusional, dying of hunger. Just dying. My eyes flick back to the bloody gash slicing under her rib, inflamed and no doubt infected. I pull out the remains of my crumpled shirt and begin dabbing at the wound, trying to sop up some of the blood so I can see exactly what I'm dealing with. The skin is torn, jagged, and likely looks much worse when it's not concealed by shadows. And what's even more concerning is that I have no idea how to help her. I have no supplies, no healing ability around me to draw from, making me utterly useless. I'm holding her life in my useless, unequipped hands. I stand to my feet, searching for my canteens in the dim light. She needs water. That's what she came here for, after all. Why she risked walking straight into someone's camp. She needed water, needed it to drink, to wash out her wound. But that won't save her. I can't save her. I sigh in frustration, threatening to lose my temper as I run my hands through my hair, still searching for those damn canteens. But my mind won't stop replaying the scene, won't stop reeling over what just happened. I knew something was wrong when I saw her arm trembling, saw it shake with the strain of keeping the bow aimed at me, ready to make good on her threat to shoot. Then I saw her knees shake, saw the fire extinguish from her burning blue eyes. But above all, she wasn't playing with me, wasn't teasing me or twisting her mouth into that sly smile of hers that I enjoy so much. And that's what worried me the most. And now I'm suddenly furious with her. She wanted me to leave. She was going to try and deal with this alone. she would have died alone. She's so damn stubborn that she would choose to fight me until she collapsed rather than let me see her injured. The image of her crumpling to the ground sends a chill through me, icing over my burning rage. You would think I'd be numb to witnessing hurt by now, watching death claim another victim. But when she crumpled, something inside of me cracked. The side of her so weak, so vulnerable, so unlike herself, was enough to shatter a piece of the soul I'd forgotten I had. My feet stumble over something in the darkness. Finally, I bend down and snatch up the canteen, only for my fingers to fold around a small tin box. I step closer to the firelight, casting a glance over my shoulder at the wheezing Payton. I don't have time for this. I'm about to chuck the box as far as I can out of fury and frustration, when the symbol painted onto the lid catches in the light, catching my attention. A faded, green diamond stains the top, and I don't hesitate before ripping open the lid to reveal a small vial of inky liquid. I stare at it, stare at the miracle in the form of a healing salve crafted by the healers themselves, strong enough to mend even the most menacing wounds. And then I'm laughing dryly, unable to stop. The absurdity, the sheer impossibility of this all has me hysterical. Braxton must have picked it up in the forest somewhere and dropped it during our fight. Payton's salvation has been hiding in the shadows this whole time. Thank the plague, I mutter, shaking my head in disbelief as my foot finally meets one of my canteens in the ground. I'm on my knees beside her in a matter of moments, her chest barely rising with shallow breaths. I yank the salve from the box, revealing a needle and thick thread for stitching wounds lying beneath. I find myself laughing again. Unbelievable. Bloody unbelievable. I carefully pour some of the dark liquid onto a clean corner of my remaining shirt. This is going to sting, so it's convenient that she's unconscious when I press the cloth against her wound, letting the salve seep into the gash, slowly. I make my way across the cut, watching as the steady flow of blood already begins to slow. I dab the fabric against a particularly deep part of the gash, and her eyes fly open before her hand flies toward my face. Damn. Her slap is shockingly hard for someone who is just dangerously close to meeting death. My head is still turned to the side from the shock and impact of her hit, but a slow smile pulls up my lips. Ouch! I finally look at her, finding wild blue eyes staring up at me. She's panting, clearly confused. Is that how you thank me for saving your life? I scan her face, relieved to already see some color blooming on her cheeks, see her eyes gleaming again with that familiar fire. I'm the one who should be saying ouch. What the hell is that? It stings. She's breathless and shaking all over. Her eyes dart from her clean wound to the salve still clutched in my hand, and then she's trying to sit up. It's a good effort, despite her grunting in pain. Easy, darling. I place a hand on her uninjured side, fitting right into the curve of her waist as I slowly press her back down to the forest floor. You can slap me all you want once you're healed, but until then, try to keep your hands to yourself. How am I alive? Her voice is so quiet that her question is nearly drowned out by the chirping crickets surrounding us. Her eyes are trained in the sky, not daring to look at me. We have Braxton to thank for that. I grab the water canteen and push it to her lips. Drink. You're dehydrated. Though you are quite fun when you're delusional. She glares at me as I tip the canteen back, letting her gulp down the water greedily. She eyes me expectantly, and I sigh, elaborating. Braxton paid me a little visit earlier, and he must have dropped the salve he'd found during our fight. I sigh. And I doubt he's too happy about that, seeing that he could have used it for himself. She pushes my hand away, refusing to drink any more until she gets some answers. Stubborn little thing. So you didn't... Her eyes glance between my bandage injury to my face, trying to read me. No, I didn't kill him, I say dully, answering the question in her gaze. She gives me a strange look, one I've only seen her offer me a few times before. I clear my throat and look away, leaning back on my palms as she continues to study me. Killing isn't a hobby of mine, I'll have you know. I felt like I needed to say it, felt like I needed to admit that to her, to myself. What I do, what I've done, has had a purpose, a reason. I'm still a monster, just not the kind that loves the hateful things they do. There's that look again. It's like she's seeing straight through my mini masks, tearing down my walls, stripping me bare with nothing but her gaze. I hate it. I love it. I feel free. I feel trapped. The thought that a single pair of blue eyes can leave me so vulnerable, so exposed, is alarming. So I do what I do best. Deflect. I clear my throat before leaning forward and grabbing my ragged shirt. After dumping the rest of the salve onto the fabric, I gently press it to her wound. She hisses and her eyes fly to mine, full of a fire that makes me chuckle. Oh, this isn't even the worst part, darling. I still have to stitch you up. She steadies her shaky breaths, long lashes fluttering shut as she says, "Why are you doing this?" A very valid question, though I don't intend on answering it until I get some answers of my own. I grab the brutally blunt needle and begin the painstaking process of threading it through with a thick medical string. Why don't I ask the questions? My stare is leveled at her, unyielding and unfeeling, but it's simply another mask, seeing that I'm currently simmering with rage. Which one of them did this to you? Her eyes fly open, looking more confused and unsure of herself than I've ever seen before. But she recovers quickly, huffing out a shaky laugh. She turns her head to the side to look at me from where she lies on a bed of moss, dirt, and leaves. It doesn't matter, and that is the only answer she deigns to give me before rolling her head back towards the starry sky, hanging above us, avoiding my gaze. My fingers find her chin, and then I'm tugging her face back in my direction, so I can look her in the eyes as I say, I'm gonna ask again. Who did this to you? My hand is still gripping her chin, her strong jaw, as she holds my gaze and says, Why do you care? Then she's laughing, bitterly, the sound vibrating under my fingers, because I don't tolerate my toys being played with. She's gonna hate that. You're what? She stops, her eyes smoldering, her temper rising. Is that what you think I am? Some toy you can play with? Yes, and clearly quite a fragile one at that. Plagues, if I wasn't already going to hell, I am now. She sputters, actually sputters. I've never seen her at such a loss for words before, and I must say, it's very entertaining. What the hell is wrong with you? Oh, so you think I'm fragile? I'll show you just how fragile There, I say calmly, cutting her off mid-threat. The first stitch is always the worst, especially with how blunt this needle is. She blinks, snapping her mouth shut when she looks down to see the needle I've pushed through the gash, without her even realizing. Too angry to feel the pain, which was exactly what I was hoping for. You are... She's sputtering again, so I kindly finish for her. Intelligent? Irresistible? Calculating? Cocky? And a complete arrogant bastard. She pants. That is what I was going to say. A smile tugs at my lips. Good to see you're feeling well enough to insult me. I grab the needle again and pinch the skin around her wound close together, preparing to make another stitch by the light of the fire. You distracted me, she murmurs, as though she's still taking in the information. Then she huffs at a laugh as she adds, You distracted me by being an ass. But it worked nonetheless. I look up at her briefly before saying, Yes, I was an ass, and I need you to know that I didn't mean what I said. I push the needle through her skin as I speak, using my words as another distraction, though she still lets out a small hiss of pain. You're no toy, let alone a delicate one. She watches me work, and I will myself not to melt under her burning gaze. Tell me about home, about Loot, I say, trying to take her mind off the needle piercing her skin. Lute wasn't exactly home to me. She's quiet, and I catch her chewing the inside of her cheek before she continues. I had a home once. It was just me and my father, but we were happy. She winces when I make another stitch, but her next words are as blunt as the needle. And then he died, and my home became Adina. We made a living in Lute together. She made Lute worth living in. How long have you lived on the streets? 5 years. I was 13 when my father died. And ever since then, I've lived in a pile of garbage Adina generously called the fort. She laughs bitterly at that. From ages 13 to 15, the two of us were barely surviving. But then we grew up. We figured things out and fell into a routine that kept us fed and clothed. We each had our own skills that kept us alive. I let her words, her story sink in. I wonder, silently, what had happened to her father, or her mother for that matter. So your father taught you how to fight then? I asked curiously. Ever since I was a child. He knew my ability wasn't one I could use physically, so he made sure I was never truly defenseless. Her voice is shaky as I thread the needle through the deepest part of the wound. Her hand shoots up and grips my forearm, nails biting into my skin as she bites her tongue to keep from crying out in pain. The dagger you like to wear on your thigh so much. I clear my throat. Was it your father's? Yes, it is. It was. Her laugh is strained. I suppose you have him to thank for my violent tendencies. I glance up and grin before saying warily, And your mother? Do I have to thank her for any of your wonderful qualities? Dead. Her tone is flat. She died of sickness shortly after I was born. I'm reminded of Kit and how his mother died in a similar manner, a tragedy the two of them share. Her grip on my arm only tightens as I keep pushing the needle through her skin, slowly making my way to the end of the gash. Her eyes are squeezed shut against the pain, refusing to cry or even cry out. So stubborn, so strong. Just a little more, Pei. I breathe. She shudders and I don't miss the movement. Whether because of the pain or because I finally said her name, I'm not sure. I'm reminded of when she hit the ground, when I was feral, frantic, and I was suddenly aware that I hadn't said her name to her since we met. And in that moment, I realized that I'd wanted to say it, wanted her to hear it from my lips, realized that if she died, I would never again get to look into those blue eyes and utter those 2 syllables that have been a constant in my mind. So I said her name, again and again. I finally let myself do it. Let that last piece of attachment to her lock into place. Just saying her name felt intimate, personal somehow. And now, I forever want her name to be on my lips and rolling off my tongue until I'm drunk on the taste and sound of it. What the hell is wrong with me? Her eyes find mine, sparkling like a body of water in the firelight. Why are you doing this? Her gaze tells me that there's no escaping the question this time, though I'm not even sure I have an answer for her or myself. All I know is that I have this urge to protect her, be with her, tease her, touch her. It's terrifying. What's the fun in winning by default? I say instead. What kind of gentleman would I be if I took your leather and left you to die? She lifts her head off the ground, eyes searching mine as she scoffs. So you're telling me that you did all this to be gentlemanly? Why does that come as such a surprise to you? Maybe because you have to be a gentleman to be gentlemanly. And who says I'm not? I'd like to find someone who says you are. I smile at her, taking in every detail of her face beneath mine. I open my mouth to say something witty and wildly inappropriate when a twig snaps to my left. A sight watches us with glazed eyes, documenting the scene before him. And I'm embarrassed that I have no idea how long he's been standing there. not with how distracted I was with the girl before me. I can only imagine what Father will make of this, of us, of me helping, saving, enjoying being with the girl from the slums. Wouldn't be the first time I've disappointed him, and it certainly won't be the last. The sight blinks, clearing his blurry eyes before disappearing into the night. I turn back towards Peyton, her attention still fixed on the spot where the man once was. Then, I look down at her exposed stomach, and the wound now completely stitched there. I begin wrapping the remains of her large shirt over the wound and around her waist. Peyton's eyes follow my movements, tracking my hands and tracing my face. "You never did answer my question," I say, far more casually than I currently feel. "You'll have to be more specific than that, Azar." "I asked who the hell did this to you." She laughs, dismissively, turning her head from mine. "Oh, that question. It doesn't matter." "If it doesn't matter, then tell me." She shoots me an annoyed look before she sighs, giving in. "Ace. Happy now? He used his illusions to draw me in." She's suddenly pale again. "He made me see things." I've never seen her look so haunted, and I'm shocked by how much I hate it. "Did you kill him?" "No," she says softly. "No, I didn't kill him." We fall silent, and I run my hand over her crude bandage, making sure it's secure as she stares at me. Then I hand her the water canteen, before forcing her to choke down some burnt rabbit. I busy myself around the small camp, and when I look back at Peyton from where I stoke the flames of the dying fire, her lids are drooping, eyelashes fluttering with the promise of sleep. Then I catch her shiver slightly in the brisk night breeze. Well, that just won't do. I kneel beside her, scooping her into my arms before pulling her off the ground and carrying her closer to the fire. She grunts groggily against my chest before I lay her down in the packed dirt, watching her chest rise and fall with steady breaths, so unlike the ragged, shallow one she choked on earlier. And then I sit there. I can't seem to tear my eyes away as she drifts to sleep beside the fire, alive and breathing deeply. She shakes again, making me wish I had a blanket to offer her, had something to offer her. The truth of that thought hits me like a blow to the gut. I've nothing to offer her. I am wrong, so wrong for her. She is too brave, too bold, too bloody good for me. Maybe I could be a better man. Maybe I could be more like Kit, with his heart on his sleeve and happiness on display. Maybe the future enforcer could break down a few walls, become a man who is more than the masks he wears around his people. But ever since she discovered that I was the prince and declared us enemies, I've played along, not wanting to be outdone. And it's fun. It's a distraction for the both of us, the toying and teasing with one another. But now, if I am to be her enemy, I want it to be because she loathes herself for wanting me.
Chapter 27. Peyton. I wake to the unfortunately familiar sound of birds squawking above me. I woke up. Squinting in the blinding sun, I gently run my hands over where my healing wound hides beneath the folds of battered cloth. I'm alive. I'm breathing. I'm healing. Then my fingers find their way to the strap of leather tied around my arm. I'm shocked to find it's still there. Shocked that Kai didn't cut it from my dying body in the first place. Shocked that he saved my life, nursed me back to health, and let me keep my stupid strap of leather through it all. Apparently, he went through all this trouble to be a good sport, a gentleman. My ass. Good morning. Well, it's almost afternoon, actually. My head whips towards the deep voice coming from behind. And there he is, hands in pockets, ankles crossed, and leaning against a low-hanging branch. Now that I'm not a breath away from death,
His appearance and lack of shirt is suddenly extremely distracting. I avert my gaze quickly, though I don't miss the smirk sliding to his lips when he catches me staring. Annoying, arrogant ass. I'm surprised you're still here, along with my band, I say, casually dusting the dirt from my clothes. He huffs out a soft laugh behind me. Eager to be rid of me, darling? I clear my throat and turn to face him, leaning back on my palms as I eye him curiously. His hair is messy, strands of it clinging to his forehead with sweat, right above where his eyes shine like bits of silver. There's a shadow of stubble clinging to his sharp jaw, and I can just make out the faint divot of his right dimple, equally distracting and devastating. I can't stand it. So, what's the plan? I ask, gesturing between the two of us. The plan for... He tilts his head slightly to the side, peering at me, playing with me. He knows exactly what I mean. For us. Us? I like the sound of that, don't you? I roll my eyes, ignoring him. What do we do now? That is a very loaded question, Gray. I blink. He didn't say my first name, and for some maddening reason, I wish he had. I'm annoyed with both myself and him, so naturally, I take it out on the latter. Why didn't you take my band? And why not try to take it now that I'm healed? Amusement tilts up the corner of his mouth as he pushes off the tree branch and strides towards me. That's another loaded question. That right dimple deepens. First of all, you're not completely healed. Second, why would I pass up the opportunity to work together? You know we make a great team. And third, he crouches down in front of me so we are eye to eye as he continues. It's cute that you said I could try to take your band from you. Now both dimples are taunting me. Well, if you're so confident, go ahead and try. My face is close to him, my voice full of challenge. I'm sure you remember how our last fight ended. You're still injured, remember? And you don't look much better, I say, frowning at his wrapped shoulder, though no blood dots the white fabric. Concerned for your new partner? A wicked grin spreads across his face as his eyes flick between mine. He's close. Too close. He smells of pine and rain and sweat and plagues. I need to distract myself. I tear my gaze away from his and pull on my bow and quiver as I stand to my feet. Struggle to my feet is more like it. Kai stands with me, bracing one hand on my shoulder and the other on my uninjured side. I move to take a step away, annoyed that he thinks I need his help. But my legs feel like jelly, like stone all at once, proving that I do need his help when I stumble into his solid frame. His chest shakes with rough laughter, which only annoys me further. Yeah, I don't think I would have much trouble trying to get this band from you. He traces a finger across the leather strap, brushing my skin as he does so. I catch his wrist and look up at him. Well, if we are going to be partners, you won't need to hurt yourself by trying to take my band at all. He looks me up and down, brows slightly raised. So you agree, then? Partners? I contemplate it, considering how I would much rather be fighting alongside the future enforcer than against him. I narrow my eyes at him. How do I know I can trust you? He scoffs. Didn't me saving your life mean nothing to you? And I've saved yours. That doesn't mean you trust me. And how do you know I don't? We stare at each other. Plagues, what am I getting myself into? Maybe it's because I'm too weak to fight him. Or worse, maybe it's the part of me that doesn't want him to leave that makes me say, fine, partners. I glance from his injured shoulder to the tall stump behind him before placing my palms on his chest, his skin hot beneath mine. I push him back until his legs collide with the stump before pushing his shoulders down until he's sitting before me. Mischief dances in those smoky eyes of his as he looks up at me. What are you doing, Gray? Fixing up my partner, I say simply, beginning to unwrap his makeshift bandage.
I smile before adding, "You won't be of any use to me if you're injured." "Your concern for my well-being is truly heartwarming," he says dryly. I ignore him and pull at the stubborn cloth that's sticking to the skin beneath. I swear under my breath when I finally glimpse the patch of burned, blistered skin beneath his collarbone. It's inflamed and sticky, and I didn't need to observe the tight set of his jaw to know that it's extremely painful. I look at him, finding his eyes already trained on me so intensely that I swallow before asking, "Where's the healing salve?" His expression is blank. "Gone." I try to blink away my confusion to no avail. "You used all of it on me?" "Without hesitation." Cool, calm, collected. That's Kai. "Well, that was..." I sputter, trying to find the right word. "Selfless?" "Stupid," I finish instead. I heave a sigh before muttering, "You're always making things more difficult for me, aren't you?" I spin on my heel and walk to the edge of the creek. I can feel Kai's eyes on me as I kneel, looking for specific plants to make my own makeshift salve with. It won't miraculously heal him like the healer's salve would have, but it will help significantly with pain and inflammation. Thankfully, most of the plants I need tend to grow near water, so I'm able to find them easily. I grab some more cooked rabbit to nibble on as I search for my ingredients. After a good while of walking up and down the creek while being feasted on by mosquitoes, I finally grind the leaves and stalks I've found with a rock. Adding water to the crushed plants, I'm left with a thick green paste. I turn to find Kai still watching me when I walk back to him nearly half an hour later. I stand over him, ignoring the feel of his eyes on me as I hold the rock with the salve atop it and take in his wound once again. "You are full of all sorts of surprises." He nods at the green goop now on my fingers. "Talented little thing, aren't you?" I dab the salve onto his wound, and he hisses when it stings. "Daughter of a healer, remember?" "It's getting hard to keep track of your many skills." Another grunt of pain, before he adds, annoyed, "Plagues, Peyton, what the hell is this stuff?" A snort escapes me. Who knew the future enforcer was such a baby? I lather more salve onto his skin, and he grits his teeth. "And who knew the girl from the slums was capable of torture?" "Oh, please, don't be so dramatic." "You know, I'm not entirely convinced that you're not trying to kill me." I quirk an eyebrow at him. "So you don't trust me after all?" "I don't trust that," he says, throwing a skeptical glance at the green paste I'm rubbing onto his wound. I laugh loudly, shaking my head at him. He suddenly goes still at my touch, his eyes dancing between mine with a small smile pulling at his lips. I clear my throat. "So," I'm grasping for anything to say before finally deciding to let him do the talking. "You heard about my home, so tell me about yours. What was it like growing up in the palace?" He watches me, his expression blank. "Living in a castle is not as appealing as it may seem. It can be cold, crowded, not to mention that you're constantly watched by prying eyes." His lips twitch into a hint of a smile. "But Kit and I, we made it a home. Plagues, we ruled the place. We made..." He hisses through his teeth, cutting off his words. "Shit, Peyton, now I'm convinced you're trying to kill me." "Oh, come on," I laugh, adding more salve to his wound. "It only stings." He pokes me in the stomach, carefully avoiding the gash there. "You got to slap me when your wound stung, so I think I'm allowed to complain a little." I give him a look. "This is a little complaining?" He narrows his eyes at me, but I can see the amusement in them. "I'm sorry," I sigh. "Continue with your story and your little bit of complaining." "As I was saying," he continues with a huff, "Kit and I made the palace a home. We made friends with the servants, raced through the halls, ditched balls to sneak into the cellar and get drunk so we could forget about everything and simply laugh until the sun came up. We've probably fought in nearly every room of the palace. Twice." He grits his teeth when I pack more salve onto the wound and shoots me an annoyed look before continuing. "We needed it, though. The constant sparring or stupid pranks we'd pull on poor Gale and the rest of the unsuspecting servants. Because when we weren't laughing and distracting ourselves, we were both training and studying. Though that looked very different for the both of us. He looks past me to the blue sky painted above, his gray eyes scanning the clouds as he says flatly, I don't remember my life before I became the future enforcer. I don't remember a day when all the tests and trials and training began. It feels as though it's always been that way. He lets out a humorless laugh, sighing as he says, Fate is a funny, fickle thing, offering you no choice in how you live. I've stopped rubbing in the salve, and I'm instead staring intently at him. And your training? What was that like? He sighs a heavy sort of sigh, one that makes me wonder exactly what he's endured in his short lifetime. My upbringing looked very different from Kit's, where the future king's training consisted of tutoring and education on how to lead his kingdom one day. Mine was more hands-on. As the future enforcer, I didn't just strategize battles, I fought in them. I didn't just learn the art of torture, I endured it. My hands hover above his chest. You endured it? He studies me for a moment, seeming to decide what he wants to say, before settling with a simple, yes, often. Who, I swallow, who did that to you? It doesn't matter, he says with a slight smile, spitting my own words back at me from last night. So I do the same to him. If it doesn't matter, then tell me. His smile widens. Good to hear that you listen to me when I speak, Gray. That wasn't an answer, I say softly. He blows out a breath, his smile vanishing. The king took it upon himself to train me regularly. I had other tutors and generals, of course, but when I wasn't with them, I was with my father. Let's just say that his methods were severe. I didn't want to know. I didn't want to know what it was that the king did to his son, what horrors he put him through. It makes me sick. And yet, I shouldn't be surprised. He killed my father, after all, and it's my hatred for the king that has me needing to know what other twisted crimes he's committed. So, I slowly ask, what did he do? He's quiet for a long moment. Gray, I don't think... Please. I cut in quietly. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but I'm asking you to if you're willing. There is something about the quietness of the forest, the cover of the trees, that makes you feel safe enough to spill secrets. Something about knowing that you might not see tomorrow that has you doing things you'll only regret if you survive. The trials aren't meant to build trust, and yet here we are, divulging the deepest parts of ourselves to one another, offering our opponents ways to cut us deeper than any weapon ever could. He meets my gaze then, holding it as he says, I'll spare you the details, but he showed me what it was to torture, what it was to be tortured. He taught me everything I know, trained me both mentally and physically, until he was satisfied with what he created. He takes a breath. Kit's relationship with our father is far different from mine. They spend time poring over paperwork and bonding over their positions, while father instructs my brother on how to follow in his footsteps. And Kit will do just that. He will do anything to make the king proud, and he always has. Me, on the other hand... Kai laughs, but it holds no humor. I'm not the heir. I'm the expendable son. The future enforcer that my father has molded and sent on missions for years. He sighs, almost smiling. My brother and I have very different roles, very different relationships with our father. But because of it, Kit will make a great king, and I will be his killer. I pause, watching him closely as he says those last few words. And I will be his killer. Nothing. No emotion, no expression crosses his face. I peer at him for a moment, wondering if perhaps the masks he has crafted for himself are a result of having to suppress his emotions from his own father. And perhaps that's exactly what the king wanted, for his future enforcer to be seemingly unfeeling. You asked me once if I wished it was me who would be king, Kai says, and I stand by what I said. I don't want Kit's role in life because I refuse to give him mine. My brother is no killer, and it's better me than him. I let his words sink in before clearing my throat to ask, and these trials that are different this year? Is that all just another mission for you to complete? Not just complete. Win, he says simply. The trials are just another way for me to prove myself to my people, prove myself valuable to the king. I watch him, wanting to know what he's thinking. He's never told me so much about his life, about what he went through as a child, what he still goes through today. He is the reason this year's purging trials look so different, and the rest of us are simply pawns in a game that isn't even meant for us. I lather more salve onto his wound and wait until he finishes muttering about he's certain I'm plotting to kill him, before asking the question that's been nagging at me. Your role in life as the future enforcer. What do you think of it? I think that it is my duty. I frown. And I think that you have more thoughts on your own life than that. I'm asking you, Kai. Not the prince and not the future enforcer. Just you. I pause, and he studies me as I repeat. What do you think of it? Your role, your life? He's quiet for a moment, before the flicker of a smile crosses his face. If I answer as Kai, will you quit with the goop? He shoots a pointed look at the paste in my hand. I crack a smile. Yes, I'll quit with the goop. His faint smile fades, leaving a set jaw in its place. The truth, then? The truth always, I breathe. When he finally answers, his tone is dry. I never wanted this. Never wanted to be what I am today. But monsters are made, not born, and I had no choice in the matter. I have no choice in the matter. But I won't deny what I am, and I'll do what I must for my kingdom, for my king. His words hit me hard, their meanings hitting harder. He knows exactly what he is, what he does. He's a pawn to be played in a game he is forever trapped in, and each horrible act he commits is in the name of duty, the name of Ilya. But this boy before me looked into my eyes and admitted he was a monster, acknowledged what he has been created into, without so much as a hint of horror. Instead, acceptance is written across his features, acknowledging what he is and always will be. Distracted by my thoughts, I reached to rub more salve onto his wound, only for him to catch my wrist. We had a deal, Gray. I may be accustomed to torture, but this salve of yours is unbearable. He offers me a small smirk, clearly wanting to lighten the mood now. Wanting to do what we do best, play with one another. So I do just that. You're right. A deal is a deal. I quickly wipe my hands in the grass before adding, Thank you for telling me about you. At that, he huffs out a laugh that I quickly cut off. And remind me to take a page out of your book and ditch the next ball to go get drunk with Kit. I could have sworn he stiffened slightly at my words. And why would you do that when I'm so much more fun? I laugh lightly. If by fun do you mean flirty? Because you certainly are more of that. He flashes me a wicked, wide grin, and my heart trips over itself stupidly. I can't seem to help it when I'm with certain company. I scoff. Yes, if certain company extends to the entire kingdom, because you seem to be flirty with every female in Ilya. I think back to the many women he danced with at the ball, the way I watched him slip on that charming smile of his. His eyes search mine. What, wanting me all to yourself? My palm connects with his face, stunning him into silence. He blinks. Confusion and the smallest hint of amusement flicker over the face I just slapped.
When he finally turns his head back to me, I raise my hand in front of him to reveal the squashed bug in the center of it. I smile at him innocently. "Mosquito, you're welcome." "How kind of you," he says dryly. My smile is full of mock sweetness as I wrap the fabric back around his wound and shoulder, covering the salve with the battered bandage. "Just looking out for my new partner."
"Is that so?"
"Mm-hmm," I hum distractedly, biting the inside of my cheek as I examine my handiwork.
"Well, in that case..."
Kai stands to his feet, steps close, and hits me lightly across the face. I let out a humorless laugh, touching my fingers to my cheek. Then my gaze locks with his amused one. He shrugs casually.
"Mosquito."
"Prove it," I challenge. The corner of his mouth twists upwards as he raises his hand to cup my face.
"My proof happens to still be splattered on your cheek."
I hold my breath as he swipes his thumb gently over my skin before holding it up to display the smudged bug.
"Just looking out for my partner."
His tone is mocking, and yet laughter begins bubbling out of me. I can't seem to stop, can't seem to control my cackling. The thought of us hitting each other like children in the middle of a deadly trial is extremely comical, and for once, I hope there is a sight watching this unfold. The glimpse of confusion and concern on Kai's face only make me laugh more, and I clamp a hand over my now throbbing wound as I shake with laughter. Maybe I am still delusional after all. I snort loudly, and that's all it took to get Kai laughing with me, well, at me. The sound is rich and deep, and, irritatingly enough, I find myself quieting so I can hear it better. And then, all too quickly, the sound stops. He's looking at me, and I'm looking at him. I don't know what to say, or think, or do, as his eyes trail over my face, taking in my dirty and disheveled appearance. He, on the other hand, looks just as annoyingly attractive as always. I shake the thought from my head, running a hand through my tangled hair as I struggle to form words. Meanwhile, Kai is content to watch me squirm as I try to come up with something to break the heavy silence that has fallen between us. My eyes drop to his bandaged wound, and words tumble out of my mouth. "So I'm assuming Braxton did this to you?" Kai chuckles as he runs a hand through his own hair, only causing the messy black waves to tumble over his brow again.
"You should see what I did to him."
He says the words so casually that I would think he was kidding if I didn't know what he was capable of. "Yeah, well..." I look away, about to say something that will likely piss the prince off, when he holds up a hand, quieting me.
"Don't move."
I scoff. What, is there another mosquito on my... His hand clamps over my mouth, before he whirls me around by the waist, pinning me against his solid frame. I'm stunned for a heartbeat before I contemplate biting the fingers covering my lips. But something about the way his breathing quickens makes me pause my plotting to escape his hold. And with his chest pressed against my back, I can feel his heart hammering quickly. Too quickly. I spot movement in my peripheral, my eyes snapping to the large, looming shape now stalking towards us through the wall of trees. Silver fur gleams in the sunlight, shifting with every move of the powerful body beneath. Glowing yellow eyes lock with mine as the beast halts, eyeing us from afar. Wolf. No. Wolves. My eyes scan the trees, finding 4 more massive bodies covered in fur, all ranging in color. The 5 of them watch us, half covered by the surrounding pine trees, as they size up their next meal with hungry eyes. My heart is thumping against my ribcage, my breathing shallow and quick. It's a good thing Kai's hand is still covering my mouth, because I nearly yelp at the sudden feel of lips brushing against the shell of my ear.
"You never seem to listen, do you?"
I reach up slowly, keeping my eyes trained on the wolves as I grab his wrist and pull his hand away from my mouth.
"Technically, I did listen. I talked, not moved,"
I whisper back, my voice sharp. I can feel his mouth smiling against my ear.
"Smartass."
"So what's the plan?
What are we doing?
My voice is urgent as I eye the wolves.
There is no we, he says softly, releasing his hold to step slowly around until he's standing in front of me. You are still injured, he murmurs, and I'm not risking you tearing my stitches open. Absolutely not.
I step to his side, irritated.
What happened to us being partners? Well, we won't be partners for much longer if you insist on getting yourself killed, he mutters, silently drawing the sword from its sheath at his side. And you're just going to take on 5 wolves by yourself? I don't think so,
I whisper harshly. There is no way in hell I'm letting him fight on his own. My pride and paranoia won't allow that.
Then you clearly underestimate me, Gray.
Slowly, so slowly, I pull the bow from my back, watching the wolves as I do. They don't make a move, though they've sunk closer to the ground, ready to pounce and bound towards us. I knock an arrow.
Your wound is going to open back up, and I'll have saved your life for nothing,
Kai hisses, his voice urgent and agitated. I draw back the bowstring, pulling it taut as my stitches do the same, threatening to tear. Pain sears through my abdomen and along my ribs, but I bite my tongue, ignoring it. I smile slightly as I say,
Sorry to ruin your handiwork, partner. Pay, don't you dare!
I fire. The arrow finds its mark in the chest of the closest wolf, burying deep into that shiny silver fur. The other wolves are charging towards us before their friend even hits the ground. I already have another arrow ready, nocked and aimed at a brown blur bounding closer. A shooting pain skitters along my abdomen as I fire the arrow, hitting the wolf in its hind leg. 2 of the beasts have separated from the others to circle around us, and I feel Kai's back press against mine as he faces them. I ignore the limping wolf I shot and turn my attention towards the one that is now bounding towards me. I try to slow my panicked breathing before loosing an arrow at the creature. I curse when it misses, sailing past the beast's ear and sinking into the ground behind it. Kai's back is no longer pressed against my own, leaving me clueless as to what's going on behind me. All I hear are snarls and the swipe of a sword against skin and bone. But I don't have time to turn towards the scene at my back, because I now have a snarling beast of my own before me. Its red-tinted fur shimmers almost as brightly as its bared white teeth. It comes to a halt no more than 2 yards away from me and crouches, creeping closer. It's massive and menacing, and looking at me like I'm its next meal. I can feel my wound bleeding, and the pain is brutal. If I pull back my bowstring one more time, I'll likely rip my stitches if I haven't done so already. But I have no other weapon, no power, no strength to fight. The wolf slinks forward, growling as it plays with its food. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? I pull back my bowstring. The wolf pounces. It's a large, strong leap that sends it flying towards me with its jaw open and razor-sharp teeth displayed, ready to rip me to shreds. Impulsively, instinctively, I rip the arrow from my bow and grip the shaft in my fist before thrusting the metal tip upwards to meet the wolf in the air. The arrow sinks deep into its heart, spraying me with hot blood before it falls to the ground with a thud. I'm panting, still trying to process what just happened, when I hear a grunt coming from behind me. I spin just in time to see Kai drag the blade of his sword down a wolf's side, splitting it open with one easy motion. He turns swiftly to the other beast crawling towards him, already suffering from a brutal stab wound, though it still advances with a growl. When the wolf launches towards him in one final attempt to sink its teeth into his flesh, Kai sweeps his blade upwards in a high arc. The sword slices the creature across the chest with ease, and when it hits the ground, Kai grips the hilt with both hands and drives the tip of the blade down into the wolf's side. He stands there for a moment, looking every bit the killer he was raised to be. Then he yanks the sword out, wiping the bloody blade on the fur of the dead animal beneath him. He begins turning around as he says, "You still alive back there?" I inhale sharply when he turns, displaying the deep bite on his shoulder. Blood oozes from the imprint of jagged teeth, trailing down his arm and over his fingers in rivulets. His eyes find mine, before widening when they find something over my shoulder.
Duck, he orders, and I don't hesitate before dropping into a crouch. In a flash, he pulls a throwing star from his pocket and sends it sailing through the air where my head was only a moment before. I hear something heavy hit the ground with a thud, and turn to see the wolf I had shot in the leg only a few feet behind me, creeping in for the kill. Only now, it's lying dead on the ground with a throwing star protruding from its eye. I stand slowly to my feet as I breathe. You're right. We do make a great team. He looks away from me, shaking his head with a dry laugh. Yeah, except for the fact that you don't listen to orders. Orders? I scoff. I'm not one of your soldiers, Kai. You're right. You aren't. He strides towards me, and the sight of him so bloody is suddenly intimidating. But I force myself to stand my ground when he halts before me, close enough now for me to see his smoky eyes turn to ice. My soldiers don't mean anything to me. They are expendable and easy to replace. His chest heaves, his eyes locked with mine. So yes, Gray, you aren't one of my soldiers. I open my mouth, but no words come out of it. He closes his eyes and sighs deeply, only opening them again when he is back to his cool and collected self. All traces of the frantic, ruffled male are gone. I can sense him shifting back into his cocky, casual self as he attempts to lighten the mood. Spinning slowly, he takes in the carnage around us and simply says, Well, looks like we won't be going hungry tonight. I play along, but my voice is weak. Good to know that we didn't survive a wolf attack only to die of hunger. His eyes darken as they snap to where my wound lies bleeding beneath my clothes. Your stitches, did they? I lift my tank and peek under the folds of the bloody bandage. Relief floods me when I see the thread still pulling my skin together. The exertion of the fight only stretched the stitches, causing the wound to bleed, but thankfully they didn't tear. I suppose I would be in a much worse state if they had. No, I breathe. They didn't tear. He runs a hand through his hair before sheathing his sword, but I don't miss the slight wince the action causes due to his torn shoulder. I point to the stump behind him and say, Sit. Now I'm the one giving orders. He humors me, smirking as he sits down before I come to stand over him yet again. You're covered in blood, he remarks far too casually. And you're dripping blood, but, lucky for you, I smile sweetly. I can make just the right salve for this. He blows out a breath, shaking his head at the sky. Of course you can. You and your salves will be the death of me. You know, I mutter, examining the bite closely, I'm beginning to think that you enjoy getting hurt, if only so you can have my hands all over you. He lets out a low laugh. I can practically feel his gaze gliding over me as he says, Oh, I'm not making you do anything, darling. You can leave me to bleed out if you must, because I only want your hands all over me if you want them to be. My eyes snap to his gray ones already pinned on me. I am playing a very dangerous game. Walking on a sharp blade and hoping I don't get cut. Playing with fire and hoping I don't get burned. Swimming in a dangerous current and hoping I don't drown. He is dangerous. And even with that one thought echoing in my mind, I hold his gaze and put my hands on him.
Chapter 28. Kai. It's been 3 days since a wolf took a bite out of me. 3 days since Peyton put her hands on me after I told her to only do so if she wanted to. And I don't think I've been able to catch my breath since. Every time she looks at me, I feel like I'm gasping for air. I hate it. Liar. It's been 3 long and boring days. The most profitable thing we've managed to do is find a shirt for me to wear. Another gift left for the contestants. The creek and small clearing around it has become our base, though we don't spend much time there during the day. Our riveting routine consists of splitting up into the forest and scouting for any other opponents. And yet, Our efforts to collect more bands have not only been futile, but also unbearably boring. I'd rather not split up, simply because I'm far more entertained when Peyton is with me, but she insisted that we'd cover more ground separately. A lot of good it's done us so far. The sun is sinking rapidly, and stars splatter the sky as it begins to disappear for the night. I trudge back towards the camp, taking out my frustration on the plants littering my path by slicing them with my sword as I walk. Nothing. Neither of us has come across another opponent yet. The only thing we've managed to find are snakes, and a lot of them. Those, along with coyotes, have been the only visitors we've had to fight off as of late. I hear the bubbling creek before I even see it. The small clearing comes into view, and so does Peyton. She sits on a stump, twisting that thick silver ring on her thumb as she stares blankly at the fire, her hair blowing in the soft breeze. I grab some kindling and make my way over, throwing it on the fire before sitting down on the stump across from her. Well, I don't see any fresh wounds, so no luck, I'm assuming? I'm offended you think I couldn't come out of a fight unscathed. After I give her a skeptical look, she finally grumbles. No luck today. I watch her closely, assessing how she bites the inside of her cheek, spins the steel on her thumb, bounces her leg. She's a mess of pent-up energy, anxiety eating away at her. But I let her think, giving her time before I pry for answers on what it is that has her so tense. So we sit in silence, me gnawing on the stringy rabbit while Peyton gnaws on the inside of her cheek. The sun has dipped to the horizon, painting the sky with deep oranges and soft pinks, when I finally break the silence with a sigh. All right, what's wrong? Out with it. She looks up from the fire, meeting my gaze, before deciding that the flames are more interesting to look at. Nothing. I'm fine. I almost laugh. I've learned the hard way that those are words you never want to hear a woman say to you, and it's obvious that she is anything but fine. I stoke the fire as I sigh. You're a horrible liar, Gray. She finally dares to look in my direction, and then she's laughing loudly. I hold my breath, watching the way her head tips towards the sky.